Welcome to the first hearing for the Committee Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the Committee. I also welcome Minister Dibb and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure of the portfolios for customer service and digital government, emergency services and youth justice. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to the witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Dibb, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all witnesses, could I ask you to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation. We'll start with those on the front tables and I'll start from my left.
Thank you. Good morning. Greg Wells, the Chief Executive of Service New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Emma Hogan, Secretary for the New South Wales Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Simon Draper, I'm the Secretary of the Premier's Department and the CEO of the Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Michael Tibble, Secretary of the Department of Communities and Justice. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. I'll now call people down to the extra chair to be sworn in. Could we get, please, Miss Laura Christie?
Laura Christie, Deputy Secretary for Digital New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Miss Sarah Krishchak.
Good morning. Sarah Cruikshank, Deputy Secretary of Customer Delivery and Transformation at DCS. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I'm now about to be given shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Jodie Grimer.
Jodie Grimer, Acting Chief Operating Officer for the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Michael Zamoulis.
Michael Zamoulis, Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Customer Service. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Jeremy Futrell.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Miss Carleen York.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Rob Rogers.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Matt Conroe.
Matt Conroe, Chief Financial and Operating Officer of the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Kieran Hendicott.
Kieran Hendicott, Acting Chief Executive of the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Candice Nielsen.
Good morning, Candice Nielsen, Acting Executive Director, Youth Justice, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Miss Simone Check.
Good morning, Simone Check, Deputy Secretary, Child Protection and Permanency, Districts and Youth Justice. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I believe that's everyone. Great. You always got to check. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m. With a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45 a.m., 12:45 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. And we will begin with questions from the opposition. Ms. Eileen McDonald, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I thought I'd start locally rather than on your portfolios, and in relation to the local small commitments allocation. So I was just wondering, with your electorate, how many local projects did you commit to fund?
These are the $400,000 commitment that you're talking about? Yeah. I can tell you that there were a number. There were a number that included one for women's health services, youth mental health, refugee support, some play equipment in a local park. And the allocation was made, or the recommendations were made based on an expression of interest, people. So they're basically there to support the community. I don't think anybody would question or doubt the importance of especially putting additional funding into women's services, particularly with disadvantaged women. I don't think anybody would question the need to support refugee migrants into Australia who are trying to make, trying to build a better life for themselves. The Women's Health Centre does an incredible amount of work in Bankstown, and some of that work involves things not only like building people's confidence, but also giving them the skills, being able to teach them English, being able to help them integrate into society. What we do have is a participation, a focus in our community, and the more people we can get to participate in the breadth of our community, the better it is. There's also been some additional support, top of my head, for the Bankstown, I think it was the older women's network. So the focus, I think, for me very much within our community was to try and support people who are vulnerable, people who would who would benefit from some additional funding. We know that funding is always difficult to achieve, and many of these organisations run effectively on the smell of an oily rag. There was also some funding that was allocated to the Bankstown Bulls, Junior Rugby League Football Club. Sorry, I'll just finish. The Junior Rugby League Football Club. Yeah. And that was to assist them in terms of being able to upgrade some of their facilities. Now, what they do is so much more than just about rugby league. They actually build a sense of community and a sense of belonging there. So I'm pretty comfortable in the ways that we're able to support our communities using this additional funding.
And Minister, were you able to spend the whole...
Sorry.
Were you able to spend the whole allocation?
I think so. I can get back to exact, like if it's within like like a couple of thousand or something, but I think it was the full amount.
Okay.
So, that was the $400,000 and we spent it. We've allocated it, you should say, and
Yep.
it was basically said expressions of interest. People were able to put in things. It wasn't, we know what the community needs, but the community understands really well what they need, and especially some of those names that I've just rattled off, including the Bankstown Law, the Women's Network, refugee support, youth mental health, which I know everyone here on the panel here would I can't imagine anyone on this panel would disagree with funding that goes into supporting young people with some mental health challenges.
Definitely. Okay, thank you. And if we look at the budget papers, what is the total expenses, and if we exclude the losses for 2023 to 24 for the Department of Customer Service? So I'm going to focus now on customer service and digital government.
Sure. Well, I'll give you the over.
At least
the
you brought
overview.
the budget papers, Minister, not like your colleagues. It's good.
Well, I can't comment about my colleagues. but I
Someone
can-
learnt.
Well,
Looks like.
Hey, someone actually read it.
No,
Hey,
that's
I'm
good.
sure you did too, didn't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Chapter and verse,
Yeah.
Minister.
Sorry, Ms. McDonald.
Sorry.
It was for customer service. The budget, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're talking about customer service, then department, let's not forget that it engages in a number of different portfolio areas, of course. So, Minister for Customer Service includes, of course, the responsibilities that I have, but also some other things. So, the overall DCS, the DCS budget for this year was $2 billion in OPEX, $2.07 billion in OPEX, and $214 million in CAPEX. And then if I break that down specifically, say, to my, to the things that I'm responsible for, so for Service New South Wales, for example, and I might just round them if that's okay with you, so $840 million in terms of operational expenditure, $36 million, 36.6 in terms of capital. Telco Authority, New South Wales Telco Authority, $262.6 million, which is an increase of 6.7%, I might add, and 2.23% in capital expenditure. The Rural Fire Service, $995.9 million in operational expenditure, $111.3 in capital expenditure. The State Emergency Services, $304.3 million in operational expenditure, which is up 54%, and capital expenditure 52.9. And the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, which I have joint responsibility for with Minister Scully, is $2.46.7 billion in operational expenditure.
Sorry,
and
just
obviously
say
some
that
capital
again,
expenditure.
Minister?
2.466.
No worries. No, I thought you said 2.46 points something, so I was just confused. But that's okay.
Yeah, 0.7 at the end. But
Okay.
I just round up. I can go 0.7 because we normally round
it's
up
the
one.
way the
don't
label
we?
works, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay, cool.
did maths like you did.
Yeah.
And of course, in youth justice, which fits within the which fits into youth justice, is part of the DCJ, the whole DCJ network. But when we look at specifically, as you know, as the shadow minister, there's an element there, and that is $280 million in terms of the capex and the opex. The fire and rescue one, it's been I think I said 900. I did say I've said fire and rescue, $995.9 million, and the RFS 756 is set. So I think that that covers all of the things that I have a specific responsibility for in terms of my full responsibility. As I said, there are other elements as well, particularly in DCS, that fall within the purview of other ministers.
And Minister, how much does this equate to in cuts compared to 2022 to 2023?
In relation to the Rural Fire Service, it's an increase. In relation to the SES, it's an increase. Relation to SES, it's an increase. Service New South Wales, it's an increase of 7% in terms of the operational expenditure.
Okay. And what programs and projects did you cut as Minister to get to this budget?
Look, if we talk about the budget, let's put in context what we inherited. We inherited and you heard this
come on,
before.
Minister. Let's just stick to the question.
And I'm giving an answer.
No,
and
I
I've
know,
got to
but
provide a bit of,
you're in government now. You don't need to blame us. You can just provide an answer. Come on.
Thank
Come
you,
on,
Mr.
Minister.
Feng. And what I
Come
will do
on.
is I'll provide that
Come
answer
on,
as I
Minister.
am providing the answer, and I will give that context of it.
The Minister is entitled to provide context when he's preluding a question, and I ask that you tell the honourable member to listen to what the Minister's actually got to say before he interjects and tries to be a comedian.
Well, to the point of order. I mean, look, it's the same line out of every Labor minister so far. I mean, they can just print it and put it on the door, and everyone can read it when they walk in. Let's just get to the answers, right?
Is that a point of order?
Oh, okay, fair enough, Chair. Fair call. Fair call. Yep.
Thank you. I think with everything needs to be given a context. Look, we did inherit, whether you want to believe it or not. The fact of the matter is, we inherited a $7 billion. There was a black hole, and
I think that's probably being challenged in the other session over
massive budget deficit. Just in terms of the context of the interest payments that we have alone, the interest payments that we're making on the debt of the state of New South Wales far exceeds my entire budget that I've just read out. In terms of some of the programs, there's been some programs that we've said that we're just going to hold off on. They're funded for a certain period of time. There's some that there was actually no funding in there for them, and I think there's a number that I can think of in particular. But if we think about government advertising as an example, reducing government advertising by $30 million, and part of that, because that's also one of my responsibilities through DCS, part of that is also then ensuring that we use all of our other forms of communication channels and digital channels that we have. We've got this great digital system in New South Wales government.
Yes, thank you, Victor. Thank you, Victor.
Look, and I will say this, Mr. Fang, and I've said
you
it
got
before.
it right. See, just unlike
I'll say this, and I've said it before. I don't think you should discount the past, and I've acknowledged Minister Dominello publicly, privately, in different forums for the work that he did, and we've had conversations since I've become the minister, and you know me well enough to know that I generally don't play games and give disrespect to people. So when it comes to Minister Dominello, there were some things that really got started, and I've got to say, terrific effort by the whole team. But we're also facing a different situation at the moment. When I talked about the advertising as an example, and talked about our digital channels, the most important part of advertising is to get messages out to the community. And many of them, and I think about one of my portfolio areas now, and I want to acknowledge the RFS, who at the moment have got nearly 800 volunteers and people out there fighting fires. Yeah. The safety messages that we need to get out can be got out in different ways. So some of that is through, whether it's a Hazards Near Me app, some of that is through our digital channels. So that's a really good one there. But across the board, we've had to find some savings because we are in a more difficult fiscal environment. Cutting the cost of cutting expenditure on consultancy is another one where possible. We should be looking internally to be able to help us. And of course, there are going to be times when, we don't have that capacity in-house, but I'd love to be able to see the capacity that we've got in-house. Yep. So making sure that we work on that. There is a savings target there.
Yeah. So Minister, if I can, if you could provide a list to the committee of the projects that have been cut, so if you could do that on notice.
Happy to take that on
Okay.
notice.
Oh, do you know it now,
and if you,
No.
and if you,
yeah.
Okay.
And
happy to take that out, and if you like, and I'm conscious that you'll also have the public servants here later in the afternoon that they may get to. I'm happy to take it on notice, though.
Sure. And did you personally sign off on which projects would be cut in the customer service budget?
As a minister, you've got to make some decisions, and the decision was made. So there were some recommendations put to me. We did a lot of work in terms of trying to find where there could be some cost savings measures, but also a lot of work in terms of saying what things can we put, for example, to idle for a little bit, so we can keep them idling, and then we can restart them a little bit later. So one of the projects, one of the key focuses for me is saying, okay, we're in a different fiscal environment to what we've been before. So what do we do in terms of moving forward? But we know that there's a good project. But the fact of the matter is we've also got to make some decisions about the here and now, about what we have and what we don't have. So for some of the programs, go, okay, how can we scale back that program, but not necessarily stop it? So the premise of cuts and the premise of these things have been kicked out the window is not necessarily always the case. But there are some things that have had to be put on pause effectively for a little period of time. We hope that with some of these decisions, some of these decisions will obviously, be able to change as we improve our financial position.
Thank you, Minister. So you personally signed off. Are these cuts to fund Labor's wages policy?
Miss McDonald, the funding of the wages policy, I've talked about that, and this is obviously a decision that we made. It was an election commitment that we want to fund essential workers in a fair way. We know that over the past 12 years, there hasn't been a proper restitution for people who were essential workers, people who carried us through all sorts of issues, particularly when we consider during COVID and stuff like that. Some of the essential workers were the first ones there. A commitment was made that we would work with essential service workers to make sure that we provide a fairer and a better restitution for the work that they do. We've got situations at the moment where people who are essential workers actually can't live in the cities where they're working or close to their place of work just simply because the wages cap that the previous government imposed, 2.5% wages cap, that was so far below inflation. Things have changed. I think if you're a teacher, and I've been a teacher before, the amount of work and the way that things have changed, people were not going into teaching because of that. People were not going into nursing. People were not going into the sectors that we require them in. I think that point of making sure that people are paid fairly and are paid better is one that actually creates our best society possible.
Okay, I think you've answered that.
Thank you.
So in the Treasurer's budget speech, there didn't appear to be any mention of customer service or any digital government project. Should we be concerned by that?
No, I've just.
No?
The treasurer's budget speech is. He's got 20 minutes, and he had a lot to say. So there was mention, and I've got to say, we talked about cyber security, for example, as Cyber New South Wales, which is part of my my portfolio responsibility, and sadly, Mr. Feng might disagree with me, but the fact of the matter is there wasn't any money allocated to that, going forward, and we know the importance. We know the importance. We know the importance of cyber protection. We know that especially as we move even more things into that digital space, then cyber becomes incredibly important. So the reference wasn't in there. I said at the very top, the budget allocations, that was mere. We had to make sure that we worked on priorities, and some of those priorities that we know are, of course, about rebuilding rebuilding our public, like rebuilding our essential services, addressing the housing crisis, moving their transition towards renewable energy, home buyers. There is so much that we've done. So I'm not concerned about that.
Okay.
And I've answered
Customer service is easy.
the
Ask
question.
yourself, what would Victor do? That's it.
Sorry. So in the Treasurer said, and I quote, "We have been determined to make sure the public's money is being spent on the public's priorities." Are you saying that the digital government portfolio is not considered a priority?
I've just said that there's a $2 billion budget in DCS, over $2 billion in DCS, and the digital element is one really important component of that. There's a lot of things that are in there. If I look at the Digital Restart Fund, for example,
that's what I was going to turn to next. So
cool.
I could turn to that.
No worries. Well, I might do a bit of a leading question, a bit of a lead in.
No, I think I'm supposed to ask the question.
I'm not going to ask a question, but I'll answer. I'll answer that.
I'll ask the question then.
But sorry, if you don't mind, I will answer that question in terms of, the digital things and the Digital Restart Fund made the decision to reprioritise things into priorities, especially that will benefit the people of New South Wales right now, and that includes, of course, access in terms of around the planning and home ownership, accessibility for people. So how can people engage with government and have more accessibility? How can we, across all agencies, make sure that we make all of our digital platforms accessible? Because what I'm really concerned about, one of the things that I'm really passionate about, is making sure that there is always accessibility and that all people can access that. Now I'm talking about people either with a language difficulty, people with disabilities, people with, say, different difficulties that they face, socioeconomic context. So that's a really important one there. The frontline service automation, the environment, and of course, energy innovation and cyber and the cyber threats. So we've also got a very strong focus on making sure that we can help government agencies be able to deliver the best services that they need to the customer of New South Wales, the people of New South Wales, and making sure that everybody does. And one of the really clear things that my agency has seen, especially with the way that I've been able to push things forward, is really about making sure that everybody is part of the journey, that there's a real sense of inclusion, that there's a real sense of belonging, because if we can raise the tide for everybody, then that's actually much better than just raising the tide for some.
So it looks like the Restart Fund is only being topped up by 3%. So what projects are going to be cut?
Every project that there's a number of different projects, and I'll be able to just in a sec be able to list some of them for you specifically. But every one of the projects that is operated through.
Oh, here comes the notes.
Yeah, it's and I'm actually I don't mind receiving a note, because as you've seen, I'd rather give you the answer than try and dance around it.
No. But I reckon you know a little bit about your portfolio, Minister, unlike your colleague.
I'd rather give you the answer that is. But I'm just going to give you an example of one really terrific thing that we've done recently with the DRF as a result of that. And I hope that all of you, I don't know if you've heard me, those of you actually know, because you're not in the LA. But those of you in the LA would have heard, and I know that everyone's watching at the moment, so hello to all friends in the LA. I keep saying download.
At the same time. I think you're an afterthought, but anyway, that's okay.
Yeah. I keep saying download the Hazards Near Me app, but on a serious note, please download the Hazards Near Me app. Now, that's something that was developed as a result of one of the recommendations of the inquiries. It's where RFS, SES, Department of Customer Service, were able to develop a new platform, so a newer app that actually talks about a range of hazards. Particularly at the moment, we're using it, and to be able to tell people what's going on. That was actually funded through DRF. So, there is the money that's in the DRF, and we're looking at a range of projects from across the government that's going to help target those priorities.
Okay. And once the funding is run out, what is your plan? Will the DRF be topped up?
So like all ministers, I'll be, we go through a process where, there'll be a budgetary process. We'll obviously done a good analysis of the DRF, and I'll be putting the case forward as much as possible.
Review,
no, it's not a Labor review. It's actually good governance when you have a look at what's happened and you look at, say, what can we do better?
You guys are getting pretty good at reviews.
What it is that we can do better, what it is that worked, what is it that didn't, how we can, improve things. And I think that's the really important one. But I think, there's very clear in terms of my thoughts about the DRF and the importance to prioritise things, especially given what we got.
You get me next time, Minister.
I can't wait. I hope you can wait.
I'm chomping at the bit. Bring it on.
Hi, Chair. Sorry, Chair, can I just, either my hearing, would you mind just bringing the mic a little bit? Sorry, I had the same issue.
Did you get the batteries checked?
Hey?
Order.
My kids told me.
I have some questions around your role as Minister for Youth Justice.
Sure.
The age of criminal responsibility in New South Wales is still 10 years of age, which falls quite short of international standards. The campaign Raise the Age to 14 is supported by evidence from a broad range of stakeholders, including the general public, alongside legal and medical experts. The previous government in 2021 agreed to move towards raising the age, and in April, the current Attorney General indicated that the government would consider the recommendations, but has not issued an official position. As the Minister for Youth Justice, what will you be advocating for in relation to this campaign?
Thanks, Chair. And obviously, it's an issue that is one that affects a lot of people. And there's a lot of thought and a lot of discussion about it. What I can say, and I'm sure that the AG, would be a place to answer this one, is that it's being discussed in terms of at a national level. I think I know that there is some work that's going on. I do know that that there is discussion. There are discussions that are taking place. People want to see young people have the best opportunities in life, and certainly, again, this panel, I know, and definitely my counterpart, Ms. McDonald, we've had discussions about the importance of helping young people and supporting young people. Everyone can make a mistake, but it shouldn't be the defining moment of their life if we can help them there. The age of criminal responsibility is one element of it. I don't own the legislation around that, but I do a fair bit of work, and I work very closely with the Attorney General, and I know other people are working on it, but I'm really pleased to see that the discussion is actually taking place and people are talking about this and how we can move forward. And it's not just a government thing alone, there's a lot of consultation that's taking place, and the Department of Community Justice has been really terrific in terms of engaging with stakeholders.
Have you met with the Attorney General about this issue, given obviously there is some crossover within your portfolio?
I've met with the Attorney General. I probably met with him a number of times about a range of issues because there's a lot of crossover, and we've had this discussion, and that's where he was able to tell me, look, it's being discussed, and told me about discussions that are taking place and the consultations that are taking place. So there's myself, there's him, and then there's other ministers, of course, who are very are very impassioned about youth issues, and particularly what we can do to try and assist the youth. We find the balance, and that's what we've got to try and do, is find the balance. And there's some really terrific work, and I know it's not specific to the question, but the other terrific work that we're doing is around the issue of diversion and around the issue of doing more with communities, particularly place-based projects that work with communities. What we really want to get to, the best position that we can get to as a society, is one where young people actually don't interact, with the law in a negative way, don't interact with the youth justice system. And how do we do that as a society? We do that in terms of wraparound, in terms of all of the services, in terms of looking at what are the causes that lead to this, and how do we try and close those causes, and how do we make sure that we can tailor that? There wouldn't be a person that I can think of who wouldn't want the best for young people. If their circumstances are
Minister,
no good, what we've got
sorry
to
to
do is change
interrupt
the
you.
circumstances.
I'll just take you back to the question specifically around the Raise the Age campaign. I'm just wondering, given a key role as the Minister of Youth Justice is to achieve the best outcome for young people that are engaged with the justice system itself, I'm wondering how your office is also addressing the issue of Raise the Age, or whether you've been completely excluded from it.
No, I'm not being excluded, but not at all. And I mean, based on the answer that I've just given you, you can kind of infer what my thoughts are in terms of I'll have some input. And my input is, what will work, what won't work. But in the end, it's also a decision for the Attorney General to make. The one thing that I'm really pleased with is that there is a lot of consultation that's taking place. It's not a decision that's just do that. I'm also, I'm raising this same issue with the Attorney General when I meet with him. I said I meet with him on a regular basis. I think, like usually once a month or so.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be catching up with him next month and.
Yeah, and have you met with any of the key stakeholders working specifically in the space, such as the organisation behind Raise the Age campaign?
Not recently, but I have met with them I've met with a range of people previously. But which specific organisation? Because there's different groups that I have met with. I've met with another one. But which specific organisation?
Well, there's the organisation behind the Raise the Age campaign itself, and of course there's another 126 legal, social and medical community organisations that have signed on to the Raise the Age campaign.
So I can tell I am meeting with them. I'm meeting with them next month.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've also, as I said, I've got a number of meetings. Met with the team at Youth Action. I was only at one of their events the other night as well, and thanking people working in the youth sector. Obviously, Zoe Robertson, the advocate for children and young people, discussions. I think we've had one meeting, but we're in communication. There's a catch up coming up soon. Met with people, representatives of basically any organisation. One thing I'll say, Madam Chair, is that my door is open. And people know that I do have meetings. The challenge with that, of course, with so many portfolios, is that sometimes meetings do take a little while to get to, but I'm certainly not a person who says no to meetings. And the other thing I do too is that, and look, I've had situations where I've been at events with young people, whether they're youth events or, at events where, where there is, like for example, if I visited the Youth Justice Centre, I will also want their input a little bit. I think it's really important to hear from young people too. I met some people who were young advocates the other night, and it was really excellent to just have a chat with them. And I actually gave them some homework. I went back to my old days, and I said, look, I really want you to put some stuff out there.
I will interrupt you there, Minister. Sorry, because I think we're going a little bit off from the questions. I appreciate your enthusiasm for the portfolio.
No.
You were talking about the fact that you've got an open door and that you're happy to meet with different organisations. One organisation or one key body, the Public Interest Advocacy Centre, I believe has reached out to meet with you but hasn't been able to meet with you yet. Correct me if that's wrong. Are they a body that you are planning to meet with in the future very soon?
Sorry, the public?
The Public Interest Advocacy Centre. They do a lot of work with young people in the justice system.
I've got a... Okay, I'm happy to talk to you offline with that, because I've got a feeling that there was someone that either I met with a while ago, but of course we'll try and do as much as we possibly can. Like it's, but I'm not aware of any meeting request. I'm more than happy to follow it up and to, and to fill you in with it as well. So
great.
If I could just preface it with, sometimes like it may not be straight away, but I'm more than happy. And outside of this session, just double check with you. I'll follow that up for you.
Great.
And find out. And if we haven't heard from them, we'll reach out. And if we have, we'll get to them again.
Great, fantastic. Thank you. In 2018, an inquiry into the adequacy of youth diversionary programs in New South Wales was produced a report with a long list of recommendations. Are you familiar with that inquiry report?
The 2018 report, I know
Yes.
there's been a number of inquiries. I'm familiar with some of the contents of that report, and I'm familiar with some of the recommendations that were made. But I will say as well, like it was a long time trying to get across some of those things. But in terms of youth diversion, I could talk to you plenty about it.
Yeah, I wanted to ask specifically about one of the recommendations from that inquiry that called for a review of the Young Offenders Act, which you have joint responsibility with the Attorney General. Has any action on a review in that space, is there any work happening on a review in that space?
Yes.
Yes. Can you tell us more about that?
So it's currently being considered by the government, but it has been that recommendation's been enacted on.
Okay. You can't give us any more information on that at the moment, or?
Hopefully the next one.
Okay. Alrighty. Many of the recommendations from the 2018 inquiry also called on New South Wales Government to increase the number of holistic support services for young people in custody or on bail, with a particular focus on regional and remote areas and on young people with complex needs. As the Minister for Youth Justice, is there any work that you're doing to ensure that those support services are being prioritised?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you like, I'll speak to you about a couple of things. I 100% agree with you about the support services that we need to provide, particularly around people who probably don't have any other support service there. There's a sad reality that sometimes people who come into contact with the youth justice system do so because they actually don't have that support network that helps most people. In some of those cases, do you want me to give
You can finish your question.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll keep it short. So we're doing a lot there. I visited, one example was out in Wagga that I can think of off the top of my head, where there's a terrific program there. There's effectively a wraparound service where even part of that, which is run by one of the local Indigenous groups and Uncle James, they actually just make sure that they get the kids, for example, to school, make sure that they've got a uniform. All of those little things that may seem innocuous, but those little things, when they actually accumulate, can cause some bigger problems. I can come back to that a little bit later in the next round if you like.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
No worries.
Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. In the context of the hottest year on record for the planet, what work's being done to improve early detection and response to ignitions before it gets to the point of containing large fires?
Yeah, it is the hottest year. We've just seen it, and like I said a bit earlier, like right now we know that there's across the state, I think, and the Commissioner may correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think there's about 85 fires that are actually burning at the moment. And when you consider that it's only October and we've been fighting fires since September, we're quite worried. Actually, even before September, we're quite worried about that. There's work that we're doing in terms of the early detection, particularly around the issues of making sure that we can try and get to the fire as quickly as we possibly can. An investment that's been made was one of the election commitments that we made, was also about some of the early detection systems and making sure that we can do that. Did you want me to ask, was it specifically around fires that you wanted?
Yes, I'm specifically interested in early detection and response to ignitions and perhaps to help you expand perhaps what new technology is being trialled.
Yeah, sure. So the Rural Fire Service works so incredibly closely with the Bureau of Meteorology. You know, we have to work so closely together, and they give us as much as they can an update on where it's at, if things happen unexpected, but certainly if as we know, there are situations where there's going to be an issue, then we could try and move our assets and people there before it actually happens so we get to it straight away. Sometimes there are remote ignitions, ignitions that happen in really remote areas that are very, very difficult to get to. So we've actually got in the RFS, and these are incredible people because I certainly wouldn't have the courage to do what they do, but they effectively get flown into an area that's, you know, pretty isolated, but there's a fire, and get, you know, dropped down with just a handset with a bunch of hand tools and try and contain the fire where they possibly can. We're using any of the early detection systems that we've got.
Thank you, Minister. I agree with you that remote area firefighters are outstanding. I'm particularly interested to understand in terms of human resources and light aircraft capacity, are we adequately resourced to do that work this summer?
Yeah, well, look, we've got 70,000 volunteers. Now, I will say that doesn't mean there's 70,000 people who are available at any given time, and we would never say no to any additional volunteers. But we're very, we're confident that we've actually got the resources available in terms of some of the additional aircraft. We're the only state in Australia that actually has its own Chinook helicopter water bombing aircraft. And what makes that so incredible is it carries, I think, about 10 to 11,000 litres of either water or retardant. So whereas consider like a regular helicopter might carry about, say, 1,000 to 3,000, depending on the size of it, it means it can drop a little bit. We've also got access to a number of aircraft that we could possibly get going at any given time. There's a plan to continue working with this. We work with our friends across the different states, but I'm informed that we've got the capacity for this year. Notwithstanding, we'd always love more. Notwithstanding too that many of the people who are fighting fires now are similar volunteers who fought and did some work around the floods. So people who are volunteers often volunteer in lots of different things. So we continue to work on it. And if I could just indulge me 1 sec, I really do want to acknowledge the incredible efforts of the Rural Fire Service. I want to acknowledge Commissioner Rogers and his team for the work that they're doing. It is a really, really difficult time. We're doing the best that we can and we're being as well prepared as we can. One of the things that I can say is the rapid response has been really terrific in being able to focus on the protection of homes.
Thank you. I'm really specifically interested in early detection. So you mentioned aircraft for water bombers and retardant. I'm specifically interested in, for example, light aircraft or other emerging technology like drones or satellite technology. What work's being done to improve our ability to detect those early ignitions, particularly in remote areas? Yeah,
sure. So we do have some with the drones as well, but we've also got another system with first trial. We're using it now, and we're also helping. Can't remember which state it is, but we're helping one of the states in terms of support. We've got this system called Athena that actually it's based on an artificial intelligence system that absorbs all of the data that's coming in and predicts the potential path of the fire so that we can get our resources there as quickly as possible. Like the other preparedness, of course, like that's the detection. The other preparedness that we do is try and make sure that we reduce the hazard load wherever possible. But the Athena system is really, and it's a cliche that MPs love to use, is a game changer. It's a game changer in the sense that it takes in all of the data, whether it's Bureau of Meteorology, whether it's people who are on the ground, whether it's the firefighters, whether it's the local community, and says this is what's happening right now, and it starts to predict where the fire will be going. And so we've got that. We're also a partnership with Forestry Corporation, AI, and smoke detection camera system. So we've got cameras, we've got the drones, we've got the Athena. We're trying to do everything that we possibly can. And of course, given like the fires that happened in Bega recently, some of our light aircraft will fly ahead to just see where the spotting is. So we know that the spotting and sorry about that, but like when the wind blows, it moves the embers forward, and that's the spotting. And so we want to pick up on those spots as quickly as possible so that we can quickly target that area. If we can drop some water on it before it takes hold, that's what we're trying to do. But the first focus, of course, is not to have fires, but then quickly get to them and put them out and make sure that we do as much as we can to protect people and property.
Is there any data available about what proportion of fires this season have come from escaped burn-offs?
Yeah. Oh, look, I don't have that. I'm more than happy to take that on notice, please.
Thank you. I understand there is community concern about escaped burn-offs. I'm interested to understand what's being done to reduce this and if that's included consideration of bringing forward the bushfire danger period.
Yeah, so we could take that on notice. And the bushfire danger period, we did bring it forward for some of the areas that we were concerned about. I think we brought it forward by, if I could just check, about a month or so. Yeah. Would you like the Commissioner to feed in a little bit more? Yeah, Commissioner, if that's okay.
Good timing, Minister.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your attendance. I understand there's a lot of operational activity. I'm glad to have you here to answer our questions.
There is, thank you. I think just building on the Minister was quite correct in what he said about the technology we're bringing to play, but some of the other detection things that we're doing, there's an X Prize currently out in the market with Minderoo, and that's a partnership between RFS for Australia, Cal Fire for California, and we're basically putting out a challenge for satellite detection of fires and reporting within 10 minutes of ignition. And that would be absolutely game changing. And then if you build that into things like, as the Minister said, the Athena system, you'll get instantly what fires are detected, where they're going and what their potential are, in a very short space of time, rather than waiting for someone to have to ring 000. So we're very much hoping that that's going to give us a bit of a game changer for technology and obviously early detection, because if we can detect fires early, particularly as fire seasons are getting more and more difficult, that's some of the strategies we need to deploy. Get them early, and then joint response with trucks, with fire rescue and RFS to try and suppress those fires as quickly as we can. With regards to landowner escape burns, it's absolutely a problem, and it's a challenge for us. Indeed, just this week we've been dealing with quite a number of fires in the north of the state, in areas around Tenterfield. There's more than 10 fires burning around there. Our firefighters develop strategies to contain those fires, and then suddenly there's another fire lit, we believe, by landowners to try and protect their own properties. So we're working closely with police, Strike Force Toronto, to try and identify those landowners, and where we can, obviously get prosecutions through police. We've also been fining, so RFS can fine landowners where their burns are either illegal or escape. So we are really ramping up our action against landowners, because it's costing the state hundreds of thousands of dollars each year.
Thank you for the detail around the enforcement. I'm interested also what work's being done to prevent those burn-offs from being lit.
Well, I guess the point is that local areas have the ability, as the Minister said, to say, given the local conditions, we should bring forward the fire danger period. In the north of the state, they typically do that each year because the fire season happens earlier up there. So we empower local committees. I mean, it ultimately gets approved by us, but we never knock back when they want to bring them forward.
Thank you.
The challenge we have is if we bring it forward, say to all year round, that would be a considerable resource issue for us, particularly because a lot of the people that are issuing those permits are volunteers, and we'd have to then look at how we resource that. So that'd be a challenge for us if we were to have year-round permits.
Thank you. And just in my last 30 seconds, I'm interested in that cited volunteer number of 70,000. How many of those 70,000 are, trained up to date and active and ready to actually respond this summer?
Well, normally we have, I think the numbers, and I'll get it. I'll give it make sure I give an accurate answer. But it's around 45,000 that are trained, ready to go. Now they're doing the operational firefighting side of it. The other people are doing support services. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that may not turn out every day, but when there's a big campaign fire, they'll come out and help and do night shifts, things like that. So we run on about 45,000 is the active number, we believe.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Wes Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Minister,
Hey.
how are you?
I'm going well. How are you going, Mr.
Minister, I'm fabulous.
That's excellent.
Now, I'm
absolutely fabulous, or just fabulous?
Well, look, let's see how you feel after this 20 minutes, Minister.
I'll be feeling fabulous.
I'm just asking for some papers to be tabled. And while that's happening, Minister, you'll be provided a copy. The RFS Commissioner will be provided a copy. Minister, you'd obviously be aware that we're in a bit of a fire danger period, high risk. Are you confident that your team are well prepared for any fire that's coming up?
Is it in relation to this, or?
I'm just in general, Minister. Like,
okay,
let's
okay, so let's start. So you're talking about. Sorry.
Are you confident that your team are well prepared and ready for whatever might occur at the moment?
Yes, I am, and I know that they're doing their very best. They've been preparing for the season ahead.
And you're confident that the fire teams are ready to go and that they'll be able to deal with the issues that come up?
I've got confidence in them, and I've got confidence in the work that they've been doing. I've got confidence in the organisation, made up a lot of volunteers who are giving up their time to protect the community.
Agreed. So, Minister, in that respect then, I'll ask you to have a look at the paper that I've just tabled. Now, this is a message that was sent out to members, RFS members in a certain brigade. It basically says, and I'll read it, morning all, we have nearly maxed out our limit on our motor pass account. In caps, it says, this means we have to limit the use of the motor pass cards at this time. This affects, it names the brigade, vehicles only. It may take a few days to fix the issue. For trucks deploying to, and it sort of gives away the error. We'll need to arrange to get Ampol cards we have from Council to one of you. This will allow all trucks deployed to fill up. Minister, how have you allowed your RFS trucks to not be able to even fill up on their cards? What would happen in an emergency?
Yeah, look, I think, Mr. Fang, what you're talking about here is a particular issue. This is the first time that I've seen it. I'm more than happy to look into it.
Is this the first time you're being made aware of this issue?
You've just tabled this in the committee, and
have your bureaucrats not told you about this?
I think Mr. Fang, as you know,
I think it's
we've
pretty.
had, as you know,
I
we've had
appreciate
currently,
I appreciate
we've
that,
had
Minister.
some fires.
I know.
Let me finish, please. We've got at the moment 85 fires. We've got 7 total fire bans right now. There are a number of things that are happening. The agency and the firefighters have been doing everything they can.
Minister,
this is an issue. Obviously,
I appreciate that.
Obviously, it's an issue that we'll look into.
And given that there are the number of fires that you have raised, there are any number of issues around the state, would you not make sure that your RFS trucks are able to get fuel when they need it so they can fight fires? And if now is the first, this message was sent on the 26th of October 2023, if you're only finding out about this now, does that mean that someone in your office or your department is trying to cover things up and not make you aware of genuine issues where RFS trucks can't get fuel?
There's no cover-up that's going on, and I find that a little bit.
Is this in relation to budget cuts?
I think.
Is this because of your budget cuts?
Mr. Fang, as I said earlier, we've actually increased the budget to the RFS.
Then how come your trucks can't get fuel, Minister?
This is
how come your trucks cannot get fuel?
This, Mr. Fang, is one issue. I've said to you, I'll look into it.
We've got to share an Ampol card if we want to deploy somewhere.
Yeah. Well,
it's pretty bad.
Well, Mr.
How do you feel about it, Minister?
Mate, I'm happy to find out a bit more about that. I'm not sure if the
it's a bit of a
has
shock
any more
that, given
say.
it's a week ago. I mean, you should have, you should already be aware of this, Minister.
Well, Mr. Fang, there's a lot of things that I am aware of. Obviously, this is an issue that we'll look into. I'm not sure if the Commissioner has...
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the Commissioner, if you wouldn't mind, Minister.
Yeah, maybe we'll probably contain it down a little bit, mate. That's okay.
Oh. I just think it's quite serious, and I think that asking to tone down the issue.
I don't.
Sorry, there's been a
point of order.
Order.
Medical emergency.
Order.
The Minister has made it clear that he's unaware of a micro operational issue.
Oh, now here we go. Labor's calling it a micro issue.
I'm trying to make a point of order, Madam Chair.
Let's ask our people what they think about that.
The Honourable Wes Fang.
I've never seen it before.
Can you put him back in his box? He has called on the Commissioner to see if the Commissioner can elaborate, and I ask you that they just be given the time to do that.
Yes, the Honourable Wes Fang has agreed to hear the answer from the Commissioner, so I will... The Honourable Wes Fang now has the floor, but if he wants to hear the answer from the Commissioner, then I suggest
I'll hear from the Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't seen this either. I've never seen this before, so I'm happy to look into it. I will speculate to you though that this is a council card, because councils have the trucks are vested in councils, so the councils normally will have those fuel accounts and issue the cards. So I'm happy to check it up, but that's why I wouldn't probably know about it, because it's a local government issue, because the assets are vested in them.
And so what if you call on the assets to be deployed?
We would absolutely we'd put them on credit card if we needed to. All of our staff have credit cards, and if there was a problem with those cards, we would authorise our staff to use credit cards. So
is this a pretty widespread problem? Is this something that happens?
I don't believe so. I can remember one other case where there's been a card problem with, and it's a local government account, not a state government account.
So in that respect, do you support the vesting assets for the state government to have the assets as opposed to the councils?
Well, with respect, it's not my job to.
But you'd be aware of
give government. It's a government policy.
But
issue.
you'd be aware, obviously, now that
this
is if this is a state government, if this is a council issue that's arisen. It would make sense that this needs to be then, resolved by vesting the interest with the state government, so that this doesn't occur again. Would that be fair?
I guess that's one way you could look at it. I mean,
yeah,
the other way you
be
could
the
look
right way
at
to
it
look
is
at it, I would think. But
talk
anyway.
to the council and find out what the problem is with the account.
Yeah.
It's not a widespread issue, I don't believe.
Well, I found out about it, so I mean, let's have a look.
Obviously, quite a good investigator on these matters, Mr.
Oh, I'm fabulous, let me tell you. But we'll get to some of the other stuff that I'm going to do later. I might move on if that's all right, because I've only got limited time.
If I could just ask,
sure.
When did you find out about it?
I found out about it very recently.
Would you have not just said, hey, here's an issue, can you try and solve it straight away? Or did you save it to play politics?
No, I didn't save it to play politics, but
Okay,
it is one of the issues.
That's a question that I have.
It's one of the many issues. Well, I don't think it's a small issue, Minister, and that's the thing. I think it's the way that we've defined it, and noting the Honourable Mark Buttigieg defined it as a micro issue when RFS trucks can't get fuel. I think that's pretty poor. But anyway, that just goes to show the support that the Labor Party gives to the RFS.
My only appeal would be if there's things that we can do to help resolve the situation, I'd rather find out.
Okay, well, let's shift gears, Minister, shall we? And we'll discuss the operational budget for fire and rescue. Can you confirm the wages have seen an increase of 4.5%?
That's the. You've seen that was our policy as a government, 4.5%. Yes.
When did it take effect?
We came to an agreement. I think it would have been about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So I'm assuming then it just runs through the process of how it works with payroll and so forth. And I've got to say, the award was approved by the IRC, and it was actually a really great way of being able to see Fire Rescue New South Wales
I've got plenty of
working
questions,
and coming.
Minister, and so I'm just going to redirect you if that's all right. I appreciate that. I've got very short answers because I've got a lot of questions for you.
No worries.
Now, given that was only handed down a couple of weeks ago, Minister, was that factored into the budget that was handed down about 5-6 weeks ago?
That'd be a budget question. In terms
I know,
of
but you're the minister, so that's why I'm asking you.
And Mr. Fang, as you know, that within the budget there was an account for the 4.5% increase across the public sector.
Okay, so it is in the papers, is what you're saying.
It's been accounted for in the budget.
It's been accounted for in the budget.
Been accounted for in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah. And as a government, we didn't hide from that. As a government, we actually proudly said that people who are frontline, people, emergency and essential service workers, deserve more pay. Okay. Because we actually believe in the value of supporting people who support the community in a way so that they can actually do it.
I appreciate you've got I'd ask the Honourable Mark Buttigieg, given that both of the contributions he's made so far are not really helpful, he might just sit there quietly and he can use his time later.
Is this a point of order?
No, it was just an observation. Thank you.
It's your time.
Minister.
Yeah.
So you've said that it was accounted for in the budget, and yet you waited until only a couple of weeks ago to announce it. Were you playing politics with this announcement?
That's a really good try, Mr. Fang.
It's a genuine question. I'm glad you find it funny, Mr.
Let me tell you.
I'm glad you find it funny, but I'm not laughing here.
Okay.
Because the budgets are serious.
Mate, budgets are Mr. Fang, budgets are very serious. But let's just go back a step. We actually had to negotiate an award. And an award is not just the pay. It's also about the conditions. We were in the award negotiations. I want to make sure that we get the best award that we possibly can. So that was an offer made that was in terms of the pay,
Yep.
and an award agreement that was signed off. And I think it's the first time that there's, in a long time, that there's actually been a really good award negotiation process
Yep.
that helps everybody in terms of making sure that we can do the very best that we could. It's something in terms of the negotiations that the previous government didn't do.
Yep.
They didn't treat essential workers with the respect that they deserve.
Well,
they
Minister,
didn't treat
look,
essential
look,
workers
I think
with
that,
the remuneration that they
I think
expected.
I've given you.
Right.
I've given you that free pass on that rhetoric before. You
I-
table all your rhetoric up front, and then we can just get it out of the way, so you're not wasting my time.
Yeah,
with
well,
it, okay?
look, I'm
now,
being
Minister,
respectful here.
I'm going to ask the
Sure.
next question. Was there back pay included in the in the agreement?
Yeah, it was backdated to the expiry of the award.
Which is?
And the expiry of the award, I think, off the top of my head, is about February or so.
Okay.
So, and that's again in that sense of fairness.
Okay, so
Making sure
you've got a wage increase that. So we had the budget handed down, a number of weeks ago. You've held off announcing the wage increase until a couple of weeks ago, before estimates. You've then got back pay in there. You've said that the in the forwards that the 4.5% is there is the back pay.
Yes,
Included
it is.
in the.
It is, and I've got to say, I've got to just maybe point something out. I said it expired in February. In February, there was a different government, as you might remember.
Mm-hmm.
That previous government, of which you were a part of, knew that award was coming up for conclusion.
Yep.
And they actually let it expire. So we've done the right thing, and we've worked with the agency.
Are you saying we weren't doing the right thing, Minister?
Well, it expired, didn't it, under your watch, Mr. Fang?
Minister,
I think
given
paying
we know
people-
the union campaign, and there might have been a bit of a bit of games being played there.
paying people.
But,
I think paying people for the work that they do.
I agree.
And having an
I
award
agree,
agreement
Minister.
is actually a really
I
good
agree.
thing. It's the
But
right
Minister,
thing
I'm going to
do.
ask you
it's
now.
the fair thing
Minister,
to
I'm
do.
going to move on if that's
Sure.
okay.
Yeah,
I just want
please do.
to.
Sure you agree, Wes?
Sorry, I'd ask you to, just don't
Sure.
waste my time. Thank you, Mr. Buttigieg.
Sorry, did I miss that?
No. Mr. Buttigieg just likes to waste my time because he's got nothing else to really to contribute. Yeah. Minister, is overtime guaranteed in the new award?
In what way? You mean like is there a set type of overtime? You mean, or will there be overtime? How do you mean?
Are you guaranteeing that members will be able to access overtime? Are overtime payments guaranteed in the award?
It's budgeted for, but it's not built into the award. So, if I give you an example of how it works, Mr. Fang, if somebody is away, and we need to ensure that we've got that covered to make sure that we can be able to get our appliance, in other words, the minimum career numbers, then we do the overtime. So that's budgeted for. I've also, happy to say that obviously we made, the commitments to have additional firefighters so that we can make sure that we have additional firefighters, because under the previous government, the population increased by 1 million people, and yet firefighter numbers actually decreased that were actually in the station. So we're rectifying that. But yes, overtime is budgeted for, but that's not the thing that you actually put in an award.
Okay. Minister, I'm going to ask you to turn to the agency financial statements for 23-24.
Yep, just give us a sec.
And just while you're doing that,
Sorry,
Minister,
sorry,
can you...
just give us one? I'm just
Yeah.
with my glasses. What page are you on, Mr. Fenton? Yeah. Page. You on? What page are you on?
C 1121 and pages 3 to 8.
3 to 8. Hang on a second. Either I need new glasses. We're on the right page, but excuse me. Bear with me for a minute.
Yeah, and just while you're looking, at that, Minister, so there are guarantees of overtime in the new award.
In the budget.
Yes. No,
in the budget. I said that in the budget.
In the award, you guarantee overtime.
In the budget.
Not
There's
in the
an
budget. I'm
overtime
asking you about
provision.
in the award. Do you guarantee the RFS members? Sorry,
whereabouts on this budget paper is it that you? Sorry.
No, I'm asking you to turn to that while I'm asking you a question about the previous line of questioning that I was asking.
And I answered the question. I said that it's budgeted for.
Okay. Well, I've asked if it's guaranteed in the award that you've signed, but
it's budgeted for, Mr. It's budgeted for, Mr. Fang.
Okay. I'll take that as a yes. I'll take that as a yes. That's
but that's,
okay.
I think, I'm not. I've actually said it's budgeted for. That's pretty clear.
Okay. No. Clear as mud, Minister. But I'm now going to ask you.
Sure.
So according to the budget papers, and you've got those open there.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad you actually bought them, unlike Minister Camper, who...
Oh, look what I did. Yeah, okay.
Anyway, the budgeted employee-related expenses for 23-24 are...
Budgeted, hang on a sec. Budgeted
766.6, is that what you got there?
766.166? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that'd be...
do you need to borrow my budget papers?
Oh, no, Minister, I've got
Did
mine.
you bring one
I keep
yourself?
mine... See, different generation, mine are online, but it's okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, it probably is. Can you tell me what the actual employee-related expenses for 22-23 were?
The actual employee-related were, for 22-23?
Yep.
774.
Okay. So do you agree that the budgeted employee-related expenses for 23-24 are about $8 million less than the actual employee-related expenses for 22-23?
Well, what I can tell you is that the budget allocation for 22-23 was $664 million, and it's been increased to $766 million in 23-24.
But Minister, my point is that the actual expenses is less than what you've got budgeted for the next financial year. Does that seem reasonable to you, given that we are moving into a hotter, drier, and more risky fire season?
I'm going to say once again
is that a failure?
The budget has actually increased by roughly $100 million.
Minister, you're deliberately ignoring the question that I'm asking.
I'm giving you an answer.
The actual financial costs of the 22-23 budget were 774.1. You've budgeted 766.6. Now, Minister, you've got $8 million less budgeted than what you actually spent the year before, moving into a hotter, drier season. How is it that you have allowed a situation to occur that you've budgeted for less than you've spent the year before?
Mr. Fang, the budget has been increased by about $100 million on what was budgeted for the previous financial year. There are also a number of things that come into play as to why the budget may have been, the actuals were higher last year. Part of that would be some of the natural disasters that people were dealing with.
And you're saying you're not expecting, them now?
What I will say...
Are you saying you're not expecting any natural disasters now?
What I will say, Mr. Fang, is that there are a number of measures that we're putting into place.
Well, Minister, it looks like a budget cut to me.
And it actually looks to me like
a whacking great big budget cut to me, given that you've also got a 4.5% increase in wages.
Yeah. And you still don't like to pay people for the work that they do.
Don't obfuscate, Minister. Don't obfuscate. This is what work you did with your department and the Treasurer for this financial year and this budget. And at the moment, it looks very much like you've got a whopping great big budget cut in what is moving into a very risky fire season, and the fact that your fire trucks can't get fuel, I think, is the start of the problem.
Okay, in the first instance, but you might have got your grab there, but in the first instance, Mr. Fang, what I will say is that there's been an increase, as I've said, there's been quite
Did you fight for these? Did you fight for the men and women in New South Wales that volunteer for the RFS?
I'll answer your first question, and then the second one, the example that you just gave, is actually around a different issue. That was the RFS. There is a Fire and Rescue New South Wales and RFS, because you did ask that question a little bit earlier. The fact of the matter is that this government, the Minns government, has actually increased the funding to Fire and Rescue New South Wales quite substantially. They had been underfunded by the previous government.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's underfunded at all, Minister, because we had one figure that was budgeted, and yet we had a huge overspend because we funded the things that need to be funded.
Hang on a sec. So
the budget.
You're actually underfunded.
No, Minister. We had a budget. But we supported our people by making sure the money was there when they needed it. What you've done is then taken that knowledge and underfunded it by $8 million, then put a 4.5% wage increase on there. You've underfunded the fire and rescue, haven't you, Minister? Did you fight for them? Did you fight for your people? You're the Minister.
Mr. Fang, let me tell you about...
At least you can get my name right. I'm pleased about that bit. That's good.
Let me tell you about the amount of respect that I have for the people that I'm privileged to be there.
Then why don't you fund them, Minister?
Then why don't you fund them? We have increased the budget quite substantially. You're playing a really interesting game here. We've increased the budget quite substantially.
Minister. This is budget estimates. I'm holding you to account for the decisions you've made. And you have made a budget cut to fire and rescue at a time when New South Wales can little afford it.
We have given the biggest increase in the wages of firefighters and fire rescue personnel in over 10 years.
And they can't
That's
get
something that
fuel
the
for
previous
their
government
trucks.
didn't do it. We've had an increase in their budget.
And you're not
You
putting
yourself
fuel in
just
the
said
trucks.
that you'd underfunded them. So
I never said that. Don't put don't verbal me, Minister.
Thank you.
because
We're
it
now
won't end
moving
well
on
for
to
you.
crossbench time.
Don't verbal me, Minister.
Order. We're
Where's
now
the-
moving on to.
Don't verbal me,
Thank you,
Minister.
Minister. We're moving on to crossbench time now. Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I just wanted to ask you firstly about the recent move to abolish the, and this is clearly a cross-portfolio issue for you, but it's incredibly important in youth justice. So the use of the suspect target management plans by police on young people, that has recently been abolished. I'm just curious, and the findings from the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission were incredibly alarming. Perhaps not too many of us working in that field and paying large attention to that field, but the LECC said that it constitutes agency maladministration, serious misconduct, that the use of that program on young people was unreasonable, unjust, oppressive and improperly discriminatory in its effect on children and young people, and has resulted in police acting unlawfully. And in particular, it's had an incredibly oppressive impact on First Nations young people. Can I ask you, Minister, firstly, are you aware of the program? Are you aware that it's been abolished? And are you going to be advocating for some form of redress program for young people in New South Wales?
Thank you. I'm trying to remember most parts of the question. Obviously, I've seen some media reports about that, and I'll have a closer look into it. Obviously, there's a matter there for the police. My advocacy for young people is well known. My belief in what we can do for young people is really well known. But I think it's making sure that where I'm responsible for in terms of my youth justice portfolio, it's in working with the young person once they come into, after they've come in contact and they come into basically the youth justice system and what we can do at that point. I'm happy to follow that up, but of course I'll always advocate for the best things possible for young people.
And so are you, does that include, thank you for that, and I appreciate your genuine youth advocacy. Are you, in looking at that, will you commit to looking at, because we are talking about young people that have been forced into the criminal justice system, who have suffered dramatically at the hands of the youth criminal justice system. Are you open to looking now, given this finding, and it is a radical finding, are you looking at a potential redress to those young people who have been significantly harmed by the state system over the last few years?
So, Ms Higginson, if I can just have a bit of a chance to have a look at that report and to understand it a little bit more and to also work with my colleagues across the different portfolios.
Can I just suggest, thank you, can I just suggest, this is the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. I don't think I have seen words like this for some time in looking at a particular program. Constitutes agency maladministration, serious misconduct, unreasonable, unjust, oppressive and improperly discriminatory. That's our Law Enforcement Conduct Commission on our young people, and particularly First Nations young people. Will you look at, just open your mind to the fact that there may be a serious case for a redress system for those young people that have been suffering at the hands of that program?
So, Ms Higginson, I obviously an open mind. The words you've just read are quite, they're quite difficult words to hear, and and it goes very closely to the heart of what we want to try and achieve for young people. I work well with the police, especially in the youth space. We'll continue to do that. And but you know, the report kind of like there's the media in it today, and I'll be straight up with you, I haven't been able to have a good look at it. But obviously, I commit to you that I will work with whoever I need to, including you know, the police, to try and make sure that we can have a look at this situation.
Thank you. And could you also, given your close relationship to police, could you please also look at whatever replacement program, if the police are intending a replacement program, is focused on good youth justice outcomes, and can you please commit to involving Aboriginal controlled organisations in any development, if in fact there will be the development of any program?
Absolutely, and I will certainly be a part, you know, to consult, to offer my bit into that. And I'll say that one of the things that is really important to me, and I think you might not have been in a room earlier, I was talking about diversion. I think we just ran out of time, but that issue around diversion and the issue around place-based solutions and community-led solutions is really, really important to me.
Thank you, Minister. But remembering this is actually even before those diversion programs. This is just getting police out of young people's lives when they shouldn't be in there.
Sure. And in that context, of course, it looks at the bigger picture. And the other part that I'd said is, what are the gaps and what are the problems that actually lead them to the point where they come basically to, you know, a diversion program. We want to try and stop it way before it gets to that. That actually also involves agencies that may include health and it may include education.
Thank you.
What's the early intervention? And absolutely, if I could just add in there, absolutely the community voice, and in that sense, Indigenous First Nations voice, there is an over-representation.
Can I just
of
point
young
out to you
Indigenous
as
people.
well that the groups that were literally advocating for the abolition of this program over years are PIAC, the Public Interest Advocacy Centre that you were referred to and drawn out before. It is the Redfern Legal Centre and a bunch of other incredible frontline justice advocates. Can I please urge you to meet with them as a matter of priority?
I will, and I committed to that. And the Redfern Legal Centre, I've met with them a number of times previously and now. Incredible amount of work.
I'm running out of time, Minister. Can I keep going?
Sorry, I've got to get a track
I
of
know,
this time.
I know. I've got some more questions.
Dr. Cullen's
Could
been
you
very
please
patient.
tell me how many people under the age of 18 are currently incarcerated in New South Wales right now?
Right now, I might ask for an update. Right now, if I could just hand over to the Secretary, if that's okay?
From memory, 231.
Thank you very much. We can clarify after the break too. How many of those are Aboriginal First Nations people, children, young people?
Would you prefer that we take that on notice and come back to you in the
Or if
afternoon?
Mr. Tibble wants...
I have all the figures here.
I can come back
and
this
I'm
afternoon.
anticipating going through
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so that's okay. Yeah.
Minister,
Sure.
earlier I noticed you said that we could imply your views in relation to raise the age in questions to the chair. Did I imply that, was I correct in implying that you are an advocate for raising the age of criminal responsibility? And if so, what do you suggest the age of criminal responsibility should be in this state? 12,
Look,
14, 16?
So that position I haven't yet come to. It's to me a really important thing about where can we find a potential thing that does work. What are the discussions that I've been having with a range of different stakeholders, including matter around the AG, around the police. I'm one of many people who will be obviously making some input, but I really want to focus on making sure that we can do the best for young people, trying to avoid contact with the legal system. That's also
Thank you. And can I suggest to you, Minister, I note that you did refer to the goal, the redundant goal now of national harmonisation around raise the age and the meetings of Attorney Generals. That has been abandoned. States are going alone. Right now, young people in New South Wales need a champion to raise the age of criminal responsibility. I've been talking to the Attorney General. Young people right now need a champion to raise the age, Minister. Please be that champion for our young people.
Thanks,
The
Mr.
case to raise the age is so made.
Yeah, thanks.
And the Chair made that case today on behalf of those hundreds and hundreds of people.
Where's the question?
Will he be the champion?
I've always been a very strong advocate for young people, Ms. Higginson, and I've been meeting with a range of people from I was privileged to actually be Shadow Minister for Youth Justice many years ago,
We're back being a shadow again, soon enough.
where I spoke to a number of people about the issue of raise the age.
Just last question from me. Last year we asked about music in youth justice centres and access to computers and tablets in prisons. Has this been rolled out? This was access in youth justice centres, access to computers and tablets and music. It's been rolled out in adult prisons. The department said at the time they were very supportive, but it was a bit cost prohibitive. Where are we? Have we done it?
I can speak to some of the things, and I might ask the Secretary specifically. We're doing whatever we can across the different youth justice centres, and myself and Ms McDonald, I know, have visited different ones about different sort of therapy and different
Have we rolled out the tablets and the music? Have we done that yet?
Have we? No, we haven't.
Okay, thank you.
It's
my time's
in
up.
process.
Thank you
No
very
worries.
much.
Thank
Minister.
you.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Okay. So
Thank you.
I have those figures on now.
Thank you.
Do you want a corrected figure of the?
Yeah, you can give
would that
those
be
figures
okay?
now if you like.
Yeah, very
Thank
quickly. I said 231. It was not. It's 212. Total in custody population, of whom 61% or 129 of those in custody were Aboriginal young people. Of that 212, 161 of those are on remand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. Minister, the Far South West Joint Organisation of Councils, including Shires of Central Darling, Wentworth, Balranald and Broken Hill, have written to yourself and Minister Jackson requesting an independent review into flood management in the region, noting the unique and significant issues surrounding the management of the Lower Darling and its connection to Menindee and the lake system. Will you commit to an independent review that incorporates input directly from community as well as from response agencies?
In any review and anything that we do, we'll make sure that we incorporate community consultation and speak with the community about it. I believe in the sense that community has to have a voice. They've also got a long history in the place, that they know things that maybe other people don't know. So,
will there be a review into flood management in this region, in the Far West?
There is some flood management work that's been undertaken. I'm not the Reconstruction Authority here, but if we do something, it will always involve the community. And I know that I know some of the areas that you're talking about, and probably more. I think the Water Minister might be better placed to answer some of those questions.
I'll ask her the same question tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Right. Now, what? In a sec, I can actually give you, if you would like, I can give you one answer. So, okay, so March this year, the Menindee community experienced a mass fish death kill upstream of Lake Menindee. Is it the one you're talking about?
I'm not just talking about the fish kills, I'm also talking about the flooding.
Yeah. Okay. So I might ask the Secretary of Premier's Department if that's okay.
Yeah, Ms. Cohen, maybe I have to answer. I haven't seen that particular letter, but there's going to be a program in New South Wales of doing disaster adaptation plans for all catchments and regions. They will roll out over a number of years depending on the level of risk in each area. So that's the methodology we now have under our legislation for doing those sort of flood risk studies and other hazard studies. So that would be the process that we would put in place. I don't know that catchment and that region is in the first wave of those disaster adaptation plans, but that's the best methodology we have available to do that.
Okay. Minister, I would urge you to consider that councils in this area have written to you specifically asking for that independent review in this region to be prioritised.
Okay, so as the Secretary said, that we'll be working through, and obviously a base of priorities in terms of, even as you're aware, some recent legislative changes to make sure that we've got local voices into LEMC so that they're also across it. And I think that's a really good point, because different communities will require different levels of expertise and input based on, again, location. And the local area management committee, local emergency management committee, that affords us the opportunity to make sure we've got community voice. The review, these reviews and the work that we're doing on flood and flood mapping and adaptation plans is a really important one. So we'll work through that and make sure that we do put them in areas where we can prioritise as much as possible, given that there are so many to do.
Thank you. I'm coming back to fires while we have Mr. Rogers' valuable time here. The most recent Bushfire Inquiry Progress Report, Recommendation 47D, appears to have been completed. This referred to community engagement with affected residents to discuss backburns, where there's significant concern within a community. I'm interested to understand how this has been implemented and where it's enforced in operational protocols.
that a question to me or to the Commissioner? No.
If you can answer it, I'd be delighted, but I expected that it would go to the Commissioner.
I think it'd be fair enough to hand over the Commissioner on that one.
Thanks. Sorry, as far as addressing the backlog, that was principally, there was two areas that we principally had to manage. Mount Wilson, there were communities at Mount Wilson, and there's been, I think, at least 3 meetings there with community members, affected community members, to explain the process that we went through, the concern about the backburns that occurred there. There was also meetings around Conjola to talk to communities around there, but there's also been, they were ones that were outstanding that was highlighted from the inquiry, but we've very much put in place processes to talk to communities after fires. One of the difficulties we have is where we're looking at now, for example, where we end up just having such a succession of fires, it becomes problematic to have the time and the resources to go back then and talk to each community about them, and you've got to wait some time after, and communities do get a level of frustration. So wherever we can, we are doing it, and we're trying to do it better, because there's also been, the coroner even asked if we can do a little bit more of that up front to try and save some of the dramas in a coronial coming out. So it's absolutely something we want to do and we want to do better, but it's just about the timing and the resource of when we're able to get that work done.
Okay.
But certainly the backlog from the 2019-20 fires, I believe, has been completed. Now, that's not to say that everybody is happy with that outcome, but I'm saying we've done that community engagement to the best of our ability.
Thank you. Look, Mount Wilson and Conjola communities are certainly some of the communities that have reached out to myself, but I just wanted to clarify my own understanding that at this point it's not actually reflected in operational protocols that community engagement has to happen across the board moving forward.
Can I take that on notice? I just need to check, because I believe there was, I just need to check 100%. I do believe there is that level of requirement, but I just want to confirm that if I can. The other thing that I would just say that we've been doing over the past 3 years that has been very successful is where we've had fires burning in the vicinity of farmland and rural properties, is to actually put a dedicated person there to liaise with the rural landholders, because we've also found that brings a lot of benefits and tries to, I guess, get them to understand the strategy that we're employing, listening to what they're saying to make sure that they have a level of confidence. So community engagement is something that we're doing our best to get a lot better in.
Thank you. And Minister, I'm sure, would you agree that level of community engagement should actually be happening across the board rather than waiting for a coronial inquiry to take place?
Well, community engagement is incredibly important, and when you consider about people who make up many of our, if you think of emergency services volunteers, they are part of that community. There's constant community consultation. I know that just of late there's been a number of people in different parts of the states, whether some of our colleagues or even community groups, then RFS has led them in terms of engaging with the community, having community meetings. We had our Get Ready weekend that basically ran all across the state, and I know many people in this parliament from across both houses.
Sorry, I'm going to cut you short, Minister. I fully support Get Ready Weekend as well. We're specifically talking about engagement with affected residents in the context of backburns.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. Thank you. Coming back to the Bushfire Inquiry Progress Report, I understand that there is the development of a 4-year plan for fire trail maintenance. When will this be completed and released?
The plan, so the audit, I think it was the audit, you're talking about the audit of the bushfire trails?
Yeah, and my understanding is that was to include a 4-year plan for maintenance.
Yeah. So the audit's there, take it back, but what I might do is specifically to the plan for the 4 years, I may refer that to the Commissioner.
Certainly, thanks, Minister. So we've currently, if I can put it into context, there's 30,000 kilometres of mapped strategic fire trails across the state. There is a lot of them that have actually got what we call fire trail access plans, FAF plans, fire trail and fire access plans. We've had a lot of delay in getting that work done because of the weather. The successive wet years has caused us massive delays in doing that work. There's around a $12 million program this year to try and catch up on some of those works, but there's also a lot of work going on to try and repair trails from the wet weather. But it's fair to say that there's limited amount of machinery that can be brought to bear to get that work done. So it is something that's going to take multi-years to get done. But there is now, I believe the FAF plans are completed for all of the areas, but then the next stage is to get public works to cost them all for us. Which that work is being done now, so that we can obviously have a complete plan, and then that plan be funded for future years.
What impact is the lack of maintenance of those fire trails expected to have on responses this summer?
Well, there is some areas where they're critical fire trails that we've identified. We're authorising work to go forward on those. So I guess at the local, I don't have a list of what are all the critical ones and what the status of them are, but I can certainly provide a report, an answer on notice as far as the critical trails and the work that's being done to rectify them.
Thank you. I think the communities we represent would be interested in having that answer on notice, please. And my last question for you, Commissioner, is I'm now referring to the Auditor General's report, not the inquiry report. What prevents the RFS from reporting incident response times?
Sorry,
What prevents the RFS from reporting incident response times?
Well, I think the difficulty for reporting response times is that it depends on. There's a response to an incident, there's response times from the station, and I mean, we're not saying we don't report, but I think what the point is the actual, what we're measuring. And it's not about turning up to a station, because quite often firefighters, you'll have one firefighter that'll grab the truck and then the other firefighters will meet them at the scene, and so it's not just a simple answer. So I don't think, we're not saying we're not reporting them, but I think there's some debate over what we should be reporting, and the measure that we're reporting is the effect on fires. So we've got a measure of 80% of fires being kept to less than 10 hectares. Now that's a measure that I think is quite important, because it doesn't matter how we get there. It's about doing those things, which is all about early detection, fast response, all of those things. I guess from my point of view, it's not just a simple matter of, how quickly you turn out the door. It's about how quickly you bring those fires and how small they are.
Dr. Cohen, sorry, if it's okay, Chair, just to answer that question, so about the South West Councils, I actually did write back to them. It was about the Menindee that they had written to me. I did write back to them, and I've asked the Reconstruction Authority also to engage with them to make sure that their voices are heard in this in any of the next stages of planning. I just want to clarify that. And also, as we just heard, fire trials are an ongoing body of work that we're just continuously working on.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to clarify the first letter bit, though. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do the government have any questions?
Come on, mop up, guys. What do you got?
No?
Nothing?
We're very satisfied.
Oh, thank you.
Great.
No blood to mop
In
up?
that case,
Okay.
we will break for a short morning tea break, and we'll be back at 11:15. 11:15.
11:15?
We want you.
Wonderful. Welcome back to Budget Estimates. We now turn to the opposition for questions. The Honourable Sam Faraway.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning,
thanks for
Mr.
attending
Faraway.
today. I would like to talk to you about UGARA
Sure.
as the Minister for Emergency Services. Now, Minister, you've been to UGARA with Minister Scully, and I acknowledge that. And on behalf of some of those community members out there, thank you for attending. My question to you, Minister, is from what you saw firsthand on the ground, you surely would agree that the situation warrants a visit from the New South Wales Premier?
Thanks for acknowledging that I've been out there with the Minister, and it was very important to go out there. I made that commitment to the local community as well as to the local member, and as you've seen in the role, since I've had the role, I've been travelling as much as I possibly can. I spent a fair bit of time in the regions. What I saw in UGARA is, I suppose, what many people there would refer to as like the second, it was like a mini Lismore in terms of how quickly the water came through and how the community recovered. I'd met one particular thing that really stood out for me, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, but
Minister, I'd just like to focus on the question. The question is, from your experience firsthand on the ground from your visit a month or so ago, surely it warrants a visit from the Premier to UGARA.
Oh look, and I'm sure the Premier will get out there, and I know that he's having he's had many discussions with the local Member of Parliament there and with the community.
Minister, have you recommended to the Premier that he visit UGARA?
The Premier will be visiting UGARA, I know he will.
Have you also recommended to the Premier that he make the time and visit UGARA?
I think what's very clear is the Premier will go out and visit as many places as he possibly can. Part of the reason that Minister Scully and I went out there was in the same way that we went to other flood or disaster affected areas, was to be able to meet with people in the first instance. We know that he cannot be a rep. I'm very confident he will be in UGARA.
Minister,
and we're visiting UGARA.
Minister, the Prime Minister of this country has visited UGARA. He has flagged that he'll be visiting UGARA on a second occasion. He has also called on the Premier of New South Wales to accompany him for a visit to UGARA. As the Minister for Emergency Services, and I acknowledge your visit, why has our Premier not visited UGARA almost with the 12-month anniversary only 2 weeks away?
I think that the Premier can speak for himself, but I know that he'll be visiting UGARA.
When? Has the Premier advised you when he'll be visiting UGARA?
He will be visiting UGARA and that Central West area because we've spoken about it. He will be there. That's a question you may need to raise with him, sir.
Okay, Minister, I would like to reference a media release that was put out last night. This is a media release from the Premier, Minister Scully, Minister Dibb and the State Member for Orange. Now this is to do with a 50, and do you want me to table it? Like, this is your media release. Like, surely.
If you want to table it for the rest of the committee, I'm not sure if the rest of the committee has seen it.
You would know. You would know what I'm referring to, correct?
The $50 million announcement to support the Central West community, yes.
Okay. So, Minister, I've been inundated with phone calls from people throughout the Cabbage Shire. They feel that the way your government has announced this is nothing short of disrespectful and disingenuous. It was a staged sham media conference that was filmed here in Sydney 2 weeks ago by the Premier, given exclusively to only one news outlet in the Central West. No questions can be asked of this media release or that press conference. Surely you can do things better. Surely we owe the communities of UGARA and the Central West the ability to ask questions when you've put $50 million on the table. Why have you not visited UGARA to announce this and to allow the community to ask questions?
So, Mr. Faraway, I have visited UGARA, and I visited UGARA with Minister Scully, and I know that
we've formulated that. But,
but I just want to give you a little
Let me redirect the question.
Okay, but can I answer that question?
No, because I'm going to redirect the
you've asked
question
me a question, I'd like to
specifically,
answer the question.
and I also have the ability to redirect the question, Minister. Why did no one from the New South Wales government turn up in the Cabbage Shire in the Central West to answer the questions the community have about this $50 million?
I think what's really important is the fact that there was a $50 million announcement made to support the community, and that Cabbage Shire We know the experiences that they've had, excuse me, and in going there and visiting firsthand and working with the local community, working with the Shire mayors and representatives and working with Reconstruction Authority, we came to the view that that community needed some financial support. There's a commitment here of $50 million. I think the fact of the matter is the commitment that's been made is what's going to really support the community. If it's an issue about the media will ask those questions, but there's also,
Minister,
but there is
I'm
also
going to
an
redirect the
opportunity
question
for people to ask
because
that question.
the media can't ask questions because the Premier of this state 2 weeks ago recorded a staged media conference with the state member for Orange in this building, released it to only one media source, couldn't ask any questions. The community members in Eugowra are walking around ringing each other, trying to figure out what are the answers to this question, what comes out of this $50 million, who can they ring, who can they talk to. The state member is on holidays. The Premier won't visit Eugowra and answer the tough decisions. And Minister, you're here before Estimates Day, and this is the only opportunity the Central West community has with these questions to try and get some answers.
Mr. Faraway, I again come back to the initial part. The initial part here is there is an excellent announcement of $50 million to support the Cabonne Shire and the local communities. If you're asking, can it be done in a different way? That's a whole nother discussion. But if you're saying that, you know, we're better off not announcing $50 million so that somebody can announce it in person. We want to try and
Minister,
get...
Sorry,
just
I'm
let...
going to redirect the question. I'm going to redirect the question, Minister.
Point of order,
I actually
Madam Chair.
do want to answer the question you're asking.
Sorry, Minister, sorry, there's been a point of order.
The honourable member has asked a question. The Minister is entitled to answer it how he sees fit and in a full and complete way.
The first part of that point of order is correct. The Minister can answer the question how he sees fit. However, I'm not upholding the point of order because the member also has the ability to redirect the Minister. And Minister, I will ask that if you do start an answer and the member wants to redirect it, that you allow the member to actually redirect that question.
My point of order, if I can make
There's
it
a further
as
point of
well,
order?
is that under paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution, all witnesses need to be treated with courtesy. Now, asking a question which makes a series of allegations and then not allowing even a small retort or response from the Minister is not courteous. I totally agree with the member's right to redirect, but simply cutting him off before he even has a chance to respond is not acting in a courteous way.
Thank you. Order. That's right. Yeah, I will remind the member to be courteous. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you referenced in your previous answer the council mayors and the community leaders and engaging with the community and supporting the community. Minister, have you advised the Mayor of the Cabonne Shire of this $50 million package?
I haven't spoken to him in person. After meeting with the different mayors, we were very clear, or they were very clear to us that they, the place of Central West, and particularly around the Eugowra and the Cabonne area, needed some support. I've met with the Mayor a number of times, but if you're asking me, did I pick up the telephone and say, hey, this is the commitment, then no, but I will say this.
Okay,
but
Minister.
but I will say
the question.
this.
Thank you, and I appreciate
will say this.
that.
It was clear also in our budget papers.
Minister, you haven't spoken to the Mayor of the Cabonne Shire. He has found out by watching the local news last night that his community is entitled to up to $50 million in support. So you can see why the community feel that this is a little bit disingenuous and it is a little bit disrespectful the way you've done it. It's not what you've done. $50 million on the table is a good start, Minister, but I would say the way you have rolled this out is disrespectful to the Cabonne Shire. Minister, have you spoken to any members of the Eugowra Flood Advisory Committee to advise them of this announcement?
Are you asking me questions on behalf of an individual in the community, on behalf of the
I'm
community?
asking questions to you, Minister, as the Minister for Emergency Services.
If you are here trying to say that, you know, because I didn't make a particular phone call, then that's actually a major problem. I'll grant there is an issue there. But what I actually want to say is the outcome is $50 million to support the local community. And in that press release that you've just tabled, we're talking about things that support the community in terms of ways that they can be better prepared. Obviously, working with local government, working in terms of communities that were affected and people that were affected with damage that was done to their house.
I acknowledge, Minister,
if the hang-up-
Minister,
if the
Minister, I
hang-up-
acknowledge the $50 million is a good start.
I'm really sorry. It is a very strong start based on meetings that we had with the local community. We actually went there
Minister,
and
the local
respectfully
community
went
have
out
a
and
lot of
visited and wanted to
questions.
hear
They have a
from them.
lot of questions, and the way that your government has rolled out this announcement doesn't allow the mayor, it doesn't allow community members, it doesn't even allow the local media to ask questions. Again, this is a very shabby way that your media team, along with the Premier's office, have rolled this out, and I say it can be done better. Now, moving directly to
If I could just respond,
media
if I can respond to that. There will be, of course, an opportunity for those questions and a discussion. It's pretty clear that's in there, but I can't imagine anybody saying, do you know what? Don't give us the $50 million to our community that really needs it because, you didn't make a phone call or because you didn't actually give me a chance to ask a question. We can work through those things. And they will. And you asked me at the outset, Mr. Faraway, about visits. I've said there's visits. I said we're working with the community. But what I'm really proud of, and I won't walk back from, is the fact that we've committed $50 million
I appreciate the answer.
to
I'm going
support
to
the local
redirect
community.
the question now. Now, with reference to this media release, it talks specifically about funding for house raising and retrofits. And it is fair to say that not all the community want a buyback. People want to stay in their communities in the Central West, and that may mean a retrofit or it may mean a house to be raised. But, Minister, what do you have in way of support for the 27 families, the 27 households that were either demolished or to be demolished that will not be eligible for a retrofit or for the house to be raised if the house is gone?
So there's a fair bit of work that's already taking place there, and I can have a little bit more detail that's provided to you as well. If I just ask the CEO of Reconstruction Authority.
I've got Mr. Draper all afternoon,
I know,
so we can.
But if you want a clear answer, if you want the
Draper.
most detailed answer, then I'm saying that I could provide some. However, my opportunity to be able to pass to the CEO of Reconstruction Authority, who can speak specifically to things, is also a way to be able to get those. Because I'm not sure if this is about grandstanding or actually about getting an answer.
I will ask Mr. Draper this afternoon some of his thoughts as the CEO of the Reconstruction Authority. But as the Minister for Emergency Services, are you working on a plan for the 27 households that won't be eligible, or a retrofit or a house raising won't be the appropriate support? Are you still considering buybacks as part of the recovery package?
So that $50 million is actually quite flexible in terms of addressing what the needs are of the local community. And for some of those things, it may be arranged. For some, it may be a buyback. Some may be a raise. Some may be a retrofit.
So a buyback's part of the $50 million?
There's a flexibility to be able to do what works best for the community. Now, when I visited Ugara itself,
but a buyback's part of the $50 million. If because it is not stipulated in your media release, it specifically says households will be able to use the funding for house raising and retrofits. Are buybacks included in this $50 million package?
one of the key things that we've learned from decisions of the past, and I'm not here to throw stones at decisions of the past, but one of the things that we've learned, because we're always about learning and improving and trying to get better, one of the things that we've really learned is that not everything fits straight into a square, and not everything just fits into a box, and it's got to be more than a tick a box exercise. We have committed that we will work with the local community, that we will work with local people. We want a community-led recovery to ensure that this money that we have, this $50 million that we do have, is spent in the way that best suits that. So if that means that buybacks may be provided...
I want to take part of your answer.
Sorry, but if it may be provided... If buybacks
I think you've answered the question, and I thank you for that. One of the concerns that is coming from the ground in the Cabbage Shire, Minister, is they appreciate your visit. We've touched on that, I've acknowledged that. But many members of that community have only been able to spend 1.5 hours with you and Minister Scully. They've been able to spend 0 time with our Premier. They have been able to speak to the Prime Minister, though. one of the concerns is that they have no direct contact with your ministerial office. Following these questions today, would you commit to making someone in your office a dedicated liaison for the Central West communities that are impacted, and in particular, whether it is the council, Cabonne Council, or the Eugowra Flood Advisory Committee, or some of the community-led groups in Kidal?
So the Reconstruction Authority is there on the ground. I've met with the Mayor. I'm more than happy to meet with the Mayor again. They've also got a local member of Parliament who can access me anytime he wants to have meetings, as he has done before, as other members of Parliament who represent that area.
Minister,
I know.
The concern is they would like to be able to share their feedback directly with you, Minister,
Yes.
and as the Minister for Emergency Services, are you willing to make someone in your office available as a liaison where if they want to make direct contact with you, Minister, in your office, they can do so, because they have not met with you since that 1.5 hour meeting, which they appreciate, but honestly, we owe that community more than a 1.5 hour meeting.
Look, and I think what's very clear, people who know me know that I am very open to meeting with people and to visiting. That meeting was one part of a bigger trip where I also met with Minister Scully and other people. I'm more than happy, for people to be in contact with us.
That's right. Well, you might share the details and we'll pass it on, because they would appreciate, and I'm being genuine with this, Minister.
I'm happy.
I am being genuine with this. Now,
I'm also happy to have
Minister.
that conversation with the Mayor, and in addition to that, as I said,
I
will do my
Minister,
travel whenever I possibly can.
I've got a lot of stuff to get through. I want to move on to the community assets package. Now, you've come out with $50 million. It's a good start, but there are, in the Cabonne region alone, there's 118 community infrastructure assets that are damaged, amounting to nearly $80 million alone. So if this package, if Cabonne has $80 million worth of community assets that are damaged, if you've got house raising, if you've got retrofit, and you are saying today, I assume that buybacks could be a part of this, you're going to run out of money very, very quickly. How have you identified which community assets as part of that package are going to be included?
This is where we will work with the local community and with the local groups and with local government, and I know that they're also working with.
You haven't identified
the
which community assets could be a part of this $50 million.
I think what I said is really important there, that we continue working with the federal, the Commonwealth government, in terms of course, wherever we possibly can, but locally also. What's really important? What things are the most prioritised? What can we do in terms of any potential funding down the track? What can we do in terms of partnerships with the federal government? What can we do with the local government? What's really clear here is that we want to create a situation where we get the best possible outcome, because together we've actually discovered what the solution
so
will
obviously
be. At this point in
you
time,
don't have a list yet. You'll work with the community. That's sort of what I'm saying. Which is that's fine. I accept that's the answer. Specifically in your media release, Minister, it says community projects such as the rebuild of Eugowra's preschool with Cabonne Shire Council. Now, Cabonne Council have estimated that the community childcare centre cost for the rebuild and the long daycare is unfunded, and it's a cost of $6.5 million. It is specifically referenced in your media release. Can you confirm that $6.5 million out of this $50 million fund will be put towards the rebuild of Eugowra's community children's centre and preschool?
I think what we can see there, actually, if you just give me a second, I'll give you the exact.
Also happy to take it on notice if you need to.
Or you can table the note. I mean, one or the other.
I can. So what I can say is it was damaged. Obviously, as you know, the extensive flooding. A temporary preschool was expedited as interim measure.
We know the history.
Schools infrastructure
funding issue, Minister.
The state until the possible fee.
That's right. Maybe
and the I can tell you this. This is the bit. The New South Wales Reconstruction Authority is funding the centre's re-establishment. Cabonne Council has approved development application for
the $6.5 million for the rebuild of the community childcare centre will come out of this $50 million?
The Reconstruction Authority is
It's-
funding
it's
it.
a yes
It will
or no
be rebuilt.
answer.
It will be rebuilt. That's your answer.
So,
it will be rebuilt.
$6.5 million will be taken out of the $50 million for the rebuild of this centre, because this is a good outcome, Minister. I'm not knocking it. I just want some clarity.
This is.
But-
I've been as clear as I can, Mr.
Okay,
Farrell.
all right, well,
It will
moving
be.
on.
It will be.
Because I
rebuilt.
have one more question.
I have been as clear as I can. It will be rebuilt.
I have very limited time. Minister, it is so important for the communities, in particular of Eugowra and Canowindra, that a updated flood study is done. There are concerns on the ground that this is being delayed because the state government have committed funding towards preparing and completing these flood studies. But to date, the funding hasn't been forthcoming from the New South Wales government. Can you commit that the New South Wales government will fund the updated flood studies for both Eugowra and Canowindra?
What I'll do with that answer, because obviously I was going to refer to the CEO. We've just had a time thing. I'm happy for him to answer that in the afternoon for you, if you like.
So, do you have an answer? Do you know, Minister?
I'll defer that to the CEO.
Right, don't know.
Thank you, Minister. Earlier, you and I were talking about the recommendations from the 2018 inquiry report, and we were talking about services that would be funded.
Is this the diversion one? Sorry, Chair.
This was the 2018 inquiry. Yes, youth diversionary programs in New South Wales. We were talking about ensuring support services are prioritised. And you said that you were wanting to prioritise those services. Will these services be funded and in any way expanded in the next budget, or is that something that you're advocating for?
Yeah, look, very much interested in expanding youth services, and I also think that, if I can make this point, that youth justice itself, I think, is ready for some reform, and I think the time might be right for some reform, and we've got some outstanding people in places who believe that there is a chance for reform. So definitely be advocating for more. We've got some initial work that we're doing at the moment, and in response to a question that was asked earlier, I will go to every single expenditure review committee and push as hard as I can for the portfolios that I'm responsible for. So definitely we're working on that. There are some things in place with this year's budget, and we'll continue for more and more. But I really want to go back to that key point, which is that I'm of the belief, and it's shared by a few others, that the whole youth justice system is actually ready for some reform that is got the intention primarily of putting young people's lives on the right track.
Thank you, Minister. In regards to that reform, I know that the same report also recommended that further research is put into the potential of the justice reinvestment approach in New South Wales. Is that part of your approach of prioritising the portfolio of youth justice and moving change in that space?
Yeah. And I think there's a lot to be said for justice reinvestment. There's a lot to be said for conferencing. There's a lot to be said for alternative ways of still having consequences to people who have got themselves into trouble. And overarching all of that is that desire to make sure that they don't actually get to that point to begin with.
And have you met with Just Reinvest in regards to this?
I've had a meeting. I just need to be 100%, because I don't want to say to you that I've been 100%. Can I get back to you? I know I've spoken to people from Just Reinvest, but whether, I'm just trying to get my timing right. Mm-hmm. But I certainly am aware of the work that they do, and I like the work.
If you haven't met with them, are you willing to?
Yeah. Yes. Here we are. And it was. I have met with them, and I'm actually also them meeting next month.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Thank you.
I just didn't want to give you an answer that I wasn't 100% sure of.
Yeah, fantastic. And given that, obviously, when you're talking about...
Can I say, would you like to... You're more than welcome to join us at that meeting too.
Thank you.
I'll reach out.
Thank you. In regards to the work around justice reinvestment, obviously those kind of programs are most impactful when they're actually long-term projects. Is there an effort from your office to advocate for ongoing funding so that those programs can be assured that they've got long-term support?
Yeah, so the way that our budget works, and I mentioned a little bit earlier that we're within the greater DCJ, Department of Community Justice. We have a part that's for youth justice, and how we spend that money or how we allocate that money is based on like a number of different factors, and one of them is about the reforms that we wish to pursue, the things that we see as really important, and where we can do that. So I think it's a really important thing then to have any more consultation that we could possibly have, and then start moving forward. I think people who know the youth justice and the young people spaces, Miss McDonald does, sometimes we just need to get it moving, because what we've got here is young people really at risk of having a life that doesn't reach its full potential because we just spend a little bit too long thinking about what we're going to do. So that's a yes.
Thank you. I just want to move over to emergency services.
Sure.
You recently announced that disaster assistance will be made available to the Bega Valley Shire local government area following the severe bushfires there. Some of the eligible groups for this assistance includes primary producers. In the case of animal agriculture producers, is the assistance available, are you aware, for veterinary treatment as part of that?
Can I take that one on notice and just get back to you? I know that the support that's provided is one for I don't know, it's about the veterinary thing. I'm not sure if the CEO has any, but I can take that one on notice. Some of these are the support mechanisms. I think that was the natural disaster declaration. It's also in partnership with the Commonwealth. So I'm happy to take that one on notice if you're fine with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and get back to you on that. If that's okay.
That would be really useful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. We'll try this afternoon. If we can't get it to this afternoon, we'll put it down as one on notice.
Fantastic, thank you. I asked, in another portfolio, I'm in PC4, we're doing an inquiry into the veterinary shortage, and a lot of these issues are coming up, and while I understand a lot of those issues do fall under agriculture, given there's that mix here with emergency services, that's where I'm curious to make sure that is included.
Yeah. And we did work with the Department of Primary Industries, who were able to get stock feed out there really quickly. So it was a really good example of how different agencies work well together to try and make sure that we got the support to people as quickly as possible. I made the point earlier that we're learning from everything that we've done in the past, and we're trying to continuously improve. And we had that declaration out really quickly and the support out really quickly, but happy to follow that up. And if it may be with DPI, but I'll give you my word that we'll follow it up.
Thank you. The fires also obviously bring a lot of devastation for wildlife, and that puts a lot of pressure on wildlife carers and, again, veterinarians. Does your department take those stakeholders into account in terms of disaster assistance, or have you met with the Environment Minister on that particular issue?
Sorry, Chair. Just the heart of the question, I missed it, sorry.
That's all right. So the fires also bring a lot of devastation to native wildlife, and that obviously puts a lot of pressure on carers who are caring for that wildlife and veterinarians again. And I'm asking, has your department actually taken those issues into account in terms of disaster assistance, and or have you met with the Environment Minister on this as well?
So I haven't met with the Environment Minister specifically on this issue, but obviously we take into account livestock when it comes to fires. I know that there's also discussions that happen with different groups, particularly around when it comes to hazard reduction. We know that the Black Summer fires obviously took a really terrible toll, but I'll just say, so the responsibilities for that, they fall under the State Emergency Management Committee and Environmental Services Functional Area, and they focus on the protection of the environment, and obviously the environment, all parts of the environment. I can also, did you want to know any about the hazard reduction, what we do?
No, I mean, you mentioned livestock, so you only consider livestock but you don't consider wildlife, is that what you're saying?
No, sorry. I just said livestock because that was just in my mind, because I mentioned earlier about the livestock, the feed. Mm-hmm. So, but the RFS partners with agencies to protect wildlife when conducting hazard reduction burns, particularly in relation to koala populations, and also working with wildlife rescue groups to ensure that, you know, they can recover injured animals as soon as safe to do so.
And so the Department of Emergency Services specifically considers wildlife as well? Is that
The Department of, I'm talking about an RF, so RFS, and we would consider wildlife as well. But also National Parks and Wildlife Service established a technical advisor wildlife role for incident management team. So we set up an incident management team when there's one on, and there's somebody there who's specifically helping, and their role is to assist in terms of informing wildlife response to bushfire and other emergencies. So there is actually somebody there from National Parks and Wildlife with the focus specifically on wildlife.
Okay. It just sort of seems that, you know, wildlife is often falling between the gaps because a lot of these volunteers are having to do all the work pro bono. They're not assisted by the Department of Environment. They're not assisted by the Department of Emergency Services. Do you think that there's value in actually broadening the scope of disaster assistance specifically within the criteria to make sure that that's given proper consideration in some of these disaster emergency responses?
I think having somebody on the committee, the response committee, is really important, and certainly something that we can look into. I take on board what you said, particularly about the fact that people are doing it pro bono and volunteers, and you know there's an incredible amount of people who volunteer for all sorts of things. But I'll be pretty frank with you. I'm not 100% sure of that one. There are people who have been people who have been trained. They've been accredited in that area, and we've also got many of our firefighters. So the actual firefighters, I think there's about 700 who have actually been trained effectively in wildlife first aid.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. I understand that in May this year, the RFS called on the New South Wales Government to ensure members have full access to treatment for potential post-traumatic stress disorders. We're currently hearing in the Health Committee's inquiry into community outpatient mental health how difficult it can be to access that kind of service, particularly as the government's seeking to increase the volunteer base for more frequent and severe disasters. What's the current system for PTSD support for emergency service volunteers?
Well, there's an investment of approximately $17 million over 5 years, and it's about ensuring that we've actually employed an additional 18 allied health professionals, including psychologists, support clinical and organisational services. The RFS released a new mental health strategy. It's developed in consultation with its membership, key stakeholders and respected experts in the field, including the Centre for Post-Traumatic Stress at Melbourne University. So we've expanded the Member Assistance Program to also provide volunteers and families with access to free counselling. We're taking a proactive approach with critical incident support services. And if I add, I remember earlier this year, we'd also said to people, we've got to be also better at reaching out in terms of saying it's okay to seek a bit of help. It's okay to say that you're struggling a little bit. So there's been a fair bit of work. There's trauma-specific clinical care. You know, the well-being is such a priority for us, and mental health and the well-being has got to be a priority, particularly to volunteers and personnel. We've already got claims that allow for up to $10,000 in medical expenses, and we're continuing to work through everything that we can. There are programs that are targeting PTSD specifically, and the RFS is working to ensure that they use all of this information, that we've got all the additional resources. But one of the biggest challenges as well is to, you know, get people to check in on one another, but also if somebody's not travelling so well, that there's no shame in saying, you know, I'm not doing okay, I'm struggling a little bit. So we're using a most proactive approach that we possibly can. I'm not sure if there's anything that the Commissioner would like to add. Is there anything?
Thank you. Look, in the
If that's
interest
okay.
of time, I'm satisfied that you've answered my question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Because I was just going to say, that's fine.
While I appreciate that these events took place before your government came to be in power, I have some questions about the engagement of the consulting firm Critical Management Group Proprietary Limited by Fire and Rescue between 2017 and 2021. How much in total did Fire and Rescue New South Wales pay to CMG to assist in creating their 2018 to 21 corporate plan?
Look, so as you preface, this is an issue that's arisen well before my time as the Minister, and also before we came into government. We've also had changes in terms of leadership with Fire and Rescue New South Wales as well, and take this opportunity to congratulate the new Commissioner Jeremy Futrell on his appointment. I can take that question on notice, if you like, in terms of the specific fund.
Thank you. I have a number of other questions regarding how that contract...
So is that related to that particular contract? Sure. And I'll try this. Some I'll answer where I can, and others, obviously, I've got to be able to say that, there are things that I can't answer because it's not there for me, and maybe during it I might also ask Fire and Rescue to add anything they want to. So let's go.
So I understand that a 2021 ICAC investigation had sufficient evidence to say that there was a decision made by Fire and Rescue New South Wales to engage CMG somewhere between May and June 2017. Can that contract be made publicly available?
So the contract that you're referring to is it was referred to. It was referred to ICAC. We're talking 2017. So. Quite some time ago. ICAC was then also asked Fire and Rescue to do their own, to investigate as well, independently investigate. What I might do is to give you a more fulsome answer, if I could take that on notice, and that way I could provide you with the steps that were taken and what's happening there.
Thank you. And look, whether or not there was a contract, do you know who authorised the payment to CMG?
I don't. And take that, don't.
Sorry, you don't know, or you're taking it on notice?
Well, I could take it on notice. I don't know. I mean, you're asking me a question from 6 years before I became a minister.
Yeah, sure. Look, I understand that these matters took place before your government came into power. I'm interested to know if you can make a commitment to investigate the process that led to this quite controversial company and contract undertaking this work for Fire and Rescue New South Wales.
Look, I've been asked. I've heard these questions before. I know there's been a process. I'm happy if you want a Fire and Rescue. To provide any additional information, but the matter that you're referring to has actually been looked at by ICAC. It's it's been looked at by ICAC. It had been referred. It had been dealt with. It was something 7 years ago. But if ICAC has actually made, it's been looked at by them. I'm not much sure how much more I can add to that, given that this was 6 years before I became a minister, and before we were in government.
Look, I'd appreciate any efforts that you can make with the questions on notice. I appreciate it was before you became the minister. There's still some unrest in the community about
look,
this
I mean,
issue.
my focus really is about moving forward with the agency, and I think I'm really glad that we've got an appointment of a commissioner, a substantive commissioner in Jeremy Futrell, who is a great example of what can happen. This is a person who joined, and has risen through the ranks, well respected. Him and his team, and they're a great team, will actually look at moving the agency forward. That's what I really want to do that. But governance and management is a big part of where it is that we need to do some work.
Thanks. On a completely different topic, are there any upgrades planned or for upgraded or additional neighbourhood safer places?
So the neighbourhood safety places, if that's okay, I can refer that to the Commissioner, if that's all right, because there's a bit of a context around that as well.
Sure.
So, Commissioner, are you okay to talk about the neighbourhood safer places? The neighbourhood safer places.
Yes, certainly. There's around 1,000 neighbourhood safer places around the state, and indeed we're actively looking for more. But it's obviously there's a particular prescription we put around them to make sure people are going to be safe. If we obviously we're encouraging them to go there. We've been doing a trial on turning a fire station into a neighbourhood safer place, because during the 2019-20 fires there was quite a number of instances where particularly more remote communities, the only place they could go was the local fire station. Indeed, that was really the only public building in the area. So we've been doing one at Bellbird, trying to build that, and we've done that as a trial, and then we've got another few we're going to roll out to prove the concept. But it is a complex process, just simply because there's one thing having the building, but then there's the other part of it is access, because quite often when the community needs it, the firefighters are out. So we're trying to work out a system of how they get access to it and make sure the last thing we can afford is to have people go somewhere and then not be able to get in there. So they're the things we're working through, and in the next 12 months we'll have a good understanding of the viability of fire stations as neighbourhood safer places.
Thank you. I appreciate this part may need to be taken on notice, but are you aware of any of those new or upgraded neighbourhood safer places in the Hawkesbury local government area?
No, I might have to take that on notice if I can, please.
Thank you. And while the Commissioner's here, you were trying to defer the part of the question about post-traumatic stress disorder management. I'd be happy to hear that answer.
Commissioner, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, look, as the Minister said, there's certainly been, since 2019 and 20, there's been a substantial amount of work employing psychologists, expanding our mental health support. There's been, so I think last year we had some 13 claims for PTSD and, workers' comp claims. But it is fair to say that if you go back to 2019-20, I think there's a lot of people that were impacted by those fires that haven't necessarily put in claims, and there's still a lot of pain in the community from that fire season. Indeed, when we saw, and we've seen fires occurring both in the north of the state and the southern part down near Bega already this fire season, and the amount of community anxiety that it's raised is absolutely considerable. So we're trying to be mindful of that in the way we communicate with people. So we're trying to raise the alert but not to panic people. So it's a really delicate balancing act we have about making sure people understand the gravity of the situation but not triggering them. So it is a challenge, and I think that'll be a challenge for us for some many years.
Thank you. And Minister, look, I appreciate the answer that's been provided in the context of our formal agencies and formal volunteers. Does that support also extend, for example, to the VRA or to spontaneous or informal volunteers in disaster situations?
The formality in terms of what the...
In terms of the PTSD support.
I can find out if there's actually a formal arrangement, but I do know that obviously the VRA and all the other volunteers do an incredible amount of work, but the support will be there. We're doing also a number of things at the moment, particularly in how we support spontaneous volunteering. But it's really important for us, as I said in one of the points earlier, that if anybody, especially those who are volunteering and giving up their time for community, that their health, their mental health and their well-being is really paramount. So we'll make sure that we continue looking after them as best as we can.
Thank you, and I'd appreciate the answer on notice to that part of the question about the
sure.
Not volunteers outside of our formal agencies.
Okay, so volunteers outside the formal...
Outside of the RFS and SES.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. I'll take the first 5 minutes and then I'll hand over to my colleague, Wes Fang, who I'm sure will be timing me. So you
like a hawk.
You recently came out in support of competition reforms in the e-conveyancing market. When can we expect competition in that market?
Oh, okay. So, this is the competition reform. There is a really big step forward, and again, we're building on some work that had already existed, and New South Wales is one of the national leaders here. We've set up. There's ARNEC, which is like the national body of the Registrars General. Basically, you've got. We're trying to create a sense of interoperability. So we've had day one, which is really good. That was a big milestone point. And the next one will be what they're referring to as day two. I'm convening, and I'm really happy to be doing that. I'm convening a panel, effectively like a ministerial meeting, or meeting with other ministers, as well as some of the different stakeholders about how we're progressing with that. The dates, I can actually give you the dates if you would like.
Sure.
Of
are they like deadlines that
of the
you're
reform
putting in? Okay.
Yeah, so this is the national. So it's a reform deadline that we're putting in. Obviously, we're going to try and get to it before that, because given that the e-conveyancing, you kind of can't take risks. So we'll have to do a close bit and make sure we get it right. But this is a really, really important reform, and I'm really happy that that we'll be leading the way, I think, in the country on this one. So we're talking it will take about a year or so. I can give you a year and a bit, but we do have solid dates that ARNEC, which is the national body, has basically set, and now we're working to. It's not about working; those dates have to be met.
Okay.
If I put it that way, so.
And so in November last year, the Parliament passed legislation which gave the Registrar General, greater enforcement powers. Will they be used to keep the reforms on track?
Oh yeah, look. The reforms are incredibly important and they're required. But what comes with that is also an enforcement, an ability to do an enforcement ability.
Yeah.
To enforce what it is. So the Registrar General will have those. It's important too. We won't be walking back from that.
Okay, so you've got some deadlines.
And enforcement, so that will take place. But also the other one that I think we should be really proud of as a state is that we're leading it across the nation, and we're hosting. This might be, and I could be wrong, but this, I think, may be the first time all ministers and first territory leaders have also coming together. I think. But it's a really, really important point, and I think it's a really good reform. Interoperability, and also ultimately too, this will actually lower the cost of conveyancing, which is so important. It comes back down to what's good for the community.
Cost of living.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you'll put those dates on notice.
I think they're public. I think.
Okay,
Secretary. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And as part of the award negotiations for the fire and rescue, did you sign off that medical examinations of safety critical employees were now to be conducted by a GP, whereas previously medical examinations were conducted by a qualified occupational medical officer? And so did you sign off on that? I just wonder, because to me it seems to be a work health and safety issue, given that the reason that they had an occupational medical officer do the medical examinations was as a result of the inquiry into the waterfall train disaster.
Look,
I see my time is up.
Yeah,
so.
I say so. It was part of the award negotiations, and
And you signed off on it?
Part of the award negotiations.
Yes. Okay.
Minister.
Hey.
How you doing?
Did you time it?
Yeah, no, a little bit tight. We're good. I just wanted to pass my congratulations to Mr. Futrell on the new gig, but just talking, if we can, about the former Commissioner, Minister.
Sure.
17th of July, former Minister was dismissed from the role and has been replaced, obviously, now. We're due to commence the fire season. What do we know about the actual removal of the former Commissioner, Minister?
Well, I think it was pretty it was public. I made an announcement at the time, and I spoke to him. I came to that decision after a while being in the role, because I determined that it was the right time to bring in a new leadership. At the time as well, what you would recall, it was done in a very respectful manner, in a courteous manner, but I think what was pretty clear was that I wanted a new leadership, and I wanted to pursue some other sustainability things, and I think that was fine.
And I know, Minister, you're a very collaborative sort of a guy. I mean, you went out to Yarragara, the Premier hasn't, obviously, and a few other things. You had a number of meetings with the FBEU. I think you had 5 meetings between the 1st of April and 30 June. Did you discuss the Commissioner's suitability in the role in any of those meetings?
So I have a lot of meetings, and I see.
So do I, Minister.
I know.
But I imagine if you're talking about, I imagine if you're talking about,
I disclose mine. I don't know who you're meeting with.
Oh well, I mean, a lot of people that give me information to sort of nail you. But anyway, that's the way we go.
I'm sure they would,
Minister. I'm sure you'd remember if you're talking about nailing a former commissioner because the FBEU don't like him.
I think that language is not right.
Well, I mean, you sacked him.
I think certainly
you sacked him.
Well, I came to the view that I wanted to move in a different direction.
Why is that?
And so why?
How did you come to that conclusion, Minister? Was it the FBEU's lobbying?
Mr. Fang, I think the path that you're going down, the FBU's view on the former commissioner, who at the time also said I thanked him for his service, appreciate it, was pretty well known. It was pretty clear, well preceding my time. But what I will say is that he was treated with respect, with courtesy, and I worked through him, and it was a view that he understood. To try and make it about that this was a decision because somebody told me to do it, I think is just
Minister,
pulling one too far.
Oh well, we'll see. Can I say, did you discuss the suitability at all in any of those 5 meetings? I haven't answered.
Oh, sorry about the meetings. Look. I meet with a range of people, and I meet with all stakeholders, and obviously
5 meetings.
And this is
of
course. Did
you discuss at any of those 5 meetings with the FBEU?
Let me answer.
Well, you're sort of being obfuscating, and I just want to get a very, very distinct answer. Did you or did you not discuss it? Yes or no?
What discuss what?
Minister, did you discuss the former commissioner with the FBEU in any of the 5 meetings that you had with them?
Okay, can I...
Yes or no,
say
Minister?
We discuss,
Yes or no?
We discuss a range of things. Mr.
Yes
Fang,
or no?
I'll tell you, we
it's
discussed...
a pretty...
we
Like, I
discussed-
think you'd remember it, Minister. It wasn't that long ago.
If you're asking about whether it come up...
Did you
of
discuss
course it
the
would-
former commissioner?
It would come up in discussion, yes. That's
Okay,
like, but as
thank you.
would Mr. Fang.
So it did
issues
come up.
around the award, would issues about how we move forward.
So it came
as
up.
would issues
Right, then
about how
I'm
we protect our
redirecting now,
firefighters.
Minister, and I'm allowed to do that. Okay,
Yeah.
so yes, it came up. Okay, when a Labor colleague in the LC was asked what role did the FBEU have in the termination of the previous commissioner's employment, the answer given on notice was none. But the Secretary's own evidence in the 5 meetings you had prior, but to the Secretary's own evidence, do you agree that it seems unlikely that you were not seeking advice on the issue?
Absolutely none did they have. And this inference that the FBEU said, this is what you need to do. No, that's not. I haven't hidden the fact. And it's been publicly declared, as is my responsibility as a minister, who I meet with in terms of the disclosures. That was not.
Well, Minister, here's the thing, because comments by the FBEU have suggested that there could be evidence of a cultural systemic issues in the financial management and lack of transparency within that organisation. Would you agree that the agency has a cultural issue in this regard, and what would you have implemented to address this?
Well, firstly, I would not seek or take the advice of someone in relation to the removal of a commissioner. This second point, what you've discussed here, what you like in terms of what you've applied with the union, what you've discussed here is the issue of that are publicly made statements by the union. Now, the union itself has spoken for themselves, and they can speak for themselves. But that advice that you're sort of talking about here, that they're saying that there are cultural issues, Mr. Fang, I think that's pretty clear. I think we've seen a situation where fire and rescue had, overspent the budget by an incredible amount of money for a number of years. We had some concerns around the issues with, with the sustainability of the model. So any inference that you're making that this was done for a particular reason, it's not right. But what I really want you to know is that, there's an overtime bill, $56 million, because the total number of firefighters actually went backwards. How do we get?
Well, see, this
how do
I
we
was
get that
asking you questions
situation?
previously, Minister,
you were
Minister,
in the
I was
government,
asking
remember?
you questions about the overtime before, and you sort of didn't really know what was in the agreements for overtime.
I'll take that as a comment. 'Cause
I'm seeking. This is the thing.
think
It seems like you're cherry picking from certain. You're cherry picking from one bit from here, one bit from there to try and cover up for your government's budget cuts and the failures and taking direction from the unions in relation to who you appoint as commissioner. But anyway, Minister, I'm going to move on.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just going to respond to that. I'm going to respond to that because I actually found that offensive.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, Minister, you can take offence in about 9 minutes when my time's up.
I'd like to take a point of order.
I think that's a fair point of order. I think the Minister has wanted to make a point, and I would invite the Minister to respond to the comments that were made.
Briefly as possible, please.
The comment that you just made implied that I did remove the commissioner because of what somebody else had done, and you've basically named out the end. Is it exactly right?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Okay. Well, I'm here to tell you that you are 100% wrong.
Okay.
And I'm here to tell you that I made the decision as the minister over a number of different factors. The least of which was the fact that I felt that we needed a new direction, that we wanted fresh leadership, and that as an organisation I was very concerned about the sustainability that had taken place in terms of overgoing the budget by a fair number of times, the overtime, the culture that I was feeling could have been improved. So that inference, that not only the inference, you basically said it. That's why I've said that
the FBEU were pretty strong. Were pretty strong in their desire to have him removed, and then all of a sudden, the Labor minister's appointed.
Why is it you dislike unions and workers so much?
I don't
Fang?
dislike unionism.
Why
workers
is it?
so
Because
much.
you
But
spent
you're
your
the
time
minister,
earlier
minister.
talking about the
Minister,
4%.
you're the minister. You're not supposed to be taking direction. You're supposed to be taking advice, but you're not supposed to be You're not supposed to be a union puppet, minister.
Oh, wow.
You're not supposed to be a union
Mr.
puppet,
Fang,
minister.
Mr. Fang, I actually thought you were better than that. And you know me
Well,
better
I am
than
better
that.
than that, minister, and I'm here holding you to account. I'm here holding you to account for the good people in New South Wales. That's my job, minister. And you can try and talk over me, but I've got more questions, minister.
You're the one who's talking over me.
Sorry, there's been a point of order taken. There's been a point of
The
order
member
taken.
knows very well that he is to treat the minister with the due respect that he deserves. He's
goes
not
both
doing
ways,
that at the
mate.
moment, and I ask you call him to order.
Thank you. I do uphold that point of order. I
right.
think that it is getting disrespectful, and I ask the member to move on.
Yeah. So I think if I just with that point, Mr. Fang, and I know that you've got a job to do.
Yep.
But I don't appreciate mischaracterisations of the work that I do. You know well and truly the work that I do, the way I conduct myself, the way I conduct things. I find it offensive that you would make a claim and say,
Well,
this is
Minister,
you were told to do this. I'm really sorry,
I'm only
Mr.
going off
Mr.
the
Fang.
evidence that I can look at.
Mr.
I'm
Fang,
going off
I'm
the
sorry to
evidence.
say, but
I'm
if
going
you
off
had
the
believed,
public record.
if you had believed that there,
I'm asking
listening to you,
questions.
Mr. Fang, you would
I'm
think
asking
that
questions.
no problem existed until the moment of March.
Well,
in 2023.
Minister, I
That's
can
not
tell
the
you the
case.
problems have gotten worse since your government's come in. It's gotten worse because of the budget cuts. It's gotten worse because you've got ministers that don't know what they're doing. You might be one of the good ones, Minister,
thank you.
and that's saying something given all the problems that I've listed so far. But I will move
Mr.
on,
Fang,
Minister.
I think you just
move
got.
on.
I think you
Minister,
just got
was the
your I think you just got your grab for
FBEU...
your social media post today, Mr.
It's
Fang.
not about grabs, Minister.
Well,
it's about
it-
holding the
well,
government
what's
to
in-
account. It's
it's
about
in-
holding the government to account.
And I'm here to answer your questions, but it seems
And
to
I'm
me
trying
like
to
you're-
ask them, but you keep talking
it
over me,
seems
Minister.
to me like you're grandstanding,
Minister,
Mr.
I'm
Fang.
not. I do not
And can I-
grandstand,
and
Minister.
can I-
It's not
can
my
I say-
style. Minister, I am
Can we
trying to
put that one-
redirect
Can we
you.
put that to a vote?
Minister, was the FBEU consulted in the recruitment of the new commissioner?
No.
They weren't,
And let me tell you about
Does the FBEU have veto?
Let me tell you about the process.
Well,
Let me tell you
I'm
about the
redirecting.
process
I'm
because
redirecting,
very,
Minister,
very
and I'm
proud.
permitted to do so.
We had-
I'm redirecting, and so I do appreciate, Minister, that you're,
that
so
what?
does the FBEU have veto?
Point of
at all?
order.
There's been a point of order taken.
Members are entitled to redirect the question, but you redirected it before the minister had even said anything.
Well,
Yeah,
he wasn't. I mean, let's
I
be honest.
believe that
The minister's trying to obfuscate from all of this, so I'm going to move on.
No, sorry. There has been a point of order taken. I did hear the minister give an answer of no. If the member is satisfied with that answer, then I do believe he can redirect.
Thank you. Minister, recommendation 12 of the 2022 flood inquiry recommended the merging of the back office and corporate functions of the RFS and SES. Why has the government not proceeded with the merger? Quick, get him a note.
No,
Needs a note.
I don't need a note. I probably
No?
don't need a smart aleck comment like that.
Okay.
But Mr. Fang, as you know, with that inquiry, there were a number of recommendations that were made. Some were accepted, some were accepted in principle. From my time as the Shadow Minister, I made it clear that a merge of fire and rescue and the SES was not something that I thought would actually have beneficial outcomes. Since becoming Minister, that's only reaffirmed my view. Again, volunteers of SES and RFS do an extraordinary job.
Okay.
And they join those two services because they believe in contributing to the community in that particular way.
I've only got 4
This
minutes
is not,
left, Minister.
well, that's fine. I've got 3 minutes to speak.
I know you do, and I've got to
Yeah,
redirect
so,
you
but
now
I'm-
because I've got
well, I
asked
don't
further
know that you've
questions.
actually-
I've got to. Well,
So,
no,
Mr.
you've said
Mr.
you
Wang,
said
I'm
the
not
question.
sure- I'm
Oh,
not
did
sure,
you just
Mr.
call
Wang,
Mr.
when you-
Wang? Dear
Mr.
God,
Fang, sorry.
of all people, Minister, this is how rattled you are. You honestly, Minister,
give me a
I mean,
Mr. Fang,
Camper
Mr.
clearly
Fang.
is very
Camper's been
articulate, but
SMSing.
you, Minister, you should have known
Point of
better.
order. The honourable member only has 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So
Mr.
Yeah,
Can I-
That's my clip for social media, Minister.
The member may want to go on to his
yes,
questions.
I thought we were
Minister,
here- I thought we were
Minister,
here- I thought we
Minister,
were
I've got
actually
more
asked
questions.
about
I've got.
budget estimates, not
Unless
to
you want to come back
actually
this
look for a
afternoon,
clip
I've
for
got more.
social
I've got
media.
more questions for you. Okay.
Some of us are here to answer it seriously, but if you're looking for a social clip,
No,
on
I'm
social
not.
media,
I'm saying if I
that's a
wanted
real
one,
problem,
if I wanted
Mr.
one,
Fang.
if I wanted one, that'd be the one. But I don't. It's not how I operate. Minister, as per the recommendations, has the government established a dedicated intelligence unit?
A dedicated intelligence unit.
As per the recommendations of the flood inquiry.
I'll take that one on notice.
Sure.
Thank you.
Has the government established a planning unit to better help prepare communities and New South Wales to combat...
Sorry, can you just slow down with the
Sure.
question?
You've used all my time, Minister. That's the problem.
How
Has the government...
stopping and starting.
Has the government established a planning unit to better help prepare the community?
I might refer that one to the SES if
And we
that's
can, we
okay.
can cover all that off this afternoon. But you don't know, Minister, is that what you're saying?
Sorry?
You're not aware, Minister?
I'm aware that we're working our way through the recommendations, and obviously there are a number of recommendations, and they came from the independent inquiry into the floods. We know that those situations of the floods were the biggest natural disasters that we faced.
I'm gonna have to keep moving.
So I'm just giving you an answer there.
Has the government established a full-time SES position for each of the high-risk catchments to ensure flood identification, response for assets and supporting infrastructure is serviced, operational and ready to deploy?
That was a long question.
It was. Have we done it?
I want to refer that to
I can be a short answer if you like.
Well, you keep interrupting me. I will refer that one to the SES, and I know that that's something that you prefer to maybe take on notice or something, but I will say that we've also, you remember back in 2017, the government that you were part of actually reduced the number of zones.
No more blame for us, Minister.
Well, the number of zones, which meant that we actually didn't have the coverage.
Minister,
that was
no more ducking and weaving, please. Come on, I've got a minute and a half left. I've got more questions.
About minute and a half. So we've additional put in.
I'm going to redirect, Minister. I'm redirecting.
To work with the community.
The back office merger would have resulted in an increased capability. Has the government increased resources to the SES or RFS to provide commensurate increases in the capability that the merger would have given the people of New South Wales?
So we're looking, and I've been very clear that we're looking at interoperability opportunities. So where you might believe that merging is the best option, I actually believe that interoperation is a really good option.
Are you doing
we're
that
working with all of the agency.
Are you doing that with budget cuts? You've cut
we
the
are
budgets.
interoperating, which means, and I'll just clarify it for you, interoperation actually means that agencies can work together on different things. They can be trained in the same things. If you consider, for example, the communication systems, we've done a lot of work on.
I appreciate that, Minister.
I'm answering your question.
I appreciate that.
And we've done a lot of work in terms of interoperability. There'll be work in terms of dispatch. That's actually the best way to move forward, and people can still maintain.
One last question in the 30
people can
seconds.
still maintain the thing. Can I also remind you that our SES budget did go up 34% this year.
Well, Minister,
so for all of you talk about the other stuff,
are there any plans to
34%.
cross-train the RFS volunteers in flood rescue as per the flood inquiry recommendations?
Well, Mr. Fang, you would have known that that's already taking place.
Is it?
That there is some work that we're doing, and I know that the SES, for example, and I do hope that you ask the Commissioner that question later, because she'll be able to do that. But also, can I refer to the recent miscellaneous bill where we're also talking about, it went through with the support of your party. I appreciate that it went through about the opportunities, particularly in some of the more remote areas, to be able to develop a multi-skilled unit, so that we can also have people to have skills across all of the different agencies. That's what is called interoperability. What you want is merge. What I want is interoperability, so we can actually have as many people skilled in as many things as possible, so that we can actually get the best outcome. Not that if there's a fire and you're in SES you can't help, or if there's a flood and you're in RFS you go, I can't do. We actually want as many people to have as many skills as possible while still maintaining their core agency that they want to support.
And yet you're slashing budgets and not giving the man.
Order.
I just said 34%.
Thank you, Minister. We're now moving to crossbench time.
Mr. Fang.
Minister, thank you. We're now moving to crossbench time. I will take you back to some of the questions I was asking before around emergency services. I'm just wondering how, as the Minister for Emergency Services, you're ensuring that there's a proper coordination between the different arms of emergency response, including the different agencies responsible for assisting humans, assisting animals and assisting property.
Yeah, thanks for that. So we have also the state emergency management plans, and we've also got the CECON, and there's emergency management committees that meet on a basis. Only about a month ago, I think myself and the Premier joined for one of the meetings where all of the agencies were in collaboration as to what they're working on, what's going on at that particular time, how they can best respond. So there is a really great coordination that goes through. There's also the board, the safety rescue board, and who work together and meet as commissioners. I meet with each of them individually. I think we're at about once every couple of weeks on average that I actually meet with each one individually, and then we'll continue working that way. We've got coordination. The Reconstruction Authority plays a really important role, and then we've also got the CECON and the SECON who play at that, but they all fit under what they call the SERM Act, which is the State Emergency Management Act.
And we talked a little bit before. You said you hadn't met with the Environment Minister about wildlife. Have you met with the Agriculture Minister at all around the connection with farmed animals in emergency responses?
No, I haven't.
Do you plan to meet with either of those ministers in regards to disaster response management to make sure it's all working in collaboration?
Yeah, so they feed in some information, and also involved in terms of some of the collaboration with the different agencies, and we'll feed into that. But if I get an opportunity with them individually, I will. But I do know that they do have a voice that's heard. We've got National Parks and Wildlife, for example, is involved in the committees. I know that DPI plays a really important role, is also involved in some of our responses to things as well.
Thank you. I want to move on to segregation of children in youth justice centres. In October 2022, the New South Wales Ombudsman reported a 46% rise in periods of segregation lasting more than 24 hours in youth justice centres during the 2021-2022 financial year. As the new Minister for Youth Justice, what steps have you taken to ensure these rates of prolonged segregation are actually reduced?
Yeah, I might. We've had some discussions about what happens in youth detention centres, and really at the very heart of that is making sure that we treat young people in a way that actually helps them the most. But what I can say is that that's down overall from 6.9 instances of segregation per 100 young people per day. On average, from 18-19, it's actually down to now 1.7. So we've really dropped the
instances. That's overall instances of segregation?
Overall, yeah.
Because what I'm looking at specifically here is segregation lasting more than 24 hours, and the fact that in 2021 to 2022 there was a rise in those really long segregation periods. Yeah. Is that something you've been briefed on?
Can I just refer to the sorry, whoops. That's it works.
Yeah. Look, thank you.
Is it okay if I just refer to the Secretary for that detail of it?
Thank you, Minister. Certainly, segregation and restrictive practices, they are something which are both monitored as they should be at granular level. Clearly, the oversight of those practices also is critical. Can I suggest, Chair, that through the afternoon we measure these things? They are actively discouraged, as I say, but if I can work through with support the data this afternoon and talk about what we're seeking to do to further reduce those practices, that might be useful.
Yeah, that would be really useful. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Minister, I'm wondering if you've received any briefing on the issue of prolonged segregation.
On that specific one, I can't recall. I can't recall. I know I've been briefed on a number of things around segregation and about the numbers, but in terms of specifically prolonged, that one I'm not sure.
Thank you. The Public Interest Advocacy Centre has argued that any young person subject to a detainee risk management plan, which will often involve segregation, should be provided with access to a psychologist at a minimum of once per week out of their cell. Is this something that's currently provided in New South Wales?
I'm not sure that that's currently, I can't answer that one specifically, but what I can say is that, we do have, and I visited Frank Baxter Centre recently, the Youth Detention Centre, and I know Miss McDonald's been there as well. Oh, yeah, but you're up that way. You've been to the Cobham. And one of the things that I was really, really happy with in seeing there is that some of the recommendations from things that happened in the past, and one was a therapeutic unit that actually is about helping young people in terms of a therapeutic way, and obviously that involves different levels of also mental health support and counselling and so forth.
And so is that available specifically, as I said, people who are placed on a detainee risk management plan and are subject to segregation, I mean, I assume that they are prime candidates for actually speaking to a psychologist. So are they prioritised in regards to those therapeutic and rehabilitation programs that you're mentioning?
They're supported. They're supported by psychologists and youth workers. Yeah, absolutely.
The PIAC has also suggested that detainee risk management plan involves any plan that involves segregation at a mandatory minimum requires 6 hours of time out of cell per day, including 1 hour of physical activity and time outdoors. This seems very reasonable and a very basic request. Is that something that you're willing to consider or look into for New South Wales?
Look, can I take that on notice, because part of that is also wanting to know exactly what it is that we're doing. I want to say to you, we'll take notice for already doing it. I just that's one that might be for me to get back to you, or even this afternoon if we actually do have. I've got to say the work that's being done in youth detention centres and the youth officers are absolutely phenomenal. Every time I go there, and I know the Shadow Minister as well, you actually leave pretty inspired by the genuine concern and the genuine effort of those youth officers who are trying to do their very best with kids. Many of them broken kids who are trying to rebuild their life, and they're bringing communities together. So I know that they're doing everything they can. That's why I sort of don't want to give you the answer if I know that programs like that would be operating. Mm-hmm. But from what I've seen, and also the passion that they've shown and the commitment, I know that they will do everything they can to support young people, particularly those who are in youth detention, while they're under their care. And it's actually really inspiring when you leave. It makes you want to do better to make sure that no one ends up, not having the best opportunity in life.
I mean, as you would know, under the Children's Detention Centres Act, that it's not allowed for more than 3 hours of segregation without approval, and requires reporting of segregation. I'm just wondering, with that in mind, what sort of positive steps are being taken within this space, or is that something that's on one of your priority lists to help move away from the fact that prolonged segregation seems to still be on the up?
Just on to, if I may,
would you mind?
Just clarify my earlier response. We have 42 psychologists working with youth justice, and it goes without saying, and I know this committee would appreciate that these are very troubled young people. Within that cohort, there are clearly different levels of challenge. This particular group, who are subject to segregation, bearing in mind that the segregation rate has reduced 82% over 4 years, are given priority of access to those 42 psychologists.
Thank you. So, Minister, did you have something additional to add to that?
I was just going to say that, all young people got access to justice, health, and obviously we prioritise things in terms of the complexity of the cases. But I think one of the things is that, and I speak for everyone on this committee, I'm sure that there's an inspiration to try and do things for young people, especially those who are the most vulnerable, because, they haven't had the same opportunities that we've had, but that doesn't mean that there isn't hope.
I've just got time for one more question. I wanted to ask about the pet registry and microchipping, because I know that this was something of high interest for Minister Dominello. My understanding was that the project was funded by digital government. I'm just wondering what sort of oversight you have of of this program rolling out. I know it's also part of local government, and whether there's any further funding that has been flagged that's needed, and whether that will come from digital government if more funding's needed.
Yeah, look, so it's overseen by the Office of Local Government, and we've had that meeting, remember, a little while ago about I'm really happy to see that we're going to get there, that we've done our closed pilot, but the Office of Local Government oversees it, and it's got the funding to get it going. So hopefully in the not too distant future we'll be able to say, yep, we're ready to go live. But it's been developed, been trialled, and should be ready to go. I think we're aiming, I think, in the early part of 2024, like early to middle part of 2024. So it's really at the last bit, and I think it's going to be a really important thing. And I've got to say, for you, sorry to take up a little bit of time, Dr. Khan, as a recent foster dad of a new cat. I never thought I'd be a cat person, but I'm really looking forward to registering our own cat on this as well.
Great.
You're saying your cat's not registered?
Hey, no. It was funny. Our young, our young daughter.
Minister
got a
fails to
cat.
register cat, and that's right.
Yeah, sorry. I love chatting about pets, but I've got some far more
I know.
important for today.
I
if
just
that's
want to.
okay.
I've fallen in love with this cat.
Dr. Con has the floor.
Thank you.
Dr. Con.
Look, earlier this morning you tried to talk about fish deaths when I was asking about something else. I am now asking about the Chief Scientist's independent review into the fish deaths in the Darling Barker at Menindee. What's the timeline for the development of the New South Wales mass fish death subplan, which was recommended to include a specific Menindee appendix under the Emergency Management Plan New South Wales?
No.
I can tell you on that one. So this is the independent mini fish deaths. So March is here. We know that. Yep. So we're obviously looking at an independent inquiry into fish deaths. New Chief Scientist engineer led this review. That review is obviously it's something that we'll respond to.
Okay. Another recommendation of the Chief Scientist's independent review was an assessment of emergency management, including a review of membership and training, assessment of current prevention and response resourcing capability and volunteer capacity in Menindee. What's the timeline for that to take place?
Well, as you know, last week one of the miscellaneous legislation bills that we passed talked about an opportunity that we can do this, especially in relation to the to the ability to cross skill and to cross train people from, and that was specifically for, in that sense, for really remote communities like the community in Menindee.
Yeah, look, thank you, Minister. I'm just going to to try and direct you at what we supported that aspect of the legislation
no,
as well.
no, I know. So, but that's what I say. So that's
specifically,
what's
the timeline for Menindee?
For Menindee, I probably couldn't give you an exact. I couldn't give you an exact timeline. But say, look, in March this year, I couldn't give you an exact timeline. But the fact is that now that we've got the legislation, it enables us to do it. So we should be able to get going as soon as possible. And I know that the MP there, Mr. Butler, is super keen as well. So we've now got the ability to do it. So let's get going as soon as we can.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the Hazards Near Me app.
Yeah. Did you download it?
I've had it for a long time, and I've also got to have the Victorian one because I live on a border, which is part of my question. But I've also received community feedback concerned about perhaps agencies being overly reliant on commercial social media platforms like Twitter, now X, Facebook, etc., partly because they've been unstable, but also that their algorithms are driven by profit. Could you tell us what work's already been done in terms of the Hazards Near Me app, and can it be used to communicate critical information to residents on other issues, including heat waves?
Well, so heat waves, and have that conversation about heat waves. Firstly, the Hazards Near Me app, a lot of work gone into it. It's a really good app, and I agree with you about the communication element, and that's why it's so important to try and find different ways to be able to communicate, whether it's different push notifications. Obviously, we've got the websites that we control ourselves as well. The work on heat waves specifically, we've got the heat waves in the, well, it's not on the Hazards Near Me app, the heat waves element on the, not Get Ready, it's there was one we launched, sorry, just give me a second, not Get Ready, it's just my brain's just stopped working for 1 sec. What to do, like basically what to do in an emergency. The website, it's Get Ready. The website there talks about heat waves. There's a specific section, what to do, how to protect yourself, what are the mitigating factors that you can take. So, we're also very conscious that the Hazards Near Me app, we need to be careful that we don't overload so many different things that it becomes, things are pinging for every little bit. But I'm really glad to see that heat waves thing. I think it's one of the things, or one of the elements in terms of a natural disaster that people don't think about the impact of heat waves in the same way that we think about something that we physically see, like a fire or a flood. So it's really important too in terms of the heat wave stuff for us.
And could you also, I know there's some work's been gone on in the Hazards Near Me app recently. Has that addressed the cross-border operability issues?
Can I take that one on notice? I do know we've done some cross-border work, not in the app with the Queensland government, but I'll take that on notice in terms of what we've done with cross-border issues with Victorians.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that
Hazards Near Me app,
update. From my point of view as an Albury resident, the fire nearest to me is often in Victoria, and I understand
Oh,
similar
sorry, the
issues
Commissioner,
impact Tweed and Queensland as well.
The Commissioner might actually have a response.
for that specifically?
I do, thanks, Minister. The app has been addressed to cover 50 kilometres other side of borders, so it should cover 50 kilometres now into Victoria, and as well as obviously Queensland as well. So that's been in place now for, I think it's 6 months or so. 6 months. 6 months. So that was part of addressing that recommendation which came from the bushfires inquiry that recommended that we did something with border communities. There's also the Fires Near Me Australia app that's still out there that also covers all jurisdictions for fire anyway.
Thank you.
I think that's so there you go. So now you can drive from Echuca into Moama and keep going the other way around, 50 kilometres.
I've got a question about the 2020 Royal Commission into National Natural Disaster Arrangements. That Royal Commission recommended an independent accountability and assurance governance mechanism for natural disaster arrangements. I understand that Victoria and Queensland have introduced Inspector Generals of Emergency Management. Is this something that you're considering for New South Wales?
Oh, look, we've got our emergency management system in the way that we've got it. We've got individuals there in different roles. My focus got to be on making sure that I get our emergency services operations. I support them to do the great work that they do. We've got our emergency management committee. We've got the CECON, and I've got our fantastic commissioners and leaders in each one of my emergency services.
Okay, so to clarify, it's not your intention to introduce an inspector type role?
It's not something I'm thinking about at the moment.
Okay. I've got a question about hazard reduction burning, and I understand that weather conditions this winter made that difficult, and that the RFS carried out fewer than they intended to. I'm interested in the factors that go into the decision on whether or not or when to do a burn, and particularly with regards to the PM 2.5 air pollution and the smoke from burns impacting residents. Is that taken into account, and if so, how?
Yeah, I can say a little bit, and then maybe I'll invite the Commissioner, but I also met with people from the Asthma Australia talking about some of those concerns as well, and I'm really happy to see that that the RFS does notify, but as to some of those real specific details instead of the particles that you were talking about, I might ask the Commissioner. I thank you very much for saying that it has been difficult to be able to do the hazard reduction over the past couple of years, and any opportunity that the RFS gets, we've been taking, also working with other agencies as well. So there has been a challenge, but Commissioner Rogers might also be able to give you some real specific stuff, but we do publish the information of air quality on the New South Wales air quality website. It's good to do it on the website. We're also looking at how do we make sure we get that communication out in other measures as well, because not everyone's going to always just go to a website. So who are the different people we can send that information to? But I might hand over to the Commissioner if that's all right. Thanks,
Minister. You're correct. Smoke is a significant issue. When we have multiple hazard reductions that we're doing, we tend to model the smoke, what we think the smoke will do, and where we think that there's going to be a significant impact on community health, we'll seek to adjust what we call lighting patterns, as in what time we do, what order we do them, and then we try and model it again to try and reduce that level of impact. That's not always able to be completed. Sydney is a perfect example of a problem we have with that, as in, that's why they call it the Sydney Basin. It just traps the smoke in there. It sits in there overnight, then an inversion layer comes in and holds that smoke until the wind comes up, which sometimes in Sydney can sit there until late morning. And that's where we really get that problem. So we model it where we think there's going to be a problem. There's a steering committee, a multi-department steering committee, including health, EPA, and we talk to them about what we're seeing on the modelling. We get specific health advice if we think we need to, if there's things that we're not aware of, health gets a seat at the table, and then we make sure we talk to them before we do anything that will have that significant impact. I guess an example was when people were running the Sydney Marathon, we adjusted when we were doing burns to make sure that because we're having all these people doing quite a lot of exercise, and we tried to minimise the impact on the people doing that. So that's where we've shown how we'll modify them. Hazard reductions are very much done to what's called a prescription, so that will also depend on what you're trying to achieve out of the burn. So are you trying to reduce the fuel on the ground, or your elevated fuels? Is it an environmental burn to try and help the plant from an environmental point of view? And then we'll try and stick to that prescription, and so that says ideal winds and temperature and the like. If that answered your question.
Yeah, it does. I'll come back to it this afternoon as well.
Thank you. We now have 3 more minutes for the opposition.
Minister, earlier in the hearing you said you had an expression of interest process for your local small allocations grants. Very briefly, what did that look like, and was it consistent across the state?
No, we just it was that we'd reached out to community groups and hey, there's an application process. There's people ran in different ways.
What was the application process?
What I'm people to put up a nomination. So basically, put up a submission.
So how did you advertise that this grant was available?
We shared it with community groups.
Okay. Was it consistent statewide? Was there advice from head office as to how you were to advertise it?
We did it as I did it. And through my office then, my local office, did it. And
so you weren't told by head office to do it in any certain particular way?
No.
No, okay.
No.
So there was no consistency in the way that candidates would do that?
I'm not sure what other candidates did.
Okay. Who did you have to advise that you'd actually, who you'd nominated for the grants?
There was a process that we'd put up nominations. Process, people were just checking that. So that'd be something that the party at the time would have had a look at.
Okay. So did you announce the commitments in your electorate?
I don't know if I did talk. I actually, with some of them, we knew that we were able to support, and I was able to tell them. I just thought it was a very good opportunity to be able to support local community, and I've rattled off the different organisations that we supported.
And Minister, I've
mentioned the organisations that we supported,
I think they were very
great
worthy.
benefit
I
that they
think
would
I'm more
receive.
trying to understand the process because it's been less than clear from other members of your party as to how this grants process worked, and certainly it seems to be quite opaque. So how were people supposed to... I'm asking the questions, Minister. I've only got a minute left. Minister, I've only got a minute. Minister, I've only got a minute left. Minister, I'm going to redirect now, please.
Regardless of who their
Well,
MP
if you
was.
want to talk about that way, the seat of Murray and Barwon, which has so many LGAs, you did it on electorate, not LGAs, the way that we did it. We did it on LGAs. You want to do it on electorate. So the people of Murray and Barwon missed out. But anyway, I'll keep moving on. How do you expect people to know the grant was open if you didn't advertise it?
Order. There's been a point of order.
Do you remember the Bushfire?
Order. There has been a point of order.
Madam Chair, budget estimates is not a forum for the opposition to articulate what it thinks is its policy or what should be its policy or what the government's effects of the policy were. It's a forum for ministers to answer questions and ask the member an actual question.
Thank you. Look, there's only 20 seconds left. If the member's got a direct question, I suggest he asks it.
How did you expect other community groups in your electorate to know that this was an open grants process if you didn't tell them or didn't advertise it? You just kept it to the select ones that you wanted.
You made your point?
No, I'm asking you the question. How was it open and fair? You can answer the question.
Does the Minister want to provide an answer to that?
Mr. Fang, I've made it pretty clear that we've undertaken a good process. I've detailed the organisations.
So you say.
I've detailed the organisations that were recipients of that funding. Really important funding.
And I'm sure there are a lot of community groups.
Sorry, you've asked me the question, and I'm going to give you the answer. You may not like the answer, but I actually want to give you the answer because it's my opportunity to also be able to answer your question. The funding that was provided as a result of this commitment is supporting young people with mental health issues, refugee women, the Older Women's Network, playgrounds for young people. I think those things are very, very worthy courses. The process that we undertook made sure that there was an application and it is a benefit to the community. And had I not won that seat, it doesn't matter. That commitment was still going to be made either way. Unlike previous government's commitments that were designed only to support some, this was about making sure that every community group
That
had
wasn't
access
the
to it.
question.
Thank
Minister.
you.
The question
Dr.
was-
Amanda Con.
Thank you. I'll use my last 3 minutes to come back to the health impacts of wood smoke. I appreciate the Commissioner's early response, and Minister, you touched on the importance of public information and education on this issue. So, particularly people with respiratory conditions and people who are pregnant, should actually be wearing N95 masks to protect from the risks of wood smoke. What work has your office undertaken as part of that public education or public information piece?
So, Dr. Cohn, any information that I get, I sometimes use my office and my opportunities, even through some of the networks that I may have, to pass on information that's really important to people. We spoke a little bit earlier about how to best communicate it, any of that information. We've also been doing some work around the multicultural space as well, so that we can ensure that we can engage with communities who maybe, hear the message in a different way, or maybe the message is not understood in the same way that it's intended. The purpose is to try and get the information out as soon as possible. So, and to as many people as possible. With where I get a little bit of crossover as well, even with Department of Customer Service, where I can use obviously some of our channels that we have there about relaying a safety message to community. The educative piece is really, really important, and we're doing some work. There's obviously more work that we can do, more work that we will do, but we also want people to understand that there is a health risk factor here and what you can do to protect yourself, and that's where the educative piece comes in, and I'm more than happy to continue working on that with any agency and with anybody.
Yeah, thank you. And look, you mentioned with your role with customer service, the broad communication channels that are available to you. Have you used those for public health messaging around fires and wood smoke?
I think I'm not sure that I can answer the one about wood smoke in particular. I think when we had the wood smoke, there was about a month and a half ago. We had it was just stuck in the basin for a little while, and we got the messaging out as much as we could. Even getting, I know the Commissioner, myself, and others tried to get through any media access that we could to be able to say to people, take care, cover up, close your windows where you can, and that's where we used all of our information. What we really want to do is try and get more people to get onto our website, like the Get Ready website, for example, which has all of the info, and part of the educative piece maybe also about saying to people, hey, there's this great app called Hazards Near Me, but there's this also great app called Get Ready website that we need you to get into whenever you can, because it will help you. That was just recently launched, and that's a really important one.
Thank you, Minister. I've only got 20 seconds left. I wrote to your office on the 14th of August asking that you use this type of communication channel for preparation for heatwave emergencies, so particularly noting that many people don't have air conditioning at home or means to stay cool. Have you used those communication methods for heatwaves?
So it's on our Get Ready website, that I've just sort of talked about, the information with the heatwaves, and we'll continue pushing different information that we can.
Can I get one last
So it's
follow-up?
actually on the web. It's on the website.
Have you used any other channel other than the Get Ready website?
Can I get back to you on that one?
Yes, please do.
Off the top of my head, I can't tell you, but I know it's on the website, the Get Ready website, which addresses those issues, and I appreciate the reach out as well.
Thank you. Does the government have any questions?
Come on, mop it up.
Yes. Do we? No, we don't.
No, he doesn't want to answer.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. Is there anything I'd like? Are you asking me? Is there anything I'd like to add?
Is there anything you would like to add, Minister?
Oh, funny you should ask.
Minister, would you like us to hand back to Wes?
Yes. I've got plenty of questions. Thank you. No, I'll take that. I'll take the opportunity.
Could you clarify
I'll
anything?
take the call.
Could you clarify
Government has the floor.
Just an opportunity to clarify anything raised in this morning's proceedings.
Yeah, look, I'm just
order.
going to clarify. I'm going to clarify something so they don't have to come back on notice, and also
Thank you,
just if there's anything I was unsure. So, would that be okay? Yep.
Yes.
Then I can have the rest of the time?
No.
Okay. It's a shame.
So just to advise that regarding fire and rescue's employee-related expenses, the budget is $774 million. This is nearly a $100 million increase in the budget and an $8 million increase on 22-23 expenditure.
Increase or decrease?
Over time.
It's a decrease in expenditure.
It's like being with a naughty kid. Just give us a sec. I'll answer the question. Overtime is allowed for in clause 24 of the award, but there is no guarantee to overtime for an individual firefighter in the award.
Did the unions agree to that?
So, Youth Justice Centres continues to support young people in our Youth Justice Centres to access digital devices, programs and skills development in this area. There are a number of projects underway to pilot digital solutions for young people involved in youth justice. The full implementation plan for emergency management recommendations in relation to Menindee are going to the State Emergency Management Committee in December. So, Dr. Cohen, that's that answer there for you in December. I'll also, before I finish up, I just want to add a little bit more, and then I'm going to ask Commissioner Rogers to clarify the fuel card issue as well. In the break, I met a young man some of you may know. I'm not going to name him. Some of you may know him. And Ms. McDonald and I were having a chat with him. He's known to both of us through our role as youth justice and and shadow. And I've got to say, this is a young kid. Just maybe it leaves you a little bit of inspiration of some of the work that we're doing, particularly in youth justice. There's an effort to change people's lives, to actually make them better and to make sure they never come back. We love the kids, but we don't want them back there again. That's always the motto. So the Try a Trade Day, for example, where we're bringing people to come in and teach young people some skills so that maybe it might be the motivator for them so that when they do leave, they can actually get into some work. And we make sure we support them all the way through, teaching them different skills. One of the great stories was there was a young person as a result of the Try a Day course, actually got an apprenticeship. I think it was a plumbing apprenticeship upon his release. And that was a really fantastic story. The young man that Miss McDonald and I know Miss Saval as well, spoke to is a young kid who, if we didn't believe in positivity, he was in a youth detention centre. But that young kid actually ended up getting, as a result of some of the work that happened in there, a scholarship, and he's now at university. And he's actually changing his life, and he wants to do youth leadership and youth mentoring. Those are the things that we believe in. It's about what we can do for people in the same way that when we talk about customer service and what we do, it's about the people, especially the people who miss out. It's about protecting those who maybe don't have a champion. It's about looking after those who maybe don't have a voice. And it's about giving them opportunities. That's one example of something that happens. And as I said to you, I would love to be able to come back and say, you know what, we got no kids. We don't want to see them, but we're going to build stuff around. And I think that's a really, really important one. And I just want to take this last opportunity before I hand over to the Commissioner as well. I don't know if this is a done thing or not. And I know they're all tuning in and watching, so I'm straight at the camera. But I just want to thank all of the teams that have worked so hard in putting, in helping me in this role and in helping me prepare for the today. I really do appreciate it. And I hope the committee, I was able to answer your questions as best I could, but there's a whole team thing that happens in running government, and we'll continue doing the very best that we can. And when we keep people at the centre of it, then I know that we've actually got the best chance of making the best society that we can. Just on that, if I can just pass over to Commissioner Rogers, who I think might have something on the fuel card.
Thanks, Minister. We've identified that issue, which is happened in the Coffs Harbour area, and it was a council issue. There was a spare card made available, and there was also a message to say it won't affect strike teams leaving to go help other parts of the state. There was an Ampol card that was provided to do that. So, but the issue is rectified one day after. And just the community consultation question. So it is, when we have serious fires, I appoint an incident controller under the Rural Fires Act, and part of the letter of appointment states that they must hold a community meeting within 21 days of that revoking of that fire emergency. They must hold one within 21 days, and part of it is to explain the fire strategies, but also hear back community feedback, and to make sure that they provide then a report to me after that, and in that report is to contain any community concerns that have been raised.
Thank you, Commissioner, and again, thanks to Mike and the senior leadership team for the work they do. We are going into some pretty difficult days, particularly with the bushfire season, and we've got, as I said, 85 fires at the moment. The other thing too, acknowledge that when it comes to things like that, I work with the Shadow Minister, Mr. Singh, in making sure that we can do whatever we can when it comes to a natural disaster. It's not about the politics, it's actually about how we can support community. So thanks for today for my first ever experience of budget estimates on this side of it.
Thanks, Minister.
Does the government have any further questions?
No further questions.
In that case, that does conclude our time with the Minister
You're
this
better than
morning.
Camper anyway.
It also concludes our time. It also concludes our time with Commissioner Rogers. So we thank you also for your time this morning, and we will now break for lunch, and we will be back at 2 p.m. Welcome back to the afternoon session for PC8 budget estimates. I will throw now straight to the opposition for questioning.
Well, thank you, Chair. My question is for Mr. Draper. Good to see you again. Let's start with the flood study question that I posed to the Minister in the earlier session around the Reconstruction Authority or the New South Wales Government obviously supporting Cabonne Shire Council with the funding and resources required to get new and updated flood studies done for Eugowra and Canowindra.
Yeah. So is that on? Is that working okay? Yeah. Yes, look, there is money available under the floodplain management program, and I understand Council has applied for money under that program, and those applications are under consideration. So that's a standing arrangement. The other thing I'd say is that I mentioned earlier in the hearing, in answer to a question I think from Ms. Cohn, that we're also looking at doing disaster adaptation plans for many places, and the Central West is one of those areas we're prioritising disaster adaptation plans.
Is there a timeline on the consideration? Like, how long have the applications been closed for the funding for the flood studies?
I don't know that. I'm going to try and find out during the course of this hearing and let you know. But all of that work that's going to happen through the Central West is being given priority by the Reconstruction Authority. We're treating the Central West as one of those areas, like a few other parts of the state, that of the highest importance in terms of getting that disaster adaptation work done, including flood studies that inform that.
Just thank you, Mr. Draper. So going back to the media release that's been tabled with the committee, and that I was that the Premier, Minister Scully, Minister Dibb put out yesterday or last night. This may be a bit of a mop-up job for the Minister. I'm not quite sure, Mr. Draper, but it specifically talks about house raising and retrofits, and I asked the Minister this morning about buybacks or rebuilds.
Yeah.
What is your understanding? Is buybacks and rebuilds included in this $50 million announcement?
Yeah, look, it's worth saying that the short answer is that I think anything will be considered. In the case, we've learned a lot of lessons from the Northern Rivers, and one of those lessons is you don't rush in and make decisions about big buyback programs without talking to local stakeholders, community leaders, and particularly councils. That's probably the biggest lesson, that we're going to be doing that. That's one of the undertakings we've given. And I've spoken directly with those councils and out in that area, the mayors and general managers about that.
So as long as it's not ruled ineligible, you would consider?
Yeah, so we'll be talking to them. I know that there is interest in all of those remedies, but probably at a much more modest scale in the Central West than we've applied in the Northern Rivers.
Because the majority of people want to stay in the community, so retrofitting and house raising is actually, I suspect the majority of claims or the majority of support needed, but there are 27 homes that were demolished, destroyed, and I suppose it's those people, that are impacted, those 27, that's where the conversation needs to be, I suppose. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, look, there's two reasons why we do have bought back homes using the Northern Rivers as the case study. One was where the homes were destroyed or so severely damaged they couldn't possibly be saved. The other is really more focused on future risk to those homes, so it's to do with removing homes from places which are particularly high risk in flood scenarios. In Eugowra, I think you were referring to Eugowra earlier, there are a number of homes there that have been destroyed. They may be able to be rebuilt on those properties. I know we put a lot of pods on those properties. People want to stay where they lived. In a lot of cases they are rebuilding, either because they've got insurance money to do that, or they may be eligible for the DRG structural grants. So buybacks may be considered under those circumstances, but that's not their primary purpose. Their primary purpose is really to remove households from places that are at high risk from future floods.
Can we just, and you're happy to take it on notice, or you may know off the top of your head, but I just want to confirm, when we talk Central West, we're talking Eugowra, we're talking Manildra, we're talking Cumnock, Molong, Canowindra, Forbes, is Parks?
Yeah, there's four
Wellington?
four LGAs that we're talking about. It's Cabonne, Forbes, Parks, and Lachlan.
Okay, all right, excellent. Another question is regarding this media release, and in the second page it talks about community projects such as the rebuild of Eugowra's preschool with Cabonne Shire Council. Now, and you'd be, I think, familiar within the Reconstruction Authority that I think there is approval for a temporary setup of Eugowra's preschool, which is a community-led model. It's the Eugowra Community Childcare Centre. But this morning, what I was asking the Minister to confirm was the $6.5 million ask that is coming from the Cabonne Shire to support that community organisation to completely rebuild and stand up a new facility. Was the Minister correct to say that, as he did this morning, that it would be rebuilt for that $6.5 million ask?
Well, I think you probably know this already, but there already has been rebuilt. Yeah. So schools infrastructure and the Reconstruction Authority through the council have funded the re-establishment of that centre. It hasn't been open yet. That's really a question for council, but it's been rebuilt, as you know, down at the showground site. Yeah.
So, but it's very much a temporary setup, though. The number one community asset that, whether you ask council, whether you ask flood advisory groups, you ask local business people in the streets in Eugowra, is that they want a new childcare centre built from the ground up. That is the number one community asset, and they'd like to know if that's going to happen or not, or is that at the top of the Reconstruction Authority's priority list for Eugowra?
Well, I will say it has been pretty much rebuilt from the ground up. The one that's there now is pretty much a completely new.
Well, they're temporary buildings. So.
They're temporary buildings, but it's a new centre. So the question of whether the council would like to build another centre in the future at another spot or in the same place, that's really a matter for them. We've only just finished the temporary.
It's not council, Mr. Draper. It's council are assisting this community organisation, as you know, which is a private organisation, community owned and operated. Council are supporting because of the rigmarole they had to go through with the Department of Education. Because I've been through this process with them ever since the flood occurred. There is a real need. If you survey that community, the number one community asset they want invested in is a new community childcare centre.
Yeah, well, that's a matter. That's something we will. So just go back, I guess, to the more general nature of your question. The money that the government has set aside, they announced it actually initially in the state budget back in I think it was the 19th of September, and then there was a media release today which just confirmed that further. So that money, there's a number of potential uses. One is housing programs, which we've just been talking about. Another is community assets, and again we will be asking the councils which ones they've got. There's a number of councils have different community assets that they would prioritise. There's the disaster adaptation planning I mentioned a moment ago. That's the work that some of that work needs to be done by councils themselves. So we'd be setting aside some money for that. And the other one, other use, which I think is going to be important, and I know that you've had an interest in this in the past too, but is road and bridge betterment. So
that's my next question.
Yeah. So some of that money will be available. There are roads and bridges which get washed out, we rebuild them. We get washed out, we rebuild them again. And so there'll be roads and bridges in those areas. Each of those councils will have particular priorities.
So, but before I get to, because I've got some specific questions for you, just to go back to the preschool. I was in Eugowra only 2 weeks ago. The new facility was still, at the showground, was still not functioning. And I'm not asking you to get involved in that. That's something between council and the organisation and whatnot. But that is a temporary facility. I think your comments earlier was that you have rebuilt it. Well, you've rebuilt a temporary facility. I think my question is long term, is the Reconstruction Authority got at the top of their priority list for that community a brand new facility?
Our priority list is going to be determined by discussions with council and community, so that's what you'd expect. That's again a very important lesson we've learned from the Northern Rivers is you've got to be guided by the community, you've got to be guided by the councils, and we intend to make sure we use that lesson in the Central West.
Yeah, and I just think it's just worth noting that this is publicly available information, but the Building Back Better Cabonne Urgent Priorities document, their own submissions all have that childcare facility at the top of their list. Now, going to move on, Mr. Draper. So you will remember our visit in a former life before the election where we went out to Molong Rail Bridge. I just wanted, is there an update on this? Have we got Cabonne Council, in my discussions, have it estimated at, I think, maybe $10 million looking at the span, but it certainly is something that could go a long way in flood mitigation into the future for Molong and removing those issues around flash flooding. Where are we up to with that project?
Yeah, and just for the benefit of the other members of the community, when Mr. Farrell refers to former life, his former life as a minister.
My former life,
we visited Molong with the council, and one of the issue with the rail bridge there is that it, as the water comes around the bend, it can get clogged up under the rail bridge and cause a lot of back flooding. So it's a real problem for the Molong township. So I understand that Transport hasn't yet resolved that, but they're still looking at it. I think that's one of those projects that would come out of the disaster adaptation planning, so we'd prioritise it depending on what comes out of that planning process.
So Transport haven't completed an estimated cost or engineering options or anything yet?
Not as far as I'm aware. I can try and get some more information during the session if you like, but I'm not aware that they've got a solution there yet. But I would say, again, I think all of those sorts of things should be the product of some very methodical planning with the council and the community there to determine if that is the top priority. Certainly when we've met with council, they are still concerned about Molong Bridge, so I think it's going to be up there as one of those projects that has to be considered.
So continuing on that theme of projects, the Naring Creek Bridge, which is the one between Canowindra and Eugowra, it requires, it's one of the top infrastructure projects for that region post flooding, and it probably needs a portion of money, betterment money is best way to describe it. Is Naring Creek Bridge, again, where does it sit in the priorities list? What work are we doing with Transport for New South Wales, and do we have access to betterment funding to fix that crossing properly?
Yeah, so the money that we're talking about, the $50 million, and I note in the media release, so I haven't actually got a physical copy, but I've got it on my phone here, but it refers to also wanting to work with the federal government. You'd be aware that, what we'd call Category D programs are designed for betterment, and the way that works is when you've got a bridge or a road or an asset that's damaged like that, where you have more money available, you can rebuild that road or that bridge or that asset to a higher standard or augment it in a way that it's not as vulnerable to future natural hazards. So that's part of the purpose of this program. When we went out, and I've been out a few times and met with the councils out there, that sort of road betterment and bridge betterment is definitely one of the top priorities, and that'll be included as part of the funding.
We've got $50 million announced by the state government. What discussions have the Reconstruction Authority had with Commonwealth counterparts and agencies about matching it, about what is needed? Like, where are we up to in those discussions? Has a formal request and submission been sent to the Commonwealth?
Yeah, well, we're certainly talking to NEMA, which is the national body. In fact, when I went and met with the councils and spent a few days with them, that was Cabonne, Parks and Forbes. I didn't get to Lachlan on that trip, but I did that trip with the Chief Executive of NEMA. So we're in exactly the same meetings, hearing the same things, getting the same feedback. And he and I have been in constant contact over that period to try and work together to come up with a joint solution, which is the normal arrangement for disaster recovery.
So across those 4 local government areas that you mentioned before as part of this Central West package, we've got $50 million on the table. In your opinion, in your experience and in your judgment, how much is needed in the work the Reconstruction Authority have done in order to either retrofit, raise, build back, buyback, and also the community assets package? How much is needed across those 4 LGAs to rebuild it completely?
Yeah, my experience is that the demand is endless. So you can, particularly with roads and things like that, you can keep going because we've got a lot of rebuilding and adaptation to do in New South Wales for future hazards. But in terms of the priorities that we understood from councils, I think an amount of between $50 and $100 million will actually suffice for we've been asked for. That the community assets often they don't require very large sums of money in their own right. Some of them are quite modest, on an asset-by-asset basis. Probably the bigger elements are the roads packages. That would be probably the biggest element, I think.
Yeah, right. Going to the Resilient Homes program, that $700 million in tranche 2, you may need to take this on notice, but how many applications, I suppose, were received for a buyback, both in the Northern Rivers and in the Central West?
So just, we're talking Northern Rivers now?
No, we're talking, well, both. I want to know across that program, how many applications have been received for either a build back or buyback?
So there is no, up until this announcement, there is no program for buybacks in the Central West, other than one that's been going around for a long time, the Voluntary Home Purchase Scheme, which is a very slow-moving scheme. You may be aware, it's jointly funded with councils. In the Northern Rivers, there's over 7,000 people who've registered for the Resilient Homes program, and that's been growing even during the course of this year. Not all of those people, I think, would be expecting to get a buyback. There's retrofits and raisings in there as well.
So when you say 7,000, for instance, can you dissect how many applications have been received? Let's just say Northern Rivers, because we've obviously, until the announcement last night, there hasn't been the ability to put an application in for the Central West. But in the Northern Rivers, how many applications have been received for a retrofit? Or are you saying that the 7,000 was the collective total of applications submitted?
Yeah, when people register for Resilient Homes in the Northern Rivers, they don't register for one of those treatments. They register generally. And then we have...
So does the Reconstruction Authority then deem whether it is a house raise, retrofit, build back or buyback, or is that a discussion with the applicant?
That's the way it works is that what we've done actually is identify homes that are a top priority for buyback, because those homes are in very high risk zones. And so there's been about 1,100 homes that initially have been prioritised for that. There's about another 400 homes that have been identified for a raising or a retrofit within the $700 million that we have.
All right, so can you just run those numbers again? 400 have been...
About 1,100 homes were identified for prioritised for the first round of home buybacks, and we're working through those. And about 400 homes that were identified to date for raisings or retrofits. It requires a lot of information to figure out whether a raising or retrofits applies, because you've got to know a whole lot of information.
And these are predominantly in the Northern Rivers?
This is all Northern Rivers. There's no such program in the Central West.
That's fine. So, okay, you've answered those few questions. So of the 700 million, how much has actually been spent to date?
Probably start with what we've done in terms of offers, because, and I'll get that in a moment. I've got Mr. Conroy here, who's our Chief Financial Operating Officer, who may have some more information on that, or Mr. Kendicott, who's from the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation. But we've made, out of the 1,100 homes that we prioritised, there's been 649 offers made. 393 of those have been accepted by the homeowner. So we're about 60% of the way through the offers process.
Okay. So when will, I suppose, the rest of the tranche 1 money be spent, I suppose? When do you think you will expend all of that 700 million?
Look, it's there's going to have to be a point at which we assess how much of it's going to be consumed, because we've worked out how many offers we can make within that budget. It's actually one of the biggest buyback programs I think Australia's ever seen. There's a similar one happening in Queensland. They're at about a similar point actually as us. But it may be that the rate of acceptance will determine how much money is left in the fund. And then there's the other money that the government has recently announced as well, another $100 million for the Northern Rivers.
Would you be able to take on notice, Mr. Draper, would you be able to take on notice breaking down which, the applications by LGA for the committee?
We may not have to take it on notice. We may be able to get that for you during the course of the
because obviously if we talk all Northern Rivers, if we can just talk, obviously you've got your 7,000, then it's broken up, 1,100 buyback, 400 raising or retrofit, and then 649 to 393. If we just have that broken up, I suppose, per LGA.
Do you mean the offers that are being made, or do you mean the 7,000 registrations?
Well, we probably want it from the 7,000 down.
Yeah.
So in terms of where across those LGAs, those 7,000 expressions or applications come from. But then if we can drill down, obviously, into the 1,100, then the 400, I think that would be important, but by LGA across the Northern Rivers.
I can certainly tell you that in terms of the buybacks that have been prioritised to date, the vast majority of those are in the Lismore City Council LGA. I think I'll use a round figure, so as not to get it wrong, but I'd say it's about 750 of the buyback offers are in the Lismore City Council LGA. I'll just look at Mr Hendicott and check that.
But I've asked for a bit of detailed information, so happy for you to take it on notice if you need to.
I'll try and get it now, but if I can't get it during the course of the session, then we'll come back to you.
So is it fair to say, I think we always put, or there was a 5-year timeline, wasn't there, put on that buyback program to complete. Is that fair to say? I just remember that at some stage, the Northern Rivers were sort of advised, people making those 7,000 applications, that it could be a 5-year program to deliver a buyback or program of that scale.
I'm not aware of that timeframe. Certainly, there's many years of recovery to go in the Northern Rivers, particularly in the public infrastructure rebuilding process and creating new homes and those sorts of things. But in terms of the buyback program itself, I'm not aware of such a time limit.
Thank you. I just wanted to go, first of all, to Mr Tidball. We were talking earlier about the segregation of children and youth justice centres, and you said you had some extra information around that.
Yes,
Thank you.
Certainly. If I can just make the point that only 6.6% of segregation events in the period reported were for more than 24 hours. And if I can also indicate it in terms of the trending, I've just got to hand, since your question this morning, the 2023 segregation data, which for more than 24 hours was 113 events, which is the lowest in 6 years. So, and probably also by way of context, the Children Detention Centres Act provides for separation, segregation and confinement. The critical point about Section 19 that deals with segregation, it is exclusively for the purpose of managing risk. So we characteristically are talking about potential for violence and extreme violence to other young people in detention, and that's the exclusive purpose. I should also indicate that the trigger point, the significance of the 24-hour threshold is the threshold at which it needs to be reported to the Ombudsman, which is
there any provision of a psychologist in New South Wales in those instances as well?
Yes, absolutely. And I have experts with me who can speak to that. We have some 42 psychologists working in youth justice, and the priority access is absolutely where we have separation, segregation or confinement pursuant to the Children Detention Centres Act taking place. They have priority access.
Thank you. And so are they given an hour with a psychologist the moment that they're given segregation, or is it just that they have access? I just wanted to confirm how it works in practice.
I may, Chair, defer to my colleague.
Yeah,
Chair.
of course.
Thank you, Mr Tidball. So each child or young person in detention, can you hear me okay? Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Just move that around.
Yeah.
Each child or young person in detention obviously is an individual, and there's a plan around each of those children. And that plan's called a detainee risk management plan. We have just recently completed a review of the policy associated with those plans to have much more of a focus on how we support young people, particularly where it includes segregation as part of that plan. And as a result, we now call that a behaviour assessment pathway, which really details the supports that child or young person will have during their time in detention. That will include access to psychologists. As Michael said, we've got psychologists throughout all of our 6 detention centres. And it's not prescriptive in that it's an hour a week. It will depend on the unique needs of that particular young person. So it could be more than an hour, but it will depend on those individual circumstances.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Mr. Tibble, you mentioned that the new financial year statistics for 23, are they available, or can we get a copy? Is that possible to table that one?
Yes, and they, of course, they are collected by us, as I say, referred to the Ombudsman, but we have those, and we can certainly provide those. I noticed, but the headline figure for 22-23, as I said, was 113.
113. And what's that as a reduction compared to the previous year?
It was 119 from memory in 21-22. It is what was 119 in 21-22 and 113 in 22-23.
And that's specifically
24
segregation lasting more than 24
24
hours?
hours plus, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
If I may, could I
Yes,
just
please.
add to the Secretary's response on those numbers? As Mr Tidball described, we have had a significant reduction over the last 6 years. So 113 this year, 21, 22, 145, 2021, 119, 1920, 134, 1819, 152, and 1718, 142. And we can provide those on notice.
And is that all segregation, or is that?
No, that's the
over
more than 24 hours.
Okay, great. I was going to ask
If
one
I
question.
just,
Yes,
Chair, may
sorry, go.
indicate, the aim with segregation is pursuant to the statute. It's exclusively for the purpose of managing risk. So a segregation event can pass within 20 minutes. The aim is to de-escalate as soon as quickly as we're able, and that is generally what happens.
Yeah, no, that's why I was sort of trying to clarify the difference between over 24 hours versus something that is quite a short period of time of segregation.
We do have the overall numbers for segregation, if that helps.
Yeah, that'd be useful too. Thanks.
And again, we've got them over the last 5 years. So 22-23, 1,231. 21-22, 2,216. 20-21, 2836, 19-20, 4809, and 18-19, 660. So it's over that period of time, an 82% reduction in the total number of segregations.
And how have we been able to reduce those segregation amounts? Like what's been implemented and what's going to continue to help us get those numbers down? Particularly for over 24 hours, because they're obviously far more serious than a 20-minute segregation.
I'm happy to respond. First of all, segregation, as Mr Tidball said, it is an important risk management strategy, both for other detainees, but also our staff. So it is an important tool, not one we want to use clearly a lot, but it is an important tool, and it's important to make that point. Over the last 4 to 5 years, Youth Justice has undertaken a significant program of reform that has focused on safety improvements, so infrastructure improvements to our detention centres. So every detention centre has benefited from those infrastructure or safety improvements. We've also invested a lot of money in staff training and leadership, our leadership as well, to make sure that staff have got the tools and the expertise and the capability to respond to young people in a trauma-informed way. Because I think it was mentioned this morning, I'm not sure if it was the Secretary or Minister Dibb, the majority of these young people come into detention with significant histories of trauma and abuse, and that often manifests itself in their behaviour. So it's important that our staff are well equipped, and we invest in them, like I said, to actually make sure that they can support those young people adequately. There are a series of other programs, and I might ask Ms Nelson to expand on some of those as well.
Happy to. Thanks, Simone. The other things that I guess I'd like to point out in terms of system reforms that we've undertaken over the last 5 years, some of which is a direct response to the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse. So we have introduced X-ray body scanners which has almost completely eliminated the need for young people to be subjected to partially clothed body searches. So prior to the X-ray scanners, which some of you would have been familiar with if you've been through an airport recently, young people would undertake a partially clothed body search, which would mean that they would remove the top part of their clothing and would be searched, and then they would put that back on, and then the bottom part of their clothing and then put that back on. We'd have one staff member observing the young person, and we'd have another staff member observing that staff member. As you can understand, for young people with a significant history of trauma, abuse and neglect, that process was even further traumatising. So we are really pleased with the introduction of our body scanners across our entire custodial network to have almost eliminated the need for the young people to be subjected to that process. Just last week I was out at our Cobham Youth Justice Centre, and I was asking the staff there about how much that has actually reduced the need for kids to submit to the partially clothed body search. And the acting centre manager told me that to his knowledge there'd only been one young person who had said that they didn't want to go in the body scanner and would rather have the search, and as it turned out that young person had contraband on his person. So yeah, I think you could say that's been a significant success story. Good for young people, but also good for our staff, who certainly didn't enjoy having to perform that procedure. The other thing we've done is roll out body-worn cameras. So our incident response team now have body-worn cameras that they can activate when they are responding to an emergency situation. We have instituted a use of force review panel. So every time young people are subjected to a use of force, any CCTV footage or body-worn camera footage that is recorded during that use of force is referred to the use of force panel so that they can review that process, make sure it's all been done in accordance with legislation, policy and procedure. And if we find instances where there might have been slight mistakes made, we can correct through education, further training, that kind of thing.
Wonderful. Thank you. Dr. Amanda Khan.
Thank you. I'm coming back to emergency services. So my question is to the commissioners. I understand that across New South Wales and across Australia we're seeing a decline in formal volunteerism for a whole range of demographic reasons, cost of living, etc. I'm interested in the work that your agencies are doing to address this. For fire and rescue, I understand that is also impacting the ability to recruit, retain firefighters.
Yes, so fire and rescue has almost half our workforce is retained on-call firefighters, and we also have 4,500 community fire unit volunteers. So we've got a pure volunteer model and the part-time one. We do see ebbs and flows, and more than ever it is important we maintain fire and rescue as an engaging and attractive opportunity for people to contribute their time. It is very much a discretionary activity for our retained firefighters in particular, because they're performing that work as in addition to their primary employment, to family commitments and any other work. We've got a sustainable on-call program. It's one of our strategic priorities to identify a number of things that we can do within the organisation to make sure that model is as sustainable as possible and remains attractive to them. And we're also targeting a lot of local recruitment. So we've appointed recruitment officers in the commands and also recruitment coordinators at an aerial level. So they're people with good local knowledge and contacts, able to identify potential candidates and also help them through the recruitment process. So those positions have been in place for a few months now, so they're just starting to really make some good progress.
Okay, thank you. And could you just give us some more information about the sustainable on-call? What does that actually involve?
So looking at a range of different things we can do within the system, whether that's any sort of changes that need to be considered in relation to the award, the retained award, whether it's anything to do with the systems that they utilise to provide access to the organisation in terms of saying when they're available, when they're not available. It's been very much led by our retained firefighters, and they've had a lot of contribution. One of the highlights of that has been a station leadership and development program, and we've trained several hundred retained firefighters in that program already over the last 12 months, and those programs are continuing this year. And that's to build the leadership capability, because we know that for any sort of volunteer or part-time work like this, the impact that good leadership can have on the attraction and the retention of retained firefighters. So investing in that leadership capability is going to pay dividends for us.
Thank you. And do you know how many vacancies there are at the moment across New South Wales in those retained positions and volunteer positions?
Yes, I've got the figures here. We have close to just 300, 500 vacancies across our retained network.
Okay. And does that data exist for the volunteer positions?
No, well, there's no establishment for the volunteer positions, so that's the number I gave you was for our retained firefighters. They're a part-time on-call firefighters. The volunteers that are based in the community fire unit, they're street-based units. They've got a minimum level that they need to have a viable number, but there's no establishment figure that we could say that we've got X number of vacancies against for that.
Okay, thank you. Look, I'm pleased to hear that there's work that's only just started, it sounds like, to address this, so I look forward to following that up next year to hear how it's going. And I've got the same question for Commissioner York for the SES.
Yes, thank you. So, encouragingly, New South Wales State Emergency Service is not seeing a reduction in volunteers. In fact, we've increased up to over 10,500 volunteers. We have seen since February 2022, we've received over 7,000 applications to join the New South Wales SES, and we're progressing through those applications, and we've still got around 1,600 applications to go, so it's quite an effort by the organisation to get through those applications. Obviously that's overall figures. Some of the smaller remote towns do see reductions in volunteers due to the nature of the towns reducing or the mines closing or some other effect. So obviously a lot of cases in those areas we are moving volunteers around the state as we need them. There's been a significant enhancement in relation to our number of permanent staff as well. So that has assisted us by, I think the Minister tried to mention it this morning, the establishment of 2 new zones that are closer to the community and closer to our units with extra resources that now travel around to the units, engage with them. We've increased a lot of the training again through the enhancements, particularly in the flood rescue space. And also one of the important things for volunteers is that training and social interaction in the unit, and really putting a lot of effort through our zone operational readiness officers and our new deputy zone commanders across the state to engage with those volunteers and ensure we have retention. And we've also trialling a youth internship program so that we can gather young community members so that they might see that they have a path into volunteering for the New South Wales State Emergency Service.
I did put the same question to the RFS Commissioner this morning, but of your 10,500 volunteers that you got on the books, how many of those are trained up to date with their training, active members versus names on the books?
So I can't break it down as clearly as what Commissioner Rogers did this morning, but as an example, during the 21-22 floods, we had 7,000 volunteers that went out into the field. So again, we do have very active volunteers, as well as those volunteers that are still registered with us that will come out when their community most needs them. So I think we did approximately at a minimum 1.5 million hours during that year of floods, and we know that not all volunteers have the time to record their hours, so that's at a minimum. So certainly the volunteers came forward to help not only their community, but communities across the state.
Thank you. And if I could ask you as well about I think it was called the Volunteering Reimagined program. I know there were some efforts made to include more spontaneous or informal volunteers within SES units. What's been the progress on that type of initiative?
Yeah, so that was a program that started before I started as Commissioner, but we are again trying to renew our spontaneous volunteers. There is a project that the Department of Premiers is leading in relation to increasing volunteers across all volunteer emergency service agencies, and particularly in the relation to the spontaneous volunteers. There's probably falls within 2 categories. One is those ones who just come out and help on the day, but there is a registered process where they can register with us. And although related, we have put a lot of money into our health and wellbeing programs, and
those registered spontaneous volunteers are now included in our assistance for them in their health and well-being as well.
Fantastic. That's really good to hear. Do you have the numbers for how many registered spontaneous volunteers you've got?
I will try and get that. I don't have them just right here, but I'll just try and get them before the end of the day.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. I'll notice.
Thank you. We will now move to questions from the opposition. The Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you, and welcome back this afternoon. Lots of questions, so I'll crack straight into it. I'll start with you, Mr. Fisherell, and obviously congratulations yet again. You know, well done on getting the role, although it might be a little bit of a poison chalice once we get through the rest of these questions. The first question I'm going to ask is, what action are you prepared to take against the unions for putting political messages on publicly owned property, including trucks and buildings?
Well, look, we'll manage any of those issues as they arise and deal with them accordingly. Obviously, as public servants, we've got obligations to serve the government of the day and remain impartial. So there'll be the parameters that we'll use, and a key part of that is obviously having the channels of communication open with the union, being able to talk to them if they were considering that sort of action and provide them a clear understanding of what the parameters are.
Yep.
And then also, ideally, if we're able to head those things off from getting to that point.
Okay. Has the Minister given you any direction as to his views on the way that he expects you and other senior management to approach that issue?
No.
Do you expect the Minister to provide you some guidance as to how he expects you to handle that issue?
I'm not sure there. We'll work that through. Obviously, the Minister and I are only just establishing our relationship as Commissioner and Minister.
Yeah,
so.
You can put your foot down now and you can start it early, you know. But look, so in relation to that, what's your view? If you came across it, how would you handle it right now?
Well, the biggest priority for me is fire and rescue having a very professional image presented to the community.
And do you think that aids in that image?
No, look, I don't think it does anything to enhance that. So at times I understand that there's concerns that will be raised by the workforce and by their representative body, and it's just a question of what are the best ways to express that.
Okay. You'll note, obviously, the Minister and I had a little bit of a discussion, we'll call it, about the way that the budget's been structured for this year, and obviously he indicated that in his view that there was a budget increase, but in reality, when we saw the actual outlay from the previous financial year to what's been budgeted for this the coming financial year, there appears to be an $8 million deficit from what was actually spent last year, even though we're looking at more severe conditions in this financial year. In your view, are you expecting to have to cut services, or are you looking to have to cut the, say, upgrade of equipment in order to support the government's reduced budget?
No, we've got a increase in our expendable budget of 100. The budget's gone up from last year from.
That's on the budgeted figures, though, isn't that right?
ERE from 664 million to 766 million.
Yep, but if we're comparing that figure not to the budgeted figure from the last financial year, but the actual figure that was spent by the government, we're looking at a decrease, aren't we? If we're looking at actuals versus what's being budgeted.
Actuals against budgeted, yes, but there are obviously things that we will do to bring.
And what are those things?
Well, we'll look at whatever things we need to do, particularly not affecting frontline service delivery.
Okay.
So any sort of behind the scenes type costs that we can reduce or eliminate, we'll be looking at those sort of areas.
So effectively, you're looking at an efficiency dividend. Is that right? Something that you're looking to be able to make up that loss, that shortfall.
Well, like all agencies, we've got obligations to meet the financial management expectations, and we'll be managing the organisation as best we can to achieve that budget figure.
Okay. So what we call operational, savings or whatever, most people call cuts. So what are you planning to cut?
Well, as I say, we'll take things on a case-by-case basis.
I know, but you must have some view by now.
Well, there's some things we can do there to identify spending around non-necessary items and so forth.
Like, I mean, are we going to see a situation in your organisation that we've seen like the RFS where there's not enough fuel to put in the truck?
No, I don't believe so. We will always make sure we take the necessary measures to ensure our crews are well supported and resourced, and they've got the equipment and training to be able to do their job.
Okay, so we've got, before the inflationary pressures that we've seen, an $8 million shortfall from what was actually expended in the last financial year to now. How are you going to factor in any increases in expenditure that come by way of inflation? Because obviously it would seem that with an $8 million cut on what's expended just on its own, there's going to have to be some cuts somewhere, and then factor in inflation on top of that. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars that your budget is short. Isn't that right, Commissioner?
Look, there's things we can do to prioritise the spending. We can delay some things if we needed to, defer some projects that are not
But when
essential.
you're talking about delays, are we not talking about things like upgrades to old equipment, upgrades to fire trucks, or equipment that the frontline services need to be able to do their job?
Well, as I said before, we'll always make sure that and a priority for me is to make sure our firefighters are well equipped and able to do their job on the front line as well as possible.
Before you took the job, did you talk to the Minister about the cuts that have happened in your to your organisation, and did you petition him to actually increase the budget?
No.
Are you planning to petition the Minister to increase your budget?
Well, look, I think any of the Emergency Services Commissioners were always looking for opportunities to see additional resources to come to them. I think the biggest question, the most important thing, is do we have enough to be able to provide the services that the government and the community expect and require?
Well, it would seem at the moment that you don't, because certainly if you had an expenditure that's $8 million below what's been budgeted this year, there must be some concerns as to the way that you're going to be able to deliver your frontline services. Would that not be a fair assumption?
No, I think we'll be able to manage through those challenges. We'll be able to look at the things that we need to prioritise and adjust accordingly.
Okay. For example, I guess you've got the need for things like PPE, safety gear. Is that the sort of gear that we're looking to reduce costs in? Or, because if it's not manpower and if it's not the services that are being delivered, it must be the gear. Is that not right? Like, are we looking to use older gear? Are we looking to recycle stuff a bit more? Or?
No, not at all. We've actually structured our funding for our protective clothing to be well scheduled into the budget and forward budget estimates. We've got that on a regular schedule now. So previously we were needing significant large boosts of funding to address that, whereas now it'll be regularly cycled through. And so there'll be more scheduled top-ups throughout the yearly cycles rather than one big lot every 6 or 7 years.
Yeah. So the $8 million that was short for the staffing, you've now, I guess, got a commitment from the government that you're going to have over 600 new firefighters joining the ranks as well. Where's the money going to come from? Where are the firefighters going to come from? How are you going to deliver that with the cuts that the Minister's provided to you?
Well, so we're working with government to identify the phasing and the plans to bring those people, additional firefighters, into the organisation. They are going to be phased in over a number of years. There's not a significant, huge increase all of a sudden. And with that would obviously need to come appropriate funding to cover the additional staff.
Okay. I'm going to move. You've done well. A bit of a baptism of fire, but that's all right. You're certainly up to the job. I'll move to the SES now, and Commissioner, did you provide the Minister any advice in relation to the mergers that were proposed in the flood inquiry? And what was your and your organisation's position on that finding of the inquiry?
Yeah, that recommendation out of the inquiry came as quite a surprise to me because I hadn't been spoken to about it. And when you read the report, it did talk about backroom merger. and it wasn't clear whether it's the shared services type merger or whether it's operations. So most of my organisation was quite upset about that because they are very devoted volunteers to what they do, as well as staff members. And one of the issues obviously is we're based in Wollongong, and so it brought a lot of concern from our staff members about where they would be if they would be relocated and what that would mean for their own personal life. So there's a lot of anguish and distress in relation to that. I have passed that on to the Minister. That recommendation was not fully accepted by the previous government. It was accepted in principle, and we were in discussions about what that would mean in relation to any merger or sharing of resources, or whatever term you might like to use. And the discussions have continued on with this Minister, and obviously this government have said prior to the election outcome that they did not support the merger, and so we've been working very hard in relation to interoperability, how we can be supported by not only RFS but Fire and Rescue and other emergency service agencies, and how we can support them during whatever challenges they have for natural hazards.
Right. Is that the advice that you gave to the Minister when he was coming into his role?
I didn't. I don't recall ever speaking to the Minister prior to him being the Minister about that issue.
Okay, but when he was made the Minister, I imagine that you would have had initial briefings and subsequent briefings that have happened right up until now. I'm guessing that you've, made the point that that you saw your organisation as being completely one to be separated out and to remain that way. Is that right?
I have voiced that opinion that I think the SES really performs and delivers its services to the community very well under the structure that it is. But the Minister was always clear pre and post-election by public statements that he did not support the merger.
Yeah. And I didn't get the opportunity to ask the RFS Commissioner before he had to depart, but I imagine, and you may know this, you may not, but I imagine that they probably shared a similar view. Would that be fair to say?
I think there was some statements in the public by the RFS Volunteer Association.
Yep.
But Commissioner Rogers and I have worked very harmoniously in trying to locate opportunities for furthering the relationship between the two organisations. There's again a steering committee led by Department of Premiers, where we have looked at some of the ways in which we do business. So, for example, we have very much committed to training volunteers and others from other agencies in relation to that flood rescue capacity, and we've recently launched a bushfire awareness course for my volunteers so that they can help into this forthcoming fire season.
Okay, I might ask the RFS Deputy Commissioner to just to come forward if we could, just to.
There's no one here now.
No one left?
From
Oh, I thought
RFS.
we had still the no. Okay, we've got no one from RFS here. Okay, that's all right. You can answer for everybody then. I'm sure they'll be absolutely pleased. I'm sure they'll be absolutely pleased that you're going to answer. No, I won't do that to you.
I don't think we're that
apologies.
interoperable yet.
Well, I know, and that's the question that I was going to ask is that. Can you provide some insights as to, I imagine that once the finding was made, that you would have had to have some conversations between both the organisations as to how you were perhaps going to make any merger that was on the table work. Could you provide some insights as to those conversations and what was, I guess, considered as a viable solution in relation to any mergers that may or may not happen?
Okay, I can't recall any conversations about any mergers because, as I said, the previous government only accepted the recommendation in principle to be further worked on.
Yep.
And this government were very clear about not having mergers. But we have had many conversations about things we already do. So, for example, RFS were critical in assisting us during the floods, for the record floods that the state has suffered for the last 3 years. They've worked with us in the operations centres, they've assisted us with door knocking, they've done damage assessments, they've done a variety of things which they do all across the state all the time.
Yep.
And so it was looking at projects, for example, RFS wanted a new workers' comp system and a safety management system, and we did too. So we're working on how we could align that. There's the computer-aided dispatch system that the agencies are looking at, working on. We're already, for example, not just on RFS, but we're on the SAP system for fire and rescue. So it was looking at what we already do and how we could capitalise on some future enhancements or some future projects.
Because both organisations are renowned for working well together, right?
And I would say in the majority of cases they're very well working together.
Okay, no, that's good. So in that respect then, has the Minister provided any direction to you at all in relation to the ways with which the two organisations can better collaborate, for want of a better word, in relation to emergencies, given that there was a clear view from the inquiry that there needed to be, I think, greater collaboration in relation to effort, in relation to the delivery of services. Now, the government's decided to not adopt that position, but surely the Minister must have actually spoken to you and RFS about working out ways that you can collaborate better in response to state emergencies.
He's given no direction to me about what should be done, but he's been very clear of using the words and the terms interoperability, that he wanted us to work better. And as I say, that's a project led by jointly led by Premier's Department, RFS, and New South Wales SES to come up with some of those strategies. To do that, and you've got to remember also within the budget that we have, so it's not possible to come up with a brand new IT system, for example, across all emergency service agencies, because it just wasn't going to be able to get the capacity to be able to implement those things. But there are a number of projects where we have been working together and successfully, I would say so.
And I think this is sort of apexed nicely to where I wanted to sort of head to, which is what we're looking at now is potentially moving into one of the most concerning seasons ahead for fire, for any number of emergencies that we're looking at with conditions the way that they are, and El Nino predicted by BOM, etc. We're 7 months into this new government, where the government has failed to adopt the recommendations of the flood inquiry that your two organisations work better together. I've asked you directly, what work has the Minister done in relation to asking you to collaborate well with RFS, etc.? And it seems that the Minister's provided no direction whatsoever. How do the people of New South Wales expect that the two organisations that the Labor government said would not be merged are going to work well together in an emergency when there's been no direction from the Minister to start that collaborative process?
Well, I wouldn't exactly agree with that. He hasn't directed me as to what projects we should be doing. He's directed the Premier's Department to work with RFS and SES.
But this is what we're seeing
all the time,
to come up with some
strategies that we've already commenced on. We've already completed some of these strategies.
But this is, computer systems are all great and everything else, but we're talking about potential high-risk frontline issues around fire, around emergency evacuations, emergency responses, and there's a clear finding from that inquiry that your two organisations needed to work better together. We know that traditionally that always hasn't been the case, and now you're saying that there's been no direct work between the two organisations to have that service delivery streamlined. The Minister has not provided any direct instruction to you, and the Premier's office is doing exactly what Labor does and has a review.
No, that's not quite correct. We're already doing things to be interoperable besides what came out of the review. We're certainly all members of the Local Emergency Management Committee, where we work at the ground level with the community about delivering our services. We're again members of the State Emergency Management Committee, where we work with all government departments in relation to delivering our services. I'm the chair of the Capability Development Steering Committee, which looks at how we can develop the capability across government to be able to respond to some of the challenges that we know that we're facing in the environment. We have already trained or had joint training in relation to incident command positions. We've trained RFS in a lot of flood rescue positions. We've got 2 aviation personnel down working out of RFS that can help them through their season as well.
I appreciate all that
But
stuff.
these are all things that have been developed for
My
interoperability.
concern is that places like the Northern Rivers, how many volunteers do you have on the Northern Rivers?
I can tell you that.
Have the RFS volunteers been trained in flood rescue? I'm just getting the question in before my time goes off.
Yep. Yeah, so some of them have been trained in flood rescue. So, for example, we've onboarded an additional 369 volunteer members in the Northern Rivers and 14 staff members. We've established a new northeastern zone headquarters based out of Gunnellabar, which was not there before. We were running out of Newcastle, and with that comes additional staff members, additional training staff, as well as additional IC staff. We've onboarded an SES project team has been established up there and completed replacing the vehicles and giving more vehicles up there. We've got 2 additional fleets, being a light storm vehicle and a command vehicle. We've also placed a Unimog, which is a high clearance vehicle up there. So we have listened very clearly to what the recommendations of that inquiry were. We've listened to the community. We've worked with our other emergency service agencies, not only RFS, Fire and Rescue, VRA, Surf Lifesaving, particularly in relation to the use of drones and personnel, and built the capacity for Northern Rivers.
And sorry, I know my time went off. The RFS volunteers that have been trained in flood rescue, did you have that figure by any chance?
Yeah.
Just while Commissioner York's looking for that, I'd just add, my 26 years in emergency services, I've never seen the level of interaction and interoperability as we have now. So there's a very close connection between ourselves, SES and RFS. We've trained additional staff in swiftwater, in-water rescue, complementing their locations in the Northern Rivers with SES. So there's been coordination between the agencies to not only meet the recommendations of the flood inquiry, but to look at it in a holistic sense and to put them in the best locations between the different agencies.
Are you suggesting that the SES and Fire Rescue New South Wales should have been merged?
No, I'm just saying that we're all working really well together.
I'm joking. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Thank you. I've got some further questions about youth justice. I know that the department published an overview of statistics and key characteristics of young people in youth justice New South Wales. It's quite concerning to see that the number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people remanded in custody increased to 1,783 individuals in 2022-23, which is almost 500 individuals more than the year before. I'm wondering if there's any information about why there was that increase, and also if the department is doing anything in that space specifically.
Look, thank you. The department, firstly, can I acknowledge the challenge, and just to deal with the headline statistics, as of today, there are 212, as of the 29th of October, 212 young people in custody, sorry, I apologise, 212, 161 of those are on remand, and 64%, that being 103, of those people are Aboriginal young people. So there is a very real challenge. The point to be made about the work of youth justice is we receive what is referred to us through the justice system, and it is very much the case that the majority of young people coming into care are on remand. The practice in respect of bail refused, I have the figures in front of me now, that is a particular challenge for us. In terms of the operation of the youth justice system and the 6 detention centres, youth detention centres across the state, a further challenge is that because bail is such a driver of those remand numbers, that very often they enter into custody for a very short period of time, which in terms of constructive intervention, care for young people, doing the work that we would want to do, that there are restrictions. But it is a function of, quite frankly, policing practice, what is determined by the courts, and the various practices, as I say, in relation to police bail and bail refuse by courts.
Thank you.
And look, if I can offer, I have a trove of statistics I'm happy to provide those bail refuse statistics to the committee on notice, if that will assist.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So did you have something further?
Yeah, if I could, just to add to the Secretary's response, we are seeing an almost 20-year low in the number of youth crime charges across the state, which is a good thing. However, we are seeing particular categories of offence increase quite significantly, and I don't think anyone on this committee will be surprised when I say motor vehicle theft has increased significantly, particularly in our regional areas, and that's in the vicinity of 179% increase, about a 50% increase in metropolitan areas. So that's contributing to some of the numbers, and certainly Aboriginal young people are overrepresented in those numbers. We have a range of predominantly place-based programs that in particular provide support to Aboriginal young people who are in contact with the youth justice system. And they're in places like Moree, Dubbo, Tamworth, working with local Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, community-led programs, really to offer supports to those young people to try and prevent them actually coming back once they're exiting detention. We also have our flagship Youth on Track program. About 330 young people last year participated in that program, and that's certainly successful for Aboriginal young people who participate in that program. And there's a raft of other programs that we could elaborate on or provide on notice if that's helpful for the committee as well.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. On the statistics as well, it also states that 93% of young people in 2022-23 exit youth justice into safe and appropriate accommodation. I just want to know how safe and appropriate accommodation is actually defined, or how that's decided.
We would argue that a young person needs to have accommodation as a foundational underpinning for success in the community. A safe place of accommodation would be somewhere where the young person reports feeling safe, a place that's free from violence, free from abuse, free from neglect. Those are the kind of defining factors of what we would call a safe and appropriate housing.
Thank you. I'm just wondering how long that is tracked for. If somebody was assessed to be moving into safe and appropriate accommodation, but that fell through a month later, what would happen in that situation? And how long is that accommodation stability tracked after the person leaves?
A critical factor when a young person is making the transition from custody into community is having really clear reintegration plans in place for the young people, for accommodation, but for a whole range of other services like mental health supports, drug and alcohol supports, all of those kind of supports that will keep a young person from coming back into custody. So from the moment a young person comes into youth justice custody, they're assigned a caseworker, and that caseworker works with that young person and significant other people in the young person's life to develop a really clear plan for that young person while they're in custody, but also to help them make the transition back into the community. So that would include making really clear plans about accommodation. When they're released, we don't always maintain supervision for young people. So young people, particularly young people who are coming in and out on remand, we may not have any supervision responsibility for those young people. So it's really critical for us that we refer them into and connect them with appropriate services in the community. To that end, we fund in the vicinity of around $30 million annually various funded services programs. only a small proportion of that is around housing and accommodation supports, but the other parts of that are providing that wraparound casework support so that when the young person's time with youth justice ends, when our, I suppose, mandate, if you like, ends for that young person, they have other community-based supports that can continue to track and monitor and support them to try and prevent that reoffending and coming back into the custody circle.
Thank you. I also have some questions around the Try a Trade program. The government recently rolled out its Try a Trade program for young people in custody. Is this the first time a program like this has been offered by Youth Justice?
The Try and Trade is quite a specific program where we bring into our custodial centres a whole range of different tradies, if you will, or people from a whole range of different professions to try and show young people what possible options there are for them post-release in terms of education and employment outcomes. So it's one way that we help young people make that connection into an employment pathway. Another way that we do that is through the education training units that operate in each of the 6 youth justice centres around the state. So those units are staffed and operated by Department of Education staff, and so young people can continue on with education units that they may have already been doing while they're in the community. Or for many young people who come into youth justice, they've previously disengaged with education. So it's a really great opportunity for young people to understand what they're good at, where their skills are, where their strengths are, lie, both in education but vocational capacity. So there's opportunities for young people to discover and progress on career pathways through those education modules that they complete within our education training units as well.
Thank you. And what's the uptake or response to the program been so far?
Of the Try a Trade specifically?
Yeah.
I don't have those figures at hand, but we can provide some detail and notice.
Thank you. And I just wanted to know if gender parity had been taken into account when developing this program. Have steps been taken to ensure that young women and girls are also being encouraged to be able to try out a trade via that program?
Great question. And yes is the short answer. Today in custody we've got 209 young people in custody, and 13 of those are young women who are housed exclusively at our Rehab Centre out in Ayres in Western Sydney. And there is a Try a Trade program that is happening imminently or about to happen, and we're specifically bringing in female tradies, again, to show young women what some of those alternate career pathways that they may not have previously considered are. It is really important in youth justice that programs are designed and delivered specifically for young women. There is a risk, because they are such a small proportion of our overall population, that they can be an afterthought, I suppose, or that programs could be developed for young men and then retrofitted for young women. So we're really conscious of purposely designing programs like the Try a Trade specifically to meet the needs of young women in our facilities.
Thank you. Ms Sue Higginson.
Thank you very much. I apologise if I'm repeating any half the data. I've tried really hard to pay attention, but I'm reading the other one as well, playing with budgets, and there's the crossbench is limited, and we cover as much ground as we possibly can. Do a good job. We cover so much ground. So earlier I was asking about how many people under 18 were incarcerated. I got those figures, thank you. How many are children who are under 14? Do we have that figure?
We do.
Thank you.
Today there's one young person who's 12. There's 3 young people who are 13. And, well, that's under 14 then, so 4 in total.
Thank you.
And no 10 or 11-year-olds.
Thank you. That's a relief. And so then how many at 14?
10 today. 10 14-year-olds today.
Thank you. What are we tracking in terms of the cost per child per day?
2,900 and...
Sorry,
2,700 a day.
2,700 per day, thank you. Is it possible, what is the average period of time children are spending at the moment? Have you got that average?
The figure, can I just say?
Yep.
So in respect of remand, at the moment is quite it has been in a growth phase. I think to make the point, 60% of admissions are currently less than 24 hours. 70% of admissions less than 72 hours. And of the total admissions in the 22-23 year, 9% went on to receive a custodial sentence.
9%.
Yeah.
And do we know what that average period of sentence was?
I have it here, Secretary, if it's helpful.
Please.
So in 2022, the overall median length of stay in custody was 1 day, and the average was 22. And we deliberately report on the median because it's so skewed. The average is so skewed because of the outliers of really short stays versus those that have a sentence and spend longer time in custody.
And the control order, median length of stay 76.5, and the average was 120. In respect of remand, as has been said, 1 day, and the average was 16 days.
And what do we think is the kind of most common reason at the moment for remand?
Yeah. That is a very complex question. I think that part of the answer, and I've already indicated that I'm happy to provide these to the committee, it in part turns on police practices with police bail and court bail refused.
And is it still an understanding that is one of the reasons for that, the unsafety of returning to an address? Are we aware of that as a factor?
I can speak to that. Look, partly that's the answer. Police, when they're faced with a young person who they've just arrested and they have to make a very difficult decision as to whether they can grant bail and have that person go back into the community for a period of time before they return to court, have to weigh up a whole range of factors. One of those is, does this young person have a safe and appropriate place to return to, which makes them more likely to turn up to court. But there's a whole range of other factors, including how the young person is presenting at the time, what the charges are that the young person is facing. What we're seeing overall is a gap in supports and services for young people. And if police knew that they could have supports and services that were wrapped around those young people universally, across the state, then I think it would be a much easier decision to grant bail at that point. What happens though is that the police may bail refuse and the young person will return to court usually the next day to the court. By the time the young person turns up at court the next day, having been in youth justice custody, there's a whole range of information available to the court that makes it far easier for them to grant the bail to the young person. So essentially we see this short-term remand because there's a difference between the information available to police at the time of making the arrest as to whether they can grant bail versus the next day when they turn up at court and there's a whole lot of information, so it's easier for the court to grant bail.
Sure.
We're doing a whole lot of work in this space to address this issue. We're working really closely with our colleagues in police, particularly in the Police Youth Command, also with the Children's Court, with the Aboriginal Legal Service, with Legal Aid, and we've got a couple of pilot locations, one down in Wagga Wagga in the Riverina area, and also... Sorry?
Great area. Where's loves Wagga Wagga?
Okay. And also one in southwestern Sydney where we're actually trying a whole different range of tools to give police more information in the moment so that they can make those bail decisions more easily, but also making available those wraparound supports that I talked about so that young people have the support that they need between being arrested and having to turn up to court on the charges so that they're not likely to breach their bail.
What's the cause of the service gap? Is it funding? What are we looking at in terms of trying to address that?
So what we're looking at, as I just mentioned, is speaking with a whole range of different service partners, both in government but in the non-government sector, and particularly given the overrepresentation of Aboriginal young people in the Aboriginal community-controlled organisation sector. So we know that the best people to make decisions about Aboriginal young people are Aboriginal people. So we're doing a lot of work in youth justice to look at opportunities to fund ACOs to deliver what we call locally led place-based solutions.
On the remand, I got the remand figure for how many children how many Aboriginal children are on remand? What's that number? I didn't get that one.
Today?
Yes, please.
Remandees, we've got 160 in total, 97% of whom are Aboriginal.
Gosh, right.
Yeah.
And
sorry, 97 children, not 97%.
Yeah, 97 children out of the 160.
80% of the Aboriginal kids in custody today are on remand.
So if I can
Yeah.
assist further, so of the aggregate of young people in custody, 61% as at the 29th of October
Yeah.
were Aboriginal young people, 61%, and of those on remand, 64% as of that date, or 103, were Aboriginal young people.
Thank you. And so, given, we all know the remand figure is a real problem, and that's the grow figure that we've seen over the last little while. Aside from, I know that I'm sure there's good work happening. Is there anything that you can see on the front lines of this work that we could be doing to accelerate that, to just be stopping that police decision across the state? It's fantastic that we've got Wagga and we've got South. Is there something else that we can be doing across the state to punch that remand figure down? Those, as you say, if we're looking at police remand, the comparison to court release the following day, which is really big, that difference and the success of being released, what else can we be doing? You can see this, you've got full visibility. What else can we be doing?
I would say more of the same. So I mentioned a little bit earlier, I'm not sure if you were here, that Youth Justice fund around $30 million annually of programs for young people, not just for Aboriginal young people, but for all young people in our system. Those programs span the full, I suppose, continuum of care, if you like, from really early intervention when they're just starting to get in trouble with the police, right through until reintegration when they've been in our system for some period of time and they're going back into the community. So more of the same. There's a lot of lessons that we've learned from all of those different programs about what works in this area. What we know is that the solutions are slightly different for every community, hence why we're really adopting this place-based option, and particularly talking to local Aboriginal communities, local Aboriginal stakeholders, but also our Aboriginal workforce in youth justice. We've got a really significant, incredibly skilled Aboriginal workforce in youth justice. They make up about 8% of our staffing population, and we've got a number of different advisory mechanisms to have the work that's being undertaken in youth justice Aboriginal-led, because as I said before, if we look at what the Closing the Gap priority reforms tell us, it's that we need that Aboriginal decision-making, we need that Aboriginal leadership to
Can I just ask my one final question? It's just a number. Out of the 4 under 14-year-olds that are currently in custody, how many of those children are Aboriginal children?
3 of the 4.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We now have 3 minutes for the opposition, and if Ms Sue Higgins wants to stay around for that 3 minutes, she can have another 3 minutes after that. I'm going to throw to the opposition.
No, you're good.
Sorry, so I could ask my question to the Commissioner of Fire and Rescue? Sorry. So earlier the Minister referred today to negotiations towards a new Death and Disability Award for Fire and Rescue New South Wales members. What is the status of those negotiations?
Those awards, the Death and Disability Award and both the permanent and the retained award, were all finalised, I think it was the 17th of October.
17th.
And they were ratified by the Industrial Relations Commission.
Okay. And who proposed the removal of occupational physicians conducting health checks to the award negotiations?
I wasn't in the discussions, the negotiations at that stage. It's my understanding that was a proposal from the union, became a point of negotiation.
And why do you think the health checks are important?
Well, it's generally a bit of a problem in society to get males to go to the doctors. So apart from anything else, it's important that we do what we can to encourage people to have regular health checks and engagement with their doctors. There's obviously also then an occupational element related to that as well.
So do you think firefighters are at elevated risk of a health episode because of the stress of their work? Especially now?
There's a range of factors unique to firefighting. Obviously the conditions that our firefighters work in are quite taxing with the high temperatures and the loads that we carry with the equipment. So there's some unique factors to firefighting that do have some impacts on health.
Yeah, and you said you weren't involved in the, but do you know whether a risk assessment was done?
No, I'll take that on notice, but there was certainly extensive consideration given to the decisions around and the new format of the health checks.
Okay, and so would that be in writing? Would you be able to provide a copy to the committee?
Oh, as I said, I'll take it on notice. Depends what documentation we've got.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what are the consequences for a worker who has an unsatisfactory result in a health check?
Yeah, so the outcome of their health check will be flagged by their health practitioner to Fire and Rescue's health team, and then there'll be an assessment done based on the nature of the identified issue and the conditions related to that, and then any suitable types of duties or restrictions that would need to be considered for that individual.
Thank you. Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. I've just got just a couple of questions about youth justice still, and just the recidivism and where we're tracking with that. At the moment, I'm really interested in if we've got data around the rates of children returning to incarceration within 2 years.
Yes, I do.
I thought you might, Mr. Temple. Thank you.
So if this answers your question,
yes.
So in respect, and this is Boxer data dated 31 March.
Right.
So in relation to reoffending rates of young people, 70.4% of young people who completed a custodial supervision order in the 12 months ending March 2022 did not receive a subsequent custodial sentence within 12 months of release for a new offence. And that figure for Aboriginal young people was 63.3%. And in relation to supervised community orders, 50.2% of young people who commenced a supervised community order in the 12 months to ending March 22 did not have further contact with the justice system within 12 months. And in relation to Aboriginal young people, that figure was 39.1%. And just given the relevance of youth justice conferencing, because it's becoming a pretty vital part of the system, 66.6% of young people who participated in a youth justice conference in the 12 months ending March 2022 had no further contact with the justice system within 12 months, and that figure for Aboriginal people young people was 56.9%.
That's, from memory, that sounds like an improvement in terms of responses. What about though, and I suspect that's the kind of switching on of some of the newer youth conferencing procedures, but what about for longer periods? Do we have any visibility on recidivism of young people from a 5-10 year program, accepting that those better programs weren't available?
Can I, Ms. Higginson, take that on notice and talk to Boxer?
Thank you. I'm really interested in that. I think it's a way that we get to track how these newer programs are efficient and effective or not. So the 5 and 10 year mark is really important. Thank you, and I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, it being 3:30, we will now break for a short 15-minute afternoon tea break before we return at 3:45. And I note that there's also some tea and coffee here if anybody would like to help themselves. Thank you. Thank you. We're back online. We're live now. And I'll throw straight away to the opposition for further questioning.
So if I could have the Commissioner for Fire and Rescue again, sorry. I'm not sorry.
He's getting blooded today.
So just returning to my previous comment.
Sorry?
So can you confirm that the Fire Brigade Employees Union proposed the removal of the requirement that occupational physicians oversee health checks for fire and rescue?
Yes, it was part of their log of claims
Yeah.
for the award negotiations.
Yeah, okay.
But it was proposed to have some other alternate one, which is where we've landed with the health screening program.
Okay. And can you confirm that the proposal was that was included in the finalised award arrangement that was on the 17th of October?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. And are you aware whether a risk assessment was completed by your agency in advance of the negotiations?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware?
I'll take that on notice.
You take that on notice? All right. And are you aware of whether your agency provided advice to the Minister on the ramifications of the proposal?
Yeah, we certainly kept the Minister's office updated. The issue of the health screenings was quite a key focus in the negotiations. So there was a number of conversations with the Minister's office about the proposed trial. So what's been agreed is a 36-month trial to the health screening process.
Okay. And were you aware of the context in which the provision in the award was first introduced?
Can you just ask that question again?
Well, are you aware of the context in which this provision in the award was first introduced in terms of having the occupational?
Yes, it dated back to the original development of the Death and Disability Award back in 2003.
Yeah, but it also it came out of recommendations from the Waterfall Special Commissioner of Inquiry as well.
That's
so there were
correct,
some recommends in there. And so, would you agree that this change increases risk to public safety?
We're going to maintain that the firefighters are having regular screening with their doctors, and I'm quite comfortable with the position that the doctors and their GPs know their health better than anyone else because that's their regular medical professional. We had issues and challenges with the initial health checks program. There was a lot of delays, a lot of complications, a lot of people that were parked off full duties for several months at a time, going through additional checks that then didn't end up identifying anything. So there was a lot of distrust between the parties, or between the firefighters and the union, about the health checks. It wasn't working well, but similarly it wasn't working well for us as an organisation either. So this new trial will be an opportunity for us to try a different approach. The health check system had only been operational for a few years. So I think this is sort of a continual iterative process of working through some different approaches to it, and then, as I said, which is a trial, we'll take the feedback and the results of the trial and then make a decision about what the long-term option might be in relation to health screening.
So as you said, it's a 36-month trial. What do you think that would look like in practice?
Well, the firefighters will have an extensive checklist that they take with them to an appointment with their general practitioner. In addition to the examination with the GP, there's also a range of pathology type tests that need to get done and reported back to the GP. And then if any of the screening or assessments identify any areas of concern, and that's against a checklist and the information provided to the individual GP, then that's referred to the Fire and Rescue New South Wales occupational physician, and then assessments will be made around the suitability of alternate duties or any other adjustments that need to be put in place for that individual.
Mm-hmm. And so prior to your involvement as Commissioner, were you involved in any of the negotiations?
I went to one or two of the discussions, but there was other members of the executive
And so
engagement
what capacity would that have been in?
that I attended.
Yep.
Oh, look, I can't remember the exact topics that were in discussion at those particular times. I sort of joined the negotiations for one or two meetings, as I said, just because I had the opportunity to.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I think I've done with that.
Are you happy, Clive?
Yep.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Right. Mr. Draper, how many applications were received for a buyback in the Resilient Homes program?
He's already answered.
I did answer that question a little bit earlier in the session, but I used a round number of over 7,000. I think I'm just going to check. I think the number I had was about 7,700.
Okay.
7,800
Right.
registered. Yeah.
So now the next part of that is can you break that down into regions?
I've been asked for that on notice by. In fact, I'm going to table it if I can get my hands on it. I've been asked for it by LGA.
Okay. So the next thing I'm going to ask is how many applications were received for retrofit by region as well? Applications received for house raising by region. I'm not sure if you took all of these on notice previously.
No, but the question was asked earlier. So as I explained earlier, the registrations for the resilient home programs are not done by house treatment. So people don't register a buyback, a retrofit or a raising. They just register.
Yep.
And then it's determined what's the most appropriate treatment for that home, if any.
Yep, right. So in relation to that, how many have actually been completed so far, and has that been asked yet?
No, that one hasn't been asked.
No.
But there have been, I think and I'm just doing this, I've got the number here actually, but in terms of buybacks, there have been 749, I think, offers made. I'm just going to find my numbers again. Yep, 749 offers have been made and 393 have been accepted.
Yep.
And in terms of retrofits and raisings, we haven't started the process of making those firm offers yet. We've identified around 400 homes that might qualify for those.
Okay, so you've got 400 that are on offer, but so far none have actually been retrofitted or raised.
No, there've been a number of home repairs on a different scheme, so that's a different type of thing. It's getting people back into homes that provide them with a dignified and comfortable way of life. But the retrofits and raisings are all about treatments for future flood risk.
Okay, and how many homes have received a guarantee that they are eligible under the program? Have we answered that, asked that yet?
No, it's not a question of being eligible, being guaranteed they're eligible. What we're doing is saying there are different levels of risk for different homes, and with the money that's available, it's quite a lot of money available, $700 million. We're trying to identify which are the homes that we would prioritise with the funds available to get those treatments to reduce the risk to those homes.
Yep. So, I guess packaging all that up, and some you've taken on notice, some you've been able to provide answers to, some you've taken on notice. Are you able to provide an average cost per buyback for the program?
I'm sure we've got that. $589,000.
Add a little bit of a factor, but it's a $589,000. Okay, instead of $489,000. Now, can you provide a breakdown of that figure between admin costs and what goes directly to the homeowner?
I believe that figure is the cost, the amount that goes to the homeowner. That's the value of the home.
Okay, so there's no I guess admin costs in that 589. That's the money that's paid to the homeowner on average.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, are you able to provide a cost of the admin of the scheme per application?
I think I do have that. Let's find the right note. Apologies, Mr. Fang. I'll just find the right note. Maybe you want to ask the next question and I'll look for it while I'm answering that one.
Okay. Could you provide, please, a breakdown of which electorates where the buybacks have occurred or are eligible to occur?
I don't have to hand by electorate. There's 7 local government areas. So there's Tweed, Byron, Ballina, Richmond Valley, Kyogle, Lismore. Is that the 7?
And Clarence, isn't it?
Clarence. Thank you.
Okay. So do you know how much of the 700 million has been spent or allocated to date?
Again, it's not. It sort of relates to the number of offers that have been made. So the 649 offers, 393 acceptances. So what we do is sort of say there's a firm number or a firm liability, if you like, for payments for those 393. But we do make provision for the other offers that have been made and future offers that will be made, assuming that a number of them will be accepted as well.
Okay.
So we'd expect most of the $700 million to be absorbed in that process, but there will be a point at which we say we take stock and see whether there's money left in the program, and then there's the $100 million that the government
Tranche
has.
2, yeah, and we're going to come to Tranche 2 very shortly. But if you find that you have money left over in Tranche 1, how and when do you expect that will be spent? What's the priority? When do you see it being rolled out?
So what we've committed to doing is seeing through the current round. We've contacted homeowners between in June and then since then over a number of months and advised them where they stand in the program. What we've committed to doing is working through those offers, and then once we've taken stock and see how much money left, we've got a group of community leaders that we meet with every fortnight in the Northern Rivers, which comprises all the mayors and general managers, but also all the members of Parliament, both state Parliament and federal Parliament. And while that's not a decision-making body in its own right, we do seek input from those community leaders on how they would think the money should be best allocated in the future, and we take that back and provide advice to government on that. But we haven't got to that point yet.
Okay, and how long before the money's spent?
Well, that'll depend a little bit on the time that it takes for homeowners to receive offers and accept those offers. One of the things I should emphasise, we're trying to get out of the sort of race to spend money sort of mindset, because a lot of the people who are prioritised or have received offers, the feedback from them is what they need more than anything else is time to consider that and time to re-establish themselves. So it's fine to get an offer to have your home bought, but you need time to find another place to either to move that house to there or build another home. So we're trying to take some of the pressure off people to move through that quickly.
Understood. Now, earlier in the year, obviously, there was the announcement of Tranche 2, $100 million of funding. A month ago, the Premier committed that he would be going to the Commonwealth for additional funds for the Northern Rivers. The federal member in the seat of Richmond has advised that the federal government has not received any formal request from the New South Wales state government for the additional recovery support. Is it accurate that no attempt has occurred to secure further funding from the Commonwealth government?
Look, for my part, and I sort of said this earlier in relation to the Central West, but it's also true of the Northern Rivers, we're almost constantly talking to the Commonwealth about funding for additional rounds of funding for the Northern Rivers and other parts of New South Wales.
Okay, so can you detail exactly how those conversations have occurred? What steps have you and the Labor government and the Premier, who made the personal commitment, made in order to secure funding from the Commonwealth?
Well, I won't speak for the elected officials that they appear at these hearings in their own right, but for my part, as I said...
But you must be aware of what they've done, right?
Well, but...
They would keep you informed?
But to be fair, Mr Fang, the Premier has appeared at these hearings.
Mm-hmm.
Minister Dibb was here just a few hours ago. He could have been asked this question.
Oh, I've got plenty of questions, and we might have to call him back. If you're suggesting that I've got to call him back, which it would seem you are doing so, I'm happy I might have to do that. But if you're not able to provide the answers...
Clearly that's not true. But so I was answering the question for my own part. I'm in regular contact, and so are our officials, talking with the officials from NEMA, the National Emergency Management Agency. That's the process by which we set up disaster funding. There's billions and billions of dollars being spent in New South Wales on disaster recovery.
Yes.
It all goes through the same process.
And I'll come back to the question that I asked is, well, in relation to your work, seeking to get the funding from the Commonwealth, have you made any active approaches around securing money that the Premier committed to a month ago?
Yes.
Okay, and how did that actually occur?
Well, like I said, speaking for my own part, I communicate with officials at a Commonwealth level and have put those propositions to them, both verbally and in writing.
And in writing?
And
are you able to table those letters that you've, or provide copies of the letters that you've...
I haven't sent them any letters.
Oh, okay. So what has, I guess, formally occurred in writing to secure funding?
Well, we have probably daily, certainly weekly, if not daily, contact with those officials, talking about how we could fund further steps in the Northern Rivers.
Okay.
The NEMA is the Commonwealth Government is a co-funder of the Resilient Homes program. We have reporting responsibilities to them. They're engaged regularly.
So I guess what I'm trying to drill down on is what are the steps that have happened? What are the steps that are required to actually have that funding commitment from the Commonwealth? What do you need to do to secure that funding?
Well, there's different elements of the disaster recovering funding arrangements.
Yep, but I'm talking about the money that the Premier committed for the Northern Rivers that he was going to get from the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
How do we do that?
The normal process is that the Premier would write to the Prime Minister.
Okay, do you know if he's done that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what was the response?
I'm not aware of what the response has been from the Prime Minister at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't write back to me.
Okay, so who wrote the letter? Was it the Premier's department, the Premier's office, the Premier himself? Did you write it? Did you send it to
There'd be
the
a number
Premier?
of people involved in writing those letters, but certainly we would provide advice because we'd be the ones talking to the Commonwealth officials about what the appropriate framework for a funding for a program would be.
And do you send it directly to the Prime Minister, or is it sent to his office? Like, what's the process from there?
Once we've sort of had our input into the content of the letter, what happens after that is not really part of our role. We're not participating in that.
Okay, so did you actually see the final letter before it was sent?
I saw the letter I've seen correspondence and proposals that we've had input into. Yeah.
Yep. Do you know how much they asked for, or was it an open-ended letter?
Well, I think the number. I think the.
Amount?
Sorry?
Did they ask for a specific amount for the Northern Rivers?
Well, I think what the government's announced is what the state government has put into it was $100 million for the Northern Rivers.
Okay. Did you recommend to them that they ask for a certain figure?
I don't believe that we've proposed any figure. My advice to anyone who will listen to me is that we've got $700 million to spend. We're a long way off having committed all of that money at this stage.
Yep.
And that there's going to be a time when we're going to take stock and see how much money is left.
Yep.
Along with other $100 million has been committed by the state government.
Yep.
At that point, that's a time when I think the Commonwealth will engage more actively about the money that's required to complete the work in the Northern Rivers.
Okay. So at the moment, the Premier's out there saying that he's going to be securing money from the federal government. He sent a letter, and as of yet, we don't know what else he's done, even though I've gone through step by step by step as to what happens in the process. There's no money coming from the federal government. The Premier's made a commitment, but the federal local member up there, who's also a member of the Labor Party, doesn't know anything about it. What's going on?
Well, the orthodox approach is one party writes a letter, the other party responds.
Yep. Do we have a response?
Are
we pushing them? Are we holding them to account? Are we getting funding from them? I mean, the Premier said that that's what he's going to be doing, and yet so far the federal government doesn't seem to know anything about it.
Mr. Fang, the Premier sat in a hearing for 4 hours the other day. There was an opportunity to ask him those questions. Minister Dibb sat here for 4 hours today. There was an opportunity to ask him those questions as the Minister for Emergency Services. And Minister Scully, who's another minister responsible for our legislation, will be appearing at estimates on Friday for another 4 hours. It's 12 hours of question time to ask ministers and premiers those
Except
questions.
it's not, because we've got a lot of breaks in between and we have crossbenchers taking our time, but that's okay. Do you know when the letter was sent and how long ago has the Prime Minister, was there a timeline that provided to the Prime Minister for a response? Because there's families in the
I think my earlier answer kind of covers all this.
There's families in the Northern Rivers that are relying on this response. Do you think $800 million is enough to complete the task?
Well, so there's a couple of points, a couple of things there. First of all, I've explained already, my earlier answer covers some of the things you said. Once the content of those letters leaves our hands, there's dealings between the Prime Minister and the Premier. We're not directly involved in that. In terms of the money that's available, as I've said earlier, there's quite a lot of money left in that fund. We don't know yet how much or if any will be left, but there's a long way to go before we get to that point.
Yep.
And there's another 100 million which is committed beyond that. So we're a long way from running out of money in the Northern Rivers.
Well,
Thank
I'll
you.
be coming back
Order.
to you very shortly. If
Order.
you could let me
It
know
is
when that letter
now-
was sent, that'd be great. Thank you.
It is now the crossbench members' time. I refer to Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you very much. I've just got a couple of follow-up questions on the youth justice.
Yes.
So just starting with the answer given previously about the failure to install the music and the computers in the youth centres.
Failure?
Sorry, the not having done so.
Well, no, can I?
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, and can I just say from the outset, though, that this is a program that has been advocated for some time.
So if we're talking iPads,
Mm-hmm.
the iPads have been, on the advice I have, made available through the 6 centres initially for the purpose of facilitating visits. Corrective services, which is a separate area, but there were many learnings from the corrective services experience with iPads in terms of safety, security and a whole range of things, but through the COVID period, similarly Youth Justice commenced using iPads. That work has continued for the purpose of visits. Youth Justice currently is in the early stages of looking at scoping a more comprehensive procurement and rollout of iPads, which would be comprehensive, as I understand it, for the entire system for each detainee. To each young person, I should say, to have an iPad.
And so what is taking so long? I've seen some really good research on what it would cost, safe providers, how fast we could do that. What is actually taking us that time?
Look, can I, if I may respectfully
Yeah.
challenge the proposition that it is taking too long? There are issues of getting the technological solution right. There are issues of training staff. There are issues of procurement, and as I understand it, they are in place now, being utilised for the purpose of visits. I think the question of...
It's more the rollout, the use that actually is the remedial, the therapeutic, the company, not the utility use.
So if I may...
The use that children, young people get to have.
Yes, so if I may in a moment refer that question to one of my colleagues. But on the question of music, again, we have a range of music programs right through our 6 centres. The nature of music is it is a very personal thing. Musical taste varies. Musical taste and indeed the cultural aspects of music are quite rightly bespoke, and we have a whole range of things happening through the centres. So in terms of music, again, if there are gaps in the system or if there are improvements or indeed an appetite to know more, we're very happy to share that, but open to any advice. What I might do now is flick the iPad question, because as I understand it, we're scoping and
We are.
systematically working to expand.
And do we have a time when we'll say, yep, we've done it, the young people incarcerated have access?
So I will answer that question, but if I could just go back a little bit. So as I mentioned earlier, and Ms. Nielsen has mentioned it as well, youth justice has been going through a significant program of reform. And we've had to prioritise that reform that's focused on safety for young people in detention as an absolute first priority. And we've had to do that within a limited budget. And again, because safety is paramount, we've invested the money in those areas. Those reform initiatives, and if I use the example of the Lee Shearer review that happened back in 2019, and from memory I think there were 63 recommendations, I might have that wrong, but we've completed all of those now, which has enabled us to move into other things like music and iPads in detention centres. As Mr Tidball mentioned, there are a range of music programs already in detention centres, not iPad based, but they are there. I have to say, artists I've never heard of. Someone called Nookie in one of the centres.
I think I've heard of that.
But, you know, really tailored to the local community, particularly as it relates to Aboriginal young people, but also Pacifica young people, and making sure that we get their input into what they'd like to do, and that programs are tailored in each centre depending on those local needs, and feedback in the voice of young people. To answer your last question about when, it'll be this financial year.
Great.
So like the Secretary mentioned, we are in a scoping exercise at the moment. So obviously we need to understand logistics, costs. And
but
how
we're
we'll
looking.
fund that.
We're looking at this financial year.
Of course.
Thank you. And I know my time goes so fast here. Could you tell me? Are you aware how many children receive custodial sentences that were subject to the STMPs? And is that something you can take on notice?
We'd have to take that
I think we'll need to take that on notice.
Thank you. Sorry to do work, but it is really important now,
Yeah.
especially with the recent announcement. Can you also tell me or explain what is the explanation for the increase of the incarceration cost of a child? I understand, I think now it's $800 more than when I at the last budget. And I know there's an explanation with, I think, the less people you have, the more the cost, or the vice versa. But what can we attribute the rising cost to?
The bulk of our costs in detention centres are staff related. And Ms Nielsen can expand on this answer, but there's certainly some increased costs with things like food and just costs of living, electricity, etc. So all of those things combined have led to that increase over the last few years. But I might ask Ms Nielsen to expand on that.
I think you've nailed it, Ms Check, and I think, Ms Higginson, the answer was almost in your question. It is very much about the fixed costs and the reduction of the number of young people in custody over the last, decade. There are some fixed costs that don't shift regardless of how many young people are in custody at any point in time. And because the report on government services calculates the average cost per young person per day simply on the basis of the total cost of the custodial system divided by the average number of young people in custody per day. That's largely what contributes to that increase in cost.
Can I just ask you, Mr Draper, what is our understanding at the moment of how many tenants are facing end of tenancy through the buybacks in the region, if we could?
I don't know if one of my colleagues might have that exact number, but we do have a concern about tenants living in homes that are being bought back. We've put in place a number of policies earlier this year to try and give them some relief and protection, and principally making it a condition of the buyback process that the owners of those properties provide, I think it's at least 6 months notice to those tenants. We have had tenants who have been caught in a position where they face having to move out of those homes quite recently, and we've put in place arrangements for them to be able to either move into other premises urgently or to stay in those homes even after the buyback has proceeded on a temporary basis until they can find other accommodation. The last thing we want is for the buyback program to result in people becoming homeless.
Yeah, it's a real issue, isn't it? Can I ask how the Resilient Land program is going, and what you expect in terms of actually having land available for people, particularly the Lismore area?
I'm happy to kick it off, but I think Mr. Hendicott, if you've got time, probably can give you a fuller answer. So I think there are 15 sites, 15 sites that have been identified, and they're all advancing. I do that. One of the reasons I mentioned earlier that we want to slow down the rate and give people time is because getting those homes and getting those home sites available and into the market is a much slower process than the buyback process itself. I might let Mr. Hendicott just expand on that.
Yeah, thank you. So we released the draft Resilient Land Strategy back in June this year that identified 15 land sites. We've subsequent to the release, we had that on consultation for a number of weeks, and as part of the consultation have received another dozen land sites that we're assessing at the moment. We're deep, as the engagement period's underway, we've been deep into technical and commercial due diligence on a range of those land sites. We're getting very close to be able to have secured some land on those, and we're hopeful over the next few months to be able to confirm the actual land sites, or a few actual land sites within the Lismore LGA.
And so are they, is one of the, I haven't had a close enough look, obviously I will, but is one of those the Lismore Plateau? Is that part of that, or? North Lismore Plateau.
Yeah, there was there were 6 land sites identified within the Lismore LGA. I won't comment on the specific details of those sites, given we're in commercial and confidence negotiations with some of the proponents.
Okay, thank you. I'll see you on tomorrow, planning. Yeah, I've got.
That sounds ominous.
Yeah. In the other one, I'm running out of time.
At least I'm nice about it. Be nice.
No, Kieran knows I was being completely friendly, as in we'll finish the business. Yeah.
Thank you. Just before I was asking questions about the Try a Trade program, and I just had another question to take on notice, if that's right. I asked a question about the uptake or response to the program so far, but if I could also ask you to take on notice how many women or girls have also taken up the program so far.
Happy to so do, Chair.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much for that.
Sorry, just to jump in, I can actually I've got the figure for the Try Trade now. It's 160 young people to date, and the program for the young women is rolling out tomorrow at Rebbe, so we'll be able to provide the numbers after the fact.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. I've got some questions for customer service and digital government. Before, when the Minister was here, I was asking some questions about the pet registry and microchipping. And I know that the project is a joint project with the Office of Local Government and the Department of Customer Service and Digital Government. I'm just wondering if you could confirm what the role within that is for the Department of Customer Service and Digital Government, or whether it's being entirely run by OLG.
Yes, I can call on the Deputy Secretary for Digital to answer, but we're providing support to that program through to its completion at the end of 2025.
Great, thank you.
Hi, yes. Government Technology Platforms provides a service to the Office of Local Government, effectively building that pet registry on behalf of the Office of Local Government.
Fantastic. Could I get an update on where your side of the work is up to in regards to that project?
Yeah, sure. So throughout the last year, we've been working on a closed MVP. We've been working with breeders and pet owners to understand the functionality and have been testing that with them. We have a roadmap for future functionality for the pet registry, and we're looking to roll that out over the next year and looking to take that MVP to full-scale rollout early in 2024.
Wonderful, thank you. I know that online retail and trading platforms have led to a proliferation of the sale of dogs and cats from unregulated and dodgy breeders. Sites like Gumtree have been identified as key enablers for that. At the same time, all companion animals must be registered in New South Wales. And I appreciate that the department's not responsible for Gumtree or Facebook Marketplace, but the only point for government to have any control in this space is with digital registration. Is that something that's going to be built into the pet registry, or is that something that there has been requests for the department to work on?
I will have to take on notice any discussions that we've been having with those providers, Facebook or Gumtree, for example. The purpose of the pet registry, of course, is to make it easier to register your pets, easier for that microchipping information to be inputted into the system by pets, by vets, etc. Easier for those transfers of ownership to occur. But I will have to take on notice any discussions with Facebook or Gumtree or the like.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Ms. Sue Higginson, did you have any further questions?
Yeah, I've got a few more, if that's okay.
I've got plenty.
No, this is my time, Wes. Yeah, I just wanted to also, if I could, it may be a question for your staff, Mr. Draper, but sorry, with the RA. I'm just curious, and if it's all right to discuss, what is the support that is being provided at the moment to the Aboriginal community of Cabbage Tree Island? And I think we heard that the Reconstruction Authority has determined that it's not a safe place to return or to rebuild. So what is the position there and what are we doing?
It's not so much that the Reconstruction Authority has determined that. I mean, Cabbage Tree Island is, as you know very well, is managed by the Land Council there, and we have to respect their decision-making processes, and they have their own governance protocols around that. I understand, so Aboriginal Affairs, the New South Wales Government provided some support to the community there earlier this year to try and facilitate a discussion. I understand there's different views in the community about whether people should move back to the island or not. They did engage a consultant to provide some advice about that, and that they've got that advice now. So it's not the Reconstruction Authority or the NRC telling people whether they should or shouldn't move back. We wouldn't do that, particularly to the Aboriginal Land Council. But I think it's a question of judging the level of risk involved in living on that island, having community assets there.
But so if the assumption is that the decision is to rebuild then is the Reconstruction Authority willing and able to provide schemes to assist in that rebuild or resilience build?
Look, there are different parts of the disaster recovery funding arrangements that might support elements of that. That doesn't normally cover the cost of rebuilding homes. It's usually focused on public infrastructure in particular. There's a school involved in that as well. So at the moment, we haven't really made a judgment about what the government may or may not fund pending the decision making of the community itself.
And is it fair to say though that there is a good active relationship between the RA and the Land Council as the land manager and the community there as well?
Look, I think that's probably partly for a question that only they could answer. But the approach that we try to take is to be respectful of their, firstly, the experience they've had, the trauma and the difficulties they've experienced having to move out of a community and a space that they've occupied for a very long time, the trauma that normally comes with those sort of disasters, but also the importance of that place to the people who live there. So we try and be respectful about that and allow them time to go through their own decision-making process, but we'll provide support in a way when invited to do so.
Right, and they're fully aware that that invitation is open?
Again, I think only they can answer that.
Yeah.
Mr. Hendicott may have more detail about some of the engagement we've had. But, yeah.
And you've just sat down. Yeah. Come back. Thank you.
And just while he's doing that, he did give me a number. Our best estimate of the number of tenants, this is off topic, but is between 200 and 250 tenants that impacted by the Resilient Home program.
Right. Gosh, that's quite a lot. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Just with respect to Cabbage Tree Island, we've been providing support to the Land Council through their assessment process. As Mr. Draper mentioned, they procured some technical examinations of flood risk for the island. We also provided them the flood risk assessment that underpinned the homes program. Our results and the results of the other independent assessment were corroborated. I understand, as Mr. Draper said, I guess decisions around the future of the community are a matter for the community, and they've undertaken their existing process to ascertain that. We're supporting them as required, as well as Aboriginal Housing Office, as well as Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you. With the while you're there, Mr. Hendicott, with the Resilient Lands program and the 15 sites and now the extra dozen sites, are you also engaged with the Widjabul-Waible community about the cultural sensitivities and appropriateness of those sites as well? Is that part of the due diligence?
Yes, absolutely. As part of the due diligence on the assessment of each individual site, and subsequently we've been working with Widjabul-Waible people as well as other Aboriginal communities to ascertain the degree of sensitivity there is around cultural heritage.
And with the, in terms of doing that due diligence, are you getting the assistance of the Department of, is it coming through the Department of Planning, or does RA have specific allocated staff on that project? How is that working?
So we've had some direct engagement with the Widjabul-Waible people on a few of the sites in the program. The other thing to probably note is that the objective of the Resilient Lands program is to accelerate the delivery of land.
Yeah.
The best opportunity to do that is for land that already has some degree of development consent, ideally with development approval. If a development approval is in place, it follows that it's already gone through that process.
And is it fair to say most of the lands are in that category, or are we looking at rezonings or that sort of thing?
Most of the land we've identified in the shortlist and the other sites that we think are higher priority sites are well progressed in the development pathway.
Right. And I know this is the silly question. They're all well and truly above the probable maximum flood height?
Yeah. One of the foundational principles of the Resilient Lands program is that we identified flood-free land. All the land that we've identified, the residential areas of those lands
and
are
is
above the probable
is your
maximum
definition of flood-free land over the PMF? Though?
Over the PMF, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Then turn to the opposition.
Do 10-10.
Whatever you want to do.
10-10. I was just wondering, Mr. Michael Tidball, the Premier recently said in the media about Long Bay Prison that it could be up for sale. I was wondering, are there any youth justice centres that are going to be closed in the next 2 years?
Not to mind, no.
No, good. That's comforting. And I wondered, does the department, if say the police were having an operation, say with recently Operation Regional Mongoose, do they let you know that something like that is happening, so that you're prepared in terms of how you can do early intervention?
I might, if I may, refer that question to Ms. Sheck and Ms. Nelson.
Yeah, across the state we have very collaborative relationships with a whole range of partners, including New South Wales Police. It really depends on the circumstances and whether us having that level of detail may impact on any investigation or operation that they have underway. Specifically about Operation Mongoose, I might have to refer to Ms. Nielsen about that, because I just can't recall if we knew about that one.
Sorry, I'm going to also have to take that on notice. I don't know if we knew about that ahead of time.
Okay, all right.
If I may just supplement my earlier response, I do. Clearly we have a large and very diverse state. I meet regularly with the police commissioner, and the reality is that a number of these police operations, as well as place-based local problems which arise, mean that there needs to be very tight coordination between the police, ourselves, health and education. I would not say that we are necessarily given notice in advance all the time of activities such as Mongoose, but certainly where there are learnings and we believe that we can more tightly coordinate, that absolutely does happen. And clearly across the main players, and to my mind they are DCJ with all of its activities that deal with vulnerability and crisis, the police, health and education. That's a discipline which we need to really constantly work at.
And with you mentioned, before with the Shearer report that you've implemented all the recommendations. Is there now ongoing monitoring or analysis to ensure that the centres are safe for both staff, youth, volunteers, and anyone that interacts with the centres?
The short answer is yes. In relation to the recommendations from the Shearer report, some were build a building, so infrastructure type recommendations, so we're obviously not tracking those, but there are others such as the introduction of the high risk panel, so they're continuing and we monitor those. We have a range of oversight bodies, including the Inspector of Custodial Services, the New South Wales Ombudsman, official community visitors, etc., that hold us to account against our policies and procedures. And obviously a whole range of internal review mechanisms to monitor how children are doing and making sure that when they come into detention in particular, we get them out where it's in our control as quickly as possible. And as we said earlier, that they exit with a robust case plan, somewhere safe to live, but ongoing services where they need them as well.
Okay, so I was just going to ask about that through care. So in terms of their release, are we also talking to families and carers? Because often children are going back, or youth, are going back into the same environment that they've come from, and have they built enough resistance or resilience so that they're not going to reoffend, or the recidivism rate is there? So what kind of contact is made with families and carers and people that should be aware?
Yeah, it's a great question, and again, the short answer is absolutely we have contact with significant people in that young person's life. One of the advantages of youth justice being in the broader Department of Communities and Justice, particularly with the child protection and out-of-home care parts of the department, is where we've got children or young people that are known to both systems, we're able to leverage the resources and the supports that are available for those young people. So that's certainly been a benefit since we came together as DCJ, but we certainly, upon exit planning for children where we can, we absolutely talk to anyone that's important in that child's life, and the child or the young person themselves in particular. But it's an important part of what we do.
And one of the things that is quite strikes me when I visit these centres is to observe the meetings that happen with staff on setting goals weekly for these young people. And the key thing, wraparound supports, casework with family and kin and others, obviously crucial, but the vital element during the period of the detention order is to be taking that young person down a pathway of goal setting and reviewing that weekly so that they become engaged with that plan for post their release.
And does that include access to ID? Because oftentimes they wouldn't have birth certificates, so preparing them for getting back into education or work or those kind of things, and even opening a bank account.
I can touch on that if you like. One of the programs that we fund statewide is our casework support program, which is a program designed to help young people make that transition from a period of supervision back into the community. Part of that program, at the start, the young person will sit down with their caseworker and they'll identify a whole range of goals, but they're those kind of what I call bread and butter goals, or foundational goals. Things like, does this young person have a birth certificate? Does this person have ID? Are they connected with Centrelink? Are we getting them back into employment or education? All those really foundational pieces. Do they have somewhere to live? The other thing that I would say is several years ago we started an initiative with births, deaths and marriages to provide free birth certificates for young people in contact with youth justice, because so many of them, or some of them, have never had access to their birth certificate, or they've lost them over the course of their life. And so we have some data that I can provide on notice about the number of people that we've connected with birth certificates.
That would be great. And is that same service offered to youth on remand? Because you never know how long they're going to be there. So
Yes.
it is offered?
The birth certificate program is offered to all young people in contact with our service system, and some time ago we also opened it up to young people in contact with our Youth on Track funded service provider, which is a really early intervention program. So the short answer is yes. Whoever we can give a birth certificate to, we will, because we know it's such a critical part of, participating in community.
Yeah, okay. And just turning now with the bail assistance line, or I think it may have changed its name. Yes. Do you know how often that is used, or that the police are able to access that? Or is that not in your area?
That is in our area.
Okay.
It has renamed itself to the Bail Accommodation and Support Service. So yes, you're correct. There is probably data in this pack somewhere that speaks to utilisation rates, but I can certainly provide detail on that on notice.
All right. Wes, did you?
Yes, I've got plenty of questions. First thing I'll ask Mr. Draper, did you happen to find out when the letter was sent to the Prime Minister?
No, I didn't.
Okay, if you could let me know, perhaps, or ask the Premier's office if he might be able to provide a date.
Well, that's as I said earlier. So that's question. The reason I said that earlier is the questions about what ministers have done and when they've done them, etc. Are better put to the ministers. I think.
I know we had plenty of questions, and the poor minister, I think, was feeling a bit flustered this afternoon. So anyway, the Resilient Lands Program, Draft Northern Rivers Resilient Land Strategy identified 22 sites across the Northern Rivers as potential sites. However, only 15 have moved to on-ground investigation. Why is that?
As Mr. Hendicott was saying earlier, they've prioritised those that are the most prospective to move quickly. There's a number of criteria that they've had to evaluate which of those sites, firstly, are flood-free, fire-free, meet a number of other criteria, but also the readiness for them to move ahead quickly and deliver affordable sites for new homes. So that's the reason why they've been. I should say, that's not the only thing happening in the Northern Rivers in terms of creating new home sites. We've also been working with councils. A number of councils said they've got a number of places where they believe new homes could be built.
Yep.
We've encouraged them and we've offered to work with them to get those to market and to get them moving as new homes as soon as possible. So there's the Resilient Homes Program is just one of many initiatives in the Northern Rivers.
Okay, so are you able to detail or provide to us what an on-ground investigation requires and is in detail what the steps are for that, perhaps on notice?
I don't think we need to do it on notice. I'll get started, but I think we'll get Mr. Hendicott up again, and he's been deeply involved in this. But in fact, let's just let him explain it.
Okay.
Thank you. So if you can just repeat the question for me, please.
The on-ground investigations, what does it detail?
Yeah, so in terms of assessing the individual land sites under the Resilient Lands Program, it was a two-step process. The first stage was looking through around 200 individual data sets on each individual property to ascertain the degree that it was development ready, the degree that it was development suitable, and basically understand, again, as Mr. Draper said, whether there are some key constraints such as natural hazard risks, such as biodiversity conservation, such as significant agricultural land as well.
Right.
That was ostensibly a filtering process to get to a short list of land.
Yep.
We had from the 322 individual applications that went through the expressions of interest process. We looked at each individual one of those. We landed on a short list of around about 30 or so sites.
Yep.
We then worked through a separate, more detailed investigation process where we had set up an independent expert panel to review each of those 30 sites, as well as set up a community reference panel to understand.
And we got to 22 and then went down to 15?
That's right. right, then we're
Yep.
down to 15. The distinction between the 15 and the 22 was really around its development readiness.
Yep.
The residual sites in...
So I'm just going to redirect now because I'm not worried about the sites that were discarded. But when's the earliest we'll be able to build on those 15 sites that are actually under investigation now?
We're working with the individual landholders of those 15 sites to get to a point where we've secured the land. Those negotiations are underway.
Okay.
There's a range of technical and commercial due diligence around that.
So is it only the negotiations that are holding it up?
No, there's not just negotiations underway. There's again a range of technical work that needs to be done. Once a development consent, for example, is achieved, there's a lot of extra work that is needed before you can actually develop the site. A range of engineering studies, a range of procurement and tender
Sounds like a long
elements.
process, Mr. Hendicott.
It takes time. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so what do you say to Northern Rivers residents who say that the process is taking far too long?
Can I just reiterate what I said earlier, that the discussions we've had with Northern Rivers residents who are subject to these programs, a lot of very direct feedback in community meetings that we've had, is that they would like more time. It's not a case of them wanting to rush to a new site. They need time to consider their options, and that's what we've undertaken to give, and we've put in place a number of, and are doing more initiatives to make sure they've got the time to do that.
So then how's the $100 million being spent?
Well, the money's being spent, well, it hasn't been expended at the moment, but it's being spent on the initiatives that Mr. Hendicott's described. Those two statements that I've made are not inconsistent.
Okay.
One is that the money's being spent to develop new home sites. The other comment is that the people who may be the beneficiaries of those new home sites are being given extra time to consider their options as those home sites are developed.
Because if we look at the $100 million, it equates to only about $10,000 per block if you've got 10,000 homes that need to be redeveloped. Is that enough money, do you think, for that process?
Yeah, so in terms of the utilisation of that $100 million, there's a range of ways that we're looking to deploy that capital to accelerate development in the region.
Yeah.
One of those ways is a more pure play, acquisition and development process. That's one avenue. That's a quite capitally intensive and slower process.
Okay. So do you have a year that that people might be able to move into any one of these 15 sites?
We're anticipating that we'll be able to secure land over the next few months, and hopeful that the construction of those home sites will commence in 2024.
So do you think people will be moving, people will be able to have Christmas in their homes on any one of those 15 sites by the end of 2024, by the end of next year?
There's a range of sites that are, as I said earlier, that are in a range of stages. Some of them are quite well advanced. Yep. Some of them require less work to actually deliver.
So 2024, Christmas should be looking good for Northern Rivers residents? Can we say that?
Aiming for advance of that.
Okay. I should say, I think it's been great folly in making sometimes putting unrealistic timeframes on some of these things. That hasn't helped people in the Northern Rivers to make undertakings about the scales of programs or the timetables that can be delivered in. These are people who've been through a traumatic experience. The last thing they need is for government officials or members of parliament or anyone else setting timetables or targets which cannot be achieved, and they feel let down again. So we're very cautious and realistic about doing that.
Well, I would suggest that the last thing they need is to have another Christmas away from home, or that and so I think that 2024 should be achievable, shouldn't it?
Well, my point earlier, Mr. Fang, was that we're not trying to get people out of their homes. So where people are in homes, their homes being bought back, we're trying to give them as much time in their current home. And not forcing them out of those homes. We're giving them time by giving them very extended. Well, look, people make their own determination on how long it takes them to reorganise your life. It's hard enough buying a home or building a new home at the best of times. Doing it after a major flood, when you've been through a traumatic experience,
yes, I understand
is even more difficult. And as an example of that, I will tell you that in the southern New South Wales, where the fires hit 4 years ago, only 25% of those homes have been re-established when I visited there earlier this year. People need a lot of time for that.
I appreciate that, but they also want some land to build some homes. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary for Flood Recovery compared the communication of the program to an episode of Utopia. Do you agree with that assessment?
I like Utopia.
I bet you do, Mr. Draper.
And the thing
I'm
I
not
like
sure,
about
I'm not sure I'd like to
Utopia-
see it in government, but
No.
you know, it's a great TV show.
No, but the thing I like about it is that Tony, who's the CEO, is one of the most sensible characters in the show. So I like
Okay.
that about it.
Yeah. I'd also note that it's
Start calling
fiction,
Simon.
but you know, all jokes aside, I mean, when you got the Labor Parliamentary Secretary comparing the way that the government's approaching this issue to a comedy show, you've got to start worrying about the residents of the Northern Rivers. And I might add that the minister isn't very sensible in that show. So if we're drawing parallels, you know, I might seek your opinion on that as well.
I will say we have a lot of engagement with the Parliamentary Secretary or the member for Lismore.
I bet you do.
And we've
quite
really,
critical.
we've greatly, well, look, we have a really good working relationship with her, and we take her advice. I mentioned earlier there's a community leaders forum in the Northern Rivers, which we helped establish.
Yep.
The Parliamentary Secretary is the chair of that community leaders forum, and we find that a very productive forum for getting guidance on the direction of those programs.
Before I move to the pod villages, I just need to know, when did you send advice to the Premier re the letter for the PM?
Beg your pardon?
When did you send advice to the Premier's office, re the letter that he was going to send to the PM? I imagine you would have sent advice to the Premier that, you know, what he needed to ask for. Do you know when you sent that advice to the Premier's office?
Well, no, the way that works is that goes to, that sort of stuff goes to Cabinet. So
Okay.
as you know, I can't comment on matters that go to Cabinet.
Because I've got to say, I've asked, I don't know how many times, when was the letter sent to the Prime Minister? When did you send advice to the Premier's office? And I've never seen like such an issue be you know, completely glossed over and not answered.
It's not glossed over. There's two things
You
I've
must
said.
know
One is
roughly when
that
you
if you
sent
want to
something.
ask a minister, find out what a minister or a premier
6 months,
does,
6 weeks. What are we
you
talking
should
about?
ask the minister or the
anyway.
prime minister or the premier.
Well, look,
if you want to know what we've done, I can tell you, but I can't tell you things that have gone to cabinet. You know,
When
there's
did you
a
send
established
advice?
convention
When did
around
you
that.
send advice about what to ask for?
Our advice to the cabinet and to the premier is cabinet in confidence. That was the mechanism because
Well, we might have to challenge that.
It's a
and see how we
It's a
go.
funding question.
I just want to get to.
It is a funding question that goes to cabinet.
I want to get to the pod villages. How many people are living in the pod villages? How many are children? Do you know?
I don't have that figure with me. Do you have that number?
I'll just look it up if you can.
Yeah,
text me.
Mr. Hendrick might look that up for you.
How many people are being housed out of their own hometown or region? And just before my time runs out, can you provide also if there's issues of violence or of concern that are occurring in these pod villages? And is this only for flood victims, or do you see this as an opportunity to be rolled out for other people that are at risk of being able to access housing? What's your plan to actually transition people out of pod villages, and what support are you providing them?
I'm taking it. You don't want us to try and answer those now. Would you rather?
No. Well, I mean, we'll see how much. If I've got any more time left, I'll come back to it. But I just wanted to get those on the record before.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll, if we're not able to get back to it, I'm sure you'll take it on notice because, Mr. Draper,
We'll have
you
no
know,
choice.
just like Utopia, you're a pretty diligent silver bloke.
Thank you. Mr. Higginson.
I have one more question. Mr. Tibor, and I think it might be something to take on notice.
Yeah.
It relates to the previous question taken on notice. If you could please get me the figure of how many of the 212 current young people in custody were subject to the any suspect target management plan.
Can I just say, I'll attempt to provide that. Can I just say up front, I don't know that we'll be able to capture that, but we'll do what we can.
I bet you can. Thank you, Mr. Tibor.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you just sprint? Did you just sprint?
Did I sprint?
Just sprint.
I flew. I can do it.
She has a broom.
I do. I do. Now, I do. Not sure how.
Have we got time?
It does. It goes back to the opposition now. You've got about 25 minutes.
Oh, 20 X. Wonderful.
Are you taking my time, Wes?
Can I? Thank you, Sue. You're the best. I'm doing Northern River stuff, so like I'm doing.
I'm watching all of it.
Are you? I'm not getting much answers though. Like you must be frustrating you as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So look, I will just come back to the pod village questions if I could. So we were talking about the number of people living in the pod villages. Are we able to get some answers there?
Yeah, look, there's about 1,000 residents living in the temporary pod villages at the moment.
Okay. And do you know how many are housed in or out of their own home region or villages?
I don't have that to hand. We probably can get that. We don't have it. We might have to take that one on notice, Mr.
Oh, okay, no worries. I'll let you do that.
It's part of the rules of the...
No, I appreciate that. And the number of children out of that 1,000, do you know?
I didn't get that number since you asked that question a moment ago. I'm sorry. We
Okay,
can provide
so
that on notice.
You don't have that. You don't have the answer.
I don't have it with me. But,
okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
But that's just so you understand. So those pod villages are managed by community housing providers, and they have a lot more information about the residents in those villages than we would have here today.
Yep. So in relation to that, what's the process of dealing with the any issues that might come, violence or harassment, etc. Because you've obviously you've got people that are living in these villages that are I guess displaced, and so sometimes people that are displaced that have issues of violence or behavioural issues. How are you managing that? How are you monitoring those concerns?
Yeah, look, no, I think it's a really genuine issue that you raised. It's all the usual methods. The community organisations and police involved, depending on the severity of the matter. But as I said, the villages are managed by community housing providers, and there's an agreement with each of the residents in that includes the types of behaviours that are acceptable in those villages. So from time to time there have been cases where people have to be asked to move out from those villages because of their conduct. There have been more severe matters where the police have had to be involved, so that's just managed in the normal course of police work.
How are you providing, I guess, safety for vulnerable people that are in these pod villages, like women, children, etc. Are they provided additional security, or are they being provided additional services to make sure that they're kept safe in these in these locations?
Look, my understanding is that the housing providers who are managing that process would make an assessment of the vulnerability or how at risk any individuals are, and that's not necessarily to do just with the circumstances in the village itself, but their lives prior to moving in, and otherwise, if there are imminent risks, the usual practices for policing and providing security are there. There are security from time to time security services provided at those villages in addition to the police services.
Okay, and are these providers, do they have KPIs that they have to meet? Do they have standards that you're monitoring? Or do they, how are you keeping their work, keeping an eye on their work and making sure that they're keeping their residents there safe?
Yeah, there's funding agreements in place as the usual course of
and
things.
So it's a financial penalty that they face if things occur in those villages?
Well, no, it's an operating agreement. So there's an agreement in place with those community housing providers, and they have a number of requirements they have to meet under those arrangements.
Okay. I'm just going to turn back now to the long vexed question of the letter that went to the Prime Minister, and I'm advised that while Cabinet submissions may be confidential, timings aren't necessarily so. So are you able to provide some guidance around the timings as to when these things occurred? Noting that there is a lot of interest in this issue, and the Premier has made some strong commitments. So we're doing our job by making sure that we are, by making sure that these things are in train and not just being provided lip service by the Premier.
Well, the timing. The time of what are you asking?
Well, I'll go back. The questions I'm asking are when did you provide advice to the Premier's office around the content of the letter that he was going to send to the Prime Minister? And do you know when the final letter was actually sent to the Prime Minister requesting for Commonwealth funding for Northern Rivers, as the Premier outlined?
I can give you somewhat of an answer. It may not be as precise as you'd like, but
I'll take any answer at the moment, Mr. Draper. It's been quite a while.
Yeah, well, no, I'm trying to answer your questions as best I can. The provision that was used to fund the announcements for the Northern Rivers and for the Central West were both included in the state budget, and I believe the state budget was released on the 19th of September. So our advice to the government was prior to the state budget, so it would have been in September.
Okay.
As to the letters, I've explained earlier, once the letters are going back and forth between Prime Ministers and Premiers and other ministers, that's not within, we don't have visibility of that, so I can't answer that question for you. But you can certainly ask the Premier or the Minister that.
I appreciate that. But I guess the Premier made a commitment a month ago that this was going to happen, and now we're trying to, I guess, tease out what was provided by way of communication to the Prime Minister.
Well, point of order, Madam Chair, point of order.
Yeah.
The member has asked a question which was directly answered, and the answer is that it's not available because it's Cabinet in confidence, they're not privy to the dates. Their question has been answered. I don't understand what the honourable member's trying to do.
Yeah, look, I do think that the member has asked many questions around this.
And not getting many answers, Chair.
But I think that the answer has been quite clear from...
All right, I'll move on. The Hansard
in
will
regards
show,
to
the Hansard will show
the position
that I've
as to the
tried.
information that's available.
I've tried. Okay. Who is responsible for maintaining the lands and homes that are purchased in the Resilient Homes program?
So the once the home's purchased, it becomes obviously the property of the state government. The future uses of those sites will be determined over time, probably with councils and other authorities in those areas, and it depends a little bit on the tracts of land that become available to us. So the intention is that those sites are removed from being used for residential uses in the future. That's the whole reason for buying them back.
Yep. So which agency has carriage of that?
It's been the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation.
Okay, and what's the budget for the maintenance, do you know?
Well, it's not so much a budget for the maintenance because we're not proposing to maintain them as homes.
Okay. So I imagine then that they're just left vacant. Does that not perhaps pose to you a risk of squatting or a risk of additional,
that's quite a understandable concern. And nothing's been done at this scale like this before.
Yeah.
The first thing that one of the pieces of guidance we have received back from the community and community leaders is a strong desire for those homes, if possible, to be relocated to new sites.
Right.
So, but to your earlier point, that's not possible until people have secured and identified new places to take. Some people are doing that individually.
There's a method to my questioning, Mr. Draper.
No. Some people have been able to identify places. So to the degree possible, we'll protect those homes from any further damage, and the owners of those homes may be able to relocate them when they get a new home site.
So the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Board owns the corporation owns do they own the land? Is it their land? Like who owns it? Is it belong to the government and it's managed by?
Yeah, I believe that freehold title transfers to the NRC. I'll just turn and check, but. Yep, that's correct.
Right. Okay. Now, I just want to move to the Reconstruction Advisory Board. How many members on there?
I think the Act provides for 7 members.
And are there any vacancies?
There are vacancies at the present. There are currently 4 people on the board.
Okay. Why are there still vacancies?
At the time when the board was formed, or when the corporation was, when I was appointed and the board members were appointed, the government at the time, prior government, appointed only 4 members, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So that left 2 vacancies for the state to appoint and 2 for the Commonwealth to appoint.
Right.
So we've been going through a process of asking the Commonwealth for their nominations because the Act provides for the Commonwealth to nominate 2 members of the board as well. I understand those nominations are coming through. They're going through the process of probity checks and all the other things that happen before a recommendation is made to the governor to make those appointments.
Right. So who's dragging the chain here? Commonwealth.
I don't know if anyone's dragging the chain. I wouldn't characterise
We've got vacancies.
I wouldn't characterise it that way. But there's 4 positions which are currently being filled.
Okay. Now, the vacancies have to be filled within how much time? Do you know, Mr. Draper?
I don't know if there's a time limit, but the board can't meet formally until all the vacancies are filled.
Okay. I believe the Reconstruction Authority Act says they must be filled within 3 months.
I believe that's, look, I'll just check this. I believe there's a reference to the Commonwealth having to make their recommendations within 3 months, and if they don't, then the state can make its own appointments.
Have we asked them?
I beg your pardon? Yes,
have we asked them?
Yes, we have asked.
And what have they said?
They've provided some recommendations for appointments.
Okay, and how come they haven't been appointed?
As I said a moment ago, they've made nominations.
When did they make the nominations?
I don't have that date. It wasn't that long ago, probably a couple of months ago, the most.
Does it take months to check out their bona fides?
Well, what happens is people make nominations for someone to go on the board. They then have to confirm that person actually is willing to go on the board. There's a process of going through and doing probity checks.
So they've been
and all the
nominated
rest of it.
without actually asking if they want to
Well,
do it?
they would be proposed. It's not unusual for someone to be proposed and then for us to go through a process of having to check whether that person is willing to serve on the board. That makes perfect sense.
Okay. Can I ask, do you have a date of when the Commonwealth made their recommendations as to who they wanted to fill these positions on the board?
I don't have that with me, but I'm sure we can find out for you.
So you'll take that on notice?
Sure.
Excellent. So we have now. You said there were 4 vacancies. Because I thought you said 3 at first, and then I thought you said there was 4.
Sorry, I think it's. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 4 vacancies. Yeah.
4 vacancies. Okay, so who do we've got the 3 people that the New South Wales government has appointed, not 4, I think you said earlier.
I'll just explain that. The government at the time did appoint 4 people.
Yep.
One of those members subsequently decided to resign from the board.
Do you know when that was?
I don't have the exact date. Again, that was probably a few months ago.
Okay, and what have we done about replacing that person?
They've got nominations to replace both that person and the vacancies that
exist. Who makes that decision?
Which decision?
As to who goes on the board?
The decision on nominations for the board are made by the relevant ministers, and they were ultimately appointed by the governor.
Okay, so what have the ministers done in relation to making sure that these important positions are filled ASAP so that the board can meet and get the work started?
My understanding is that the ministers have made nominations, including those proposed by the Commonwealth, and that the process I just described earlier about going through is happening. The normal process for board appointments, not just for us but for anybody in government, is that those proposals are then taken to Cabinet, they're confirmed, and then they go to the Executive Council and the Governor makes an appointment.
Mr Draper, that was months ago. That was months ago.
I didn't say that was months ago. No, I said...
Well, the Commonwealth put their people forward months ago, he said.
I said I'd check the date for you. I took it on notice. Yeah.
Right, so it wasn't months ago. Did they...
No. You asked me what date they proposed. I said I would take it on notice. That's my answer.
All right. The previous government allocated 4 people to the board. 1 person has resigned. This is a very important board to which people of people in New South Wales are relying on to have work started and to have the oversight provided by of these important projects that are impacting on people's lives. So far, the government has lost more board members than they've appointed. Isn't that correct?
Well, I would say that, first of all, just to make it clear, the purpose of the board is an advisory board. It's not a governing board. Just to clarify, because
does that make a difference, Mr. Draper?
Yes, it does, because you said they oversight it. They don't oversight it. They provide advice to. They actually provide advice to me as the CEO and to the minister.
Right.
The Reconstruction Authority's activities have not been waiting for these board appointments to happen. We have been implementing all of the programs, the ones we've been talking about today. We're working hard on the state disaster mitigation plans, the disaster adaptation plans. We're doing recovery in all these places. We're providing advice to the government. As you said, all of these things have been happening.
Yep.
The fact that the board hasn't met or been fully appointed hasn't held that up. We have been working directly with the chair of the board and with other members of the board in seeking advice, and that's been most productive.
So you've just answered the next question I was about to ask, which is how many times have the board met?
Well, as I said, the board can't meet until...
Zero. Nothing.
I said that earlier, that under the legislation, the board can't meet until all the members are appointed.
Right. Okay. Well, in that instance then, given that the previous government had started the process, why is this government taking so damn long to appoint people so that this board can start providing advice to you and being, I guess, advocating for the projects that need to be advocated for? Mr. Draper, have you got any idea?
No, I'm sort of taking that as a rhetorical point.
No, it's a genuine question. I'm just not sure I'm going to get a genuine answer.
Well, maybe it's one of those questions that I can't answer. It's not. It's, as I said earlier, the appointments under this process are made by ministers.
Yep.
And then ultimately appointed
Have
by
you
the
spoken
governor.
to the ministers responsible and said, "Hey, guys, we need to get on this. This has been going on for way too long."
That's not my normal manner of speaking to a minister. No.
Well, but yeah, I know. Look, I'm sort of a bit, colloquial. I
We
guess.
know it is.
Yeah, thank you. But in all seriousness, have you tried to actually progress this issue to get some movement on there, given that the previous government had done its due diligence and at least appointed 4 people?
We
This
have,
government's
yeah,
lost
we've
more
done, we've
board
done,
members than
we
it's
have done. We've
appointed.
provided ministers and worked with the Commonwealth to come up with nominations and proposals. There have been recent. One of the things we'll have to make sure we do is there's some recent legislation gone through Parliament which has particular requirements for members of the board, and we're having to make sure that we can accommodate that. And the work of the Reconstruction Authority has continued unhindered while that process has been going on.
Okay, so of the 2 ministers, who's dragging the chain here on having these people appointed?
Well, I've already said that I don't characterise it that way.
Okay. Which of the 2 ministers hasn't followed the process in getting these people appointed?
The process of making appointments to the board, there's 2 ministers who...
Or is it the Premier? You're saying that it's the Premier that's actually dragging the chain here?
I don't know why you're trying to put words in my mouth. I'm more than happy to answer your questions if you ask a question. But if you want to answer your own questions, then there's probably no reason for me to sit here.
Well, I just don't understand. Who is the main minister that you report to?
I was about to explain. We have an act called the Reconstruction Authority Act for New South Wales. There are 2 ministers with responsibilities under the allocation of acts for that legislation.
Yep.
One of them is Minister Scully, the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, and Minister Dibb, the Minister for Emergency Services. Both ministers jointly administer that act, with the exception of some divisions which relate only to planning matters, and Minister Scully has sole responsibility for that section of the legislation. So, but both ministers must propose board members. So
is it the fact then that having 2 ministers having oversight on this issue is slowing you down? Is that the problem?
That was the same arrangement as in the previous government. Under the previous government, when the legislation was passed and administered, we had 2 ministers. They were the same arrangements: the planning minister and the emergency services minister.
But it doesn't sound like
that arrangement is still in place now, and we find it works perfectly well. Worked perfectly well with the ministers in the previous government, and it works perfectly fine with the ministers in this government.
It doesn't sound like the previous government had an issue though appointing people to the board. It sounds like this.
Well, they
government
appointed
does.
4 out of 7. That's true.
Okay. What steps has the Reconstruction Authority taken in regards to preparation for drought support and preparations for bushfire recovery?
They're 2 separate things. So drought is actually not one of the items for which the Reconstruction Authority has responsibility under its legislation. That's not to say that we wouldn't get involved in that process. And I am very concerned about the state. The parts of the state already are moving into drought. So it's a much more slow-moving event than floods and fires and storms that we otherwise deal with. In terms of fires, our recovery process post-fires is very similar to our recovery process post-floods. It's setting up temporary accommodation. Beg your pardon?
Slowly?
No. Well, sometimes, as I said earlier, sometimes slowly is the right way to go with recovery. People take a long time to recover, and one of the big lessons we've learned from a lot of these experiences is that by rushing the process of recovery, making undertakings to people that can't be fulfilled, you make their experience much worse than it would otherwise be.
Look, I hear that, but again, being an advocate for the people of the Northern Rivers, seeing as there doesn't seem to be, noting Mr. Higginson's not here at the moment, but somebody needs to be an advocate for them. We've got a board that should be being their advocacy and providing advice to you. That you've lost more members than you've appointed, not you, but the government. Who's fighting for these people?
Well, we're in the process of building up the Reconstruction Authority. It's a much larger organisation that had existed before. To the credit of the Parliament, it passed legislation last year to create the Reconstruction Authority. To the credit of the previous government, they started the process. To the credit of the current government, they've appointed, they've funded the Reconstruction Authority a very significant amount of money in an environment where otherwise there's a lot of fiscal pressure. The Reconstruction Authority has received another $115 million over the forward estimates period to build up the organisation. There's been a commitment of additional monies for recovery in the Central West and the Northern Rivers. We've been discussing those earlier today. So look, I think, and I mentioned that we're very, very engaged with community leaders in the Northern Rivers. That's something that has only commenced in the last 3 or 4 months. I think it was a much needed change.
Yep.
That doesn't mean that there aren't many issues to still deal with there.
Yep.
But one of the things that we've learned and we are putting in place is to ensure that we take our guidance from community leaders. We'll also be doing that in the Central West, as we discussed earlier today.
So I noted when I put the questions to you around the work that's been done around drought support and recovery and then bushfire recovery, you said that they were 2 separate issues. But I guess the learnings that we've had over the past few years is that after a period of a lot of heavy rain and a lot of periods, seasons of wet, that all of a sudden, when you have a drought, what you end up with is a lot of fuel load and issue on the ground, which then creates issues around bushfires into the future. And I think that's what we're potentially facing into this season, this summer coming forward. So, what work have you done around bushfire recovery, given that it's likely that, by going into drought and having a number of seasons of high moisture, that there's going to be a lot of growth on the ground, which is then going to turn very dry and become fuel load. Surely you must be doing some work around bushfire recovery.
So, I think just to go back to your original point, the climatic conditions that precipitate drought, you're quite right, can also lead to fires. And that's what happened, if you remember, 2019 was a period of long drought that led into that bushfire season. Recovery is something that happens after disasters, but I think what you're referring to really is the sort of preparedness and the prevention work that's been happening, and the Commissioner for RFS has been here early today talking about some of that. And for the most part, when it comes to bushfires, that prevention relates to land use planning, land management and hazard burning. They're our best tools. Building standards, they're the things that have been put in place.
In relation to the reconstruction efforts, what are you doing, I guess, to ameliorate the problem before it even starts, or to make sure that problems that come after reconstruction aren't going to impact into the future? Surely you must be doing some work on that now.
Yeah, so we're developing a state disaster mitigation plan. Fire is one of the hazards in that state disaster mitigation plan that we cover. It's obviously one of the bigger hazards in Australia. And then what flows out of that is a number of place-based disaster adaptation plans, which are much more applied. We work with councils and local communities to develop those. Okay. They'll vary from place to place and hazard to hazard, but that's the process we put in place. But there are a number of regimes already in place for mitigating the impacts of fires. They go to building standards, land use controls, and land management practices. And then there's community preparedness. The Minister was talking earlier about the Get Ready campaigns. We have been, and to your question earlier, we have been revising our recovery plan, which is comes into effect after disasters, and that's something we'll be taking to the State Emergency Management Committee in the near future.
My colleagues got some quick questions, and if you could just take on notice how many homes have been lost in 2023 so far to bushfire, I'd appreciate that, and I'll pass to my colleague.
Happy to do that.
So my questions are about digital ID. So I was just wondering if you can provide an update on digital ID.
Sure, Mr. Wells, do you want to take the floor?
We see this as a really important initiative, as does the Minister. We've been working this year after a number of technical pilots, earlier last year and through the course of that time frame, to, I guess, procure platforms that'll make this sustainable for us into the future. So they're platforms to enable both the digital identity side of this, so biometric matching and those things that are important to make sure we can bind identity to foundational sources. As well as platforms to support the sharing of credentials. So we see both of those things as foundational to what we want to do. We've got some pilots that are imminent for all of those programs of work, so we're working on those at the moment.
And do you have like a timeline, or when do you think we'd see results from that pilot?
Yeah, so there's some pilots planned for. There's one particularly this year that we're in the final stages of doing various user acceptance and security testing on. So there's one this year, and a couple early next year as well.
Thank you. Before I turn to see if the government has any question, is there any questions that were taken on notice that anybody wants to put on the record now this afternoon? Yes. Yep.
Just one figure in relation to the bail and accommodation support service that you asked for. In the 22-23 financial year, there were 110 young people placed through that program.
Fantastic. Does the government have any questions? No?
Chair,
yes.
Before you close, this is my second last estimates before I finish as Secretary at the end of November, and I'd just like to take the opportunity on the record to thank all of our teams for all the work they've done across Minister Dibb's portfolio and the former Minister during my time as Secretary, and thank them for their work on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you to everybody who came today, all government officers, for your attendance and for your time today. The Secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions that may have been taken on notice or any further supplementary questions. And I thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.